In the original story, Harry Potter grows up in a cupboard. No friends, no magic, just dust, spiders, and his cousin Dudley eating his birthday cake. In our story, Harry Potter grows up watching the Library of Alexandria burn, having tea with Isaac Newton, and accidentally giving the Renaissance a 40-year head start because he couldn't stop explaining aerodynamics to Leonardo da Vinci. Same kid. Completely different Tuesday. This is what if the 11th Doctor raised Harry Potter, where the boy who lived never spends a single night in a cupboard, trades his broken glasses for a sonic screwdriver, and shows up to Hogwarts so catastrophically prepared that the Sorting Hat needs 4 minutes just to process him. 4 minutes. The record before this was 30 seconds. The Hat needed a sit-down.
Chapter 1. The night Dumbledore was wrong. The owl arrived at 11:30. Albus Dumbledore was already on Privet Drive when it found him, standing at the corner of the street with his hands folded inside his robes, watching the lights go out, one by one, in number 4. He'd been there for perhaps 20 minutes, which for a man of his particular patience was barely any time at all. He had the silver put, outer in his hand. He'd already harvested the street lamps into it, and the lane was dark in the particular way that English lanes go dark in November. Not peaceful, not threatening, just absent. Just nothing there. The owl landed on his arm without asking permission. It was a school owl, not one he recognized, brown and somewhat annoyed about the weather. And the letter it carried was sealed with wax in the pale gold of Hogwarts, which was unusual because Dumbledore was Hogwarts, more or less, and he had not sent any owl tonight. He opened the letter. It was from Minerva McGonagall. She had been sitting in a cat body on the wall opposite number 4 since 7 that morning. It had been a long day. The letter said, "I've been here since 7 this morning. I've seen nothing unusual. Is tonight still the night?" Dumbledore pocketed the letter, produced a quill from somewhere, wrote yes on the back of it, and sent the owl away. He was not worried. He was, in the private architecture of his mind, something more complicated than worried. He was sad, in the way that men are sad when they have made a decision they know is right and cannot stop making it. The Potters were dead. Their son was alive. The blood protection that Lily's sacrifice had woven into the air around the boy, woven into all the Dursleys by proximity and relation, was the strongest shield Dumbledore could imagine short of Hogwarts' own wards. He had verified this 6 times. He was confident. What he was not, if he examined himself carefully, was happy. He did not examine himself carefully. He raised the put, outer, tapped it twice, and the street lamps bloomed back to life, and the lane was amber and ordinary again. He walked down the pavement toward number 4 with a basket under his arm and a letter in his hand, and the terrible purposeful gentleness of a man doing an ugly thing correctly. He bent down. He set the basket on the step. He stood there for a moment longer than was necessary, looking at the small face inside it, bruised, still scabbed from something the healers at St. Mungo's hadn't been able to fully explain, and sleeping with the absolute conviction of a child who has no idea what has happened, and he said, very quietly, "Forgive me." Then he turned to leave. He heard the sound behind him before he had taken 3 steps. It was not a normal sound. It was not, for instance, the sound of a door opening, or a cat landing in gravel, or a November wind taking a bin over. It was the sound of the universe folding once, deliberately, like a letter being creased along a careful line. It was a rhythmic, mechanical, ancient sort of sound, V-warp, V-warp, V-warp. And it came with a rush of displaced air that smelled improbably of libraries and ozone, and something Dumbledore could not name, something that made the back of his teeth ache in a way he associated with very old magic. He turned around. Where there had been nothing, there was now a blue box. It was slightly too large to have appeared in that space without moving something to accommodate it. A planter, a bicycle, 12 inches of wall, and yet nothing had moved, and the box stood there, solid and wooden and British. with a lantern on top and a sign that said Police Public Call BOX in a way that was clearly addressed to no one in particular. A light pulsed at the top of it, slowing, settling. A door opened. The man who came out of it was tall and young, looking and wearing a tweed jacket with elbow patches and a bow tie that made him look simultaneously like someone's doctoral student and someone who had been dressing in the dark for several centuries. His hair was dark and somewhat architectural. His eyes, as he stepped into the amber streetlight, were not young at all. He looked at Dumbledore, he looked at the basket on the step, he looked at Dumbledore again. "I got here late," he said. His voice had the slightly incredulous quality of a man who had calculated the odds and was not pleased with them. "How late am I? Because from the look on your face, I am, specifically, basket late, and that's the worst kind." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. "You are not from the Ministry," he said, which was not a question. "No, you are not a wizard." The man tipped his head slightly. "Debatable, but no, not in the way you mean." He patted his jacket pockets in rapid succession and produced a silver device, cylindrical, emitting a faint blue light from one end. Humming at a frequency Dumbledore's ears could not quite locate, and pointed it briefly at the basket and at Dumbledore, and then stood very still for a moment, looking at whatever it had told him. "Right," he said, quieter now. Right, so, the child has there's a resonance on him, that is." He stopped, pointed the device again, frowned at it. "That's not possible. What is that's not possible? You are welcome to clarify." Dumbledore said, with the courtesy of a man who will not be clarified to. "The magic in that child's scar," the man said. "It's not just a protection charm. It's like a thread in time. Something got tied off inside him that shouldn't be possible to tie off inside something living. Some piece of something anchored there, consciousness anchoring, but fragmented." He lowered the device, looked at the basket. His expression had changed in a way that was difficult to name. It was not pity exactly, and it was not horror exactly, and it was not the abstract sadness Dumbledore had felt standing over the same basket 5 minutes ago. It was more personal than any of those things. "Who did this to him?" "That," Dumbledore said carefully, "is a very long answer. I have a time machine." "The man who killed his parents. A dark lord who sought for some time to make himself permanent, unkillable. He used methods that—" Dumbledore paused. "I have long suspected that in trying to kill this child he transferred something of himself into him. A fragment of soul, perhaps. It would explain everything," the man said. He was looking at the basket again, and his jaw was tight. "Consciousness anchoring." He split it, and a piece of it. He stopped, ran a hand through his hair in a gesture of pure agitation. "How many pieces? The child, is this the only piece, or are there—" "I believe," Dumbledore said, "there are others." The silence between them was significant. "Where are you taking him?" the man said. "His aunt and uncle live here." Dumbledore nodded at number 4. "His mother's sister. The blood protection requires—" "I know what blood protection requires. I've met it before. Different species, same principle, same problems." The man walked to the basket. He looked down into it for a long moment, and something moved in his face that was not for public consumption, something Dumbledore had the grace to look away from. "He's going to know, isn't he, one day, what he carries?" "Yes, and what he'll have to do about it." Dumbledore said nothing. The man looked up. "That's not an answer, Albus." He said the name the way people say names they've found in the record, accurately but without intimacy. "You have the advantage of knowing my name," Dumbledore said. "I know a great many things. I've been watching this particular corner of history for 3 days, trying to get the coordinates right. Time's been strange around your world for the past 48 hours. Some catastrophic amount of magic released at once tends to—" He stopped again, a new thought crossing his face. "The protection charm, the sacrifice, the love," he said it without embarrassment, the way scientists say words they mean precisely. "That's what I was tracking. That resonance, that specific frequency of, oh," he looked at the TARDIS behind him. "Oh, that's why she brought me here, she felt it." "The same." He did not finish the sentence. He crouched down beside the basket instead, and the boy stirred in his sleep. and the lightning bolt scar pulsed once, just once, with a low gold light that was not normal and not dark, and not anything Dumbledore had a good word for. The man put out one finger and touched the edge of the basket, not the child, just the basket. "What's his name?" "Harry," Dumbledore said. "Harry James Potter." "Hello, Harry," the man said quietly. He stood up. He looked at Dumbledore with an expression that Dumbledore had seen before. Not on wizards, not on witches, not on any creature whose taxonomy he could place with certainty, but on old things, very old things. Things that had lived long enough to understand that consequences run in both directions, and that choosing is always losing something. He had seen it in his own mirror, occasionally. He did not enjoy encountering it in a stranger in a tweed jacket. "I'm going to take him," the man said. It was not a request. "No," Dumbledore said. "The blood protection, does the blood protection require the Dursleys specifically, or does it require blood, family, and a home? Because those are different things, and I suspect you know they're different things. And I suspect the reason you're using the first answer as though it were the only answer is that you have already decided how this ends, and you're afraid a variable will ruin it." The man's voice remained perfectly mild. That was somehow worse. "Lily Potter's sacrifice created a protection anchored in love, not in relation. Love is not a postcode. Love is not a semi-detached house in Surrey with a car in the driveway and a man inside it who will, if you leave this child on this step, spend the next 10 years making him feel like a problem to be managed. You cannot know. I always know." He said it without pride. "I've known too many people who grew up inside houses where they were problems. They carry it differently, and they deserve better." The silence was longer this time, Dumbledore said. "There is a prophecy." "I know, he will have to, I know. If he does not understand the world he was born into, if he does not grow up in it, he'll understand it better than anyone you could raise here," the man said. "Because I will show it to him, all of it, not just the part that ends with him walking into a fight someone else planned for him. He'll see the whole," he gestured expansively at the sky, at the street, at the amber light and the sleeping houses. "The whole magnificent catastrophe. He'll know exactly what's worth saving. And that, Albus, is what makes someone choose to fight, not fear, not guilt. Not the specific physics of an old man's chess game." He paused. "You know I'm right." Dumbledore looked at him for a very long time. "I do not know your name," he said finally. "No," the man agreed, "and you will not give it. It wouldn't mean anything to you." Dumbledore turned this over. He was not, if he was honest with himself, and on some rare occasions in the very late hours he was certain that the Dursleys would be good. He was certain they would be safe. He was certain the blood magic would hold, and that the boy would survive, and that 11 years from now he would arrive at Hogwarts and the great story would proceed. He was not certain about the other things, the things that made a person rather than a survivor. "You will bring him to Hogwarts?" Dumbledore said. It was not a question either, when it's time. "Yes. And you will not," he chose his words with extraordinary care, "interfere beyond what is necessary." "I will interfere exactly as much as he needs me to," the man said, "which is an honest answer if not the one you wanted." Dumbledore reached into his robes. He produced the letter, the one he had written for the Dursleys, explaining inadequately the impossible thing that had arrived on their step. He held it out. The man took it, turned it over. "Read it," folded it once and put it in his jacket pocket, and Dumbledore had the sudden understanding that it would never be delivered. "One condition," Dumbledore said. "I'm listening. When the time comes, when he must understand what he carries." Dumbledore stopped. The old sadness moved through him again, heavy and familiar and correctly placed. "Don't take that from him. Don't let whatever you are and whatever you've survived make you decide to carry that for him. He has to know, and he has to choose." The man said nothing for a moment. Then, "I know." He picked up the basket. He held it carefully, not awkwardly, not with the uncertainty of someone unused to children, but with a particular steadiness, as though he had held fragile things before and understood exactly how much weight the world could add to something that already weighed almost nothing. He looked down at the sleeping boy once more, and his expression was unreadable in the amber light. "He'll be brilliant," the man said, quietly. To no one, really, he walked back to the blue box. The door opened before he reached it. Dumbledore stood on the pavement and watched. The door closed. The sound came again, V-werp, 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 and the displaced air rushed back in to fill the space the box had occupied. And the planter was exactly where it had always been, and the bicycle was undisturbed, and the strip of wall was seamlessly intact. And there was nothing on Privet Drive at number 4 but an empty step and a November night and one very old wizard standing in amber lamplight, holding a put, outer he no longer needed. He stood there for quite some time. Then he took out a small leather notebook and wrote 3 words in it, in the careful shorthand he used for things he needed to remember but could not tell anyone. "The child is elsewhere." He underlined it. He put the notebook away. He did not go home for a long time. The TARDIS landed 4 times that night. The first time was in the Scottish Highlands, purely by accident. The coordinates had barely been set. The choral struts were still singing from the jump, and the Doctor was already inside the interior, walking fast down the main corridor with a basket under his arm, talking to the ship around him in a mixture of English and something older. "I know," he was saying. "I know, I felt it too, from the very first second. That resonance, that sacrificial magic, it's the same signature, isn't it? The same frequency as don't do that. I'm not being sentimental. I am being precise. It is scientifically the same." The TARDIS hummed. The Doctor stopped walking. He looked down at the child. "You're going to be very inconvenient," he told Harry Potter. "I should warn you about that early. You are, in every measurable way, the most inconvenient thing that has ever walked through that door, and that is including the time I accidentally materialized around a stampeding herd of." He paused, because the baby had opened its eyes, right? "Yes, hello." The eyes were green. Catastrophically, impossibly green. The color of deep forest and deep water, the color of something alive and certain of it. They were unfocused in the way of very new eyes, tracking nothing specific, moving across the ceiling of the TARDIS console room with the slow astonishment of someone seeing bioluminescence for the first time. The TARDIS console room bioluminesced gently in return. The Doctor had not planned for this. He was, across his many centuries and his many incarnations, not a man who planned for specific things so much as a man who planned around specific things. He kept trajectories loose, kept outcomes approximate, kept the back door in sight. He had never planned to raise a child. He had not planned for the particular way that catastrophically green eyes in an 11-week-old face could reorganize a person's entire sense of what mattered. "Right," he said, more quietly this time. He found a room. The TARDIS found a room, technically, presenting him with a doorway that hadn't been there before, warm light spilling out of it, the faint smell of something like milk and wood smoke, and he put the basket down in it. He sat on the edge of whatever the TARDIS had furnished as a floor, and he watched the baby breathe, and the ship hummed around them both. And outside, the Scottish Highlands were doing whatever they did at 1 in the morning in November, which was probably complaining. He put 2 fingers against the scar. The resonance was unmistakable up close. 2 signatures knotted together in the same location. Lily Potter's sacrifice, still blazing, still active, a love spell of such extraordinary coherence that it made his chest ache to touch it, and beneath it, wound around it like ivy around a scar, something else. Something thin and fractured and malevolent, not actively, not consciously, but the way a splinter is malevolent, not evil but wrong, a wrong piece of something wrong in a place where it did not belong. He pulled his hand back. He sat there for a long time. The second time the TARDIS landed, it was in the middle of his own timeline, somewhere around his 453rd year, which was a Tuesday, as he remembered Tuesdays. Just long enough to find 3 books on comparative xenobiology and a collection of illustrated mythology from 12 different civilizations, all of which he thought might be useful in the years ahead. He put them in the room. He added a 4th book, on a whim. The complete works of Beatrix Potter, because the universe required a sense of humor. The third time he landed in 1982 Cardiff to acquire milk, nappies, and one very specific type of spatial, temporal dampener he needed to stabilize the room against drift. Cardiff was good for that. The fourth time, the last time, that night, he landed nowhere in particular. Just stopped. Just let the TARDIS hover in the space between moments, which she could do when she chose, the great engines turning over at minimum power, everything humming and amber and still. He sat in the console room floor, because the Doctor was not above sitting on the floor when circumstances called for it. And he looked at the doorway with the warm light behind it, and he thought about fixed points. A fixed point in time was, in the language of his people, a moment that could not be changed. Not should not must not, could not. A moment so knotted into the structure of causality that pulling it loose would take everything around it with it. The way pulling a thread from fabric doesn't free the thread, it just unravels the cloth. He had spent his whole very long life treating fixed points with the specific combination of respect and resentment they deserved. The prophecy about Harry Potter was not, technically, a fixed point. He had checked 3 times now with instruments considerably more sophisticated than anything Albus Dumbledore had access to, and the result was the same. It was a self-fulfilling causal loop, not a temporal mandate, which meant that the way it resolved was, to a technically minded person with a Type 40 TARDIS and a sonic screwdriver and 9 centuries of experience improvising under pressure, somewhat negotiable, not the outcome. He was not naive about the outcome. Something in Harry Potter was going to have to be ended before the man calling himself Lord Voldemort could be ended. He had felt it in the scar. He understood in general terms what it meant, and he intended to understand it in very specific terms before the moment came when understanding became action. But the path to that outcome, the years between now and then, those were his. He pulled out the sonic screwdriver and looked at it. Then he looked at the doorway. "Right," he said for the third time that night. He stood up. He tucked the screwdriver away. He went to check on the child. Harry Potter was awake and staring at the glowing coral struts of the TARDIS ceiling where they arched overhead, visible through the open door, and making no sound at all, just watching them with those enormous green eyes, with an expression of absolute, unperturbed attention that the Doctor would come to know very well indeed over the next 10 years. "That's the TARDIS," the Doctor said. He sat cross-legged on the floor beside the basket. Well, she's home for the moment. She's very old, and she's very clever, and she's going to like you rather a lot, I suspect, because she has profoundly questionable taste in passengers." The TARDIS hummed reproachfully. "That was a compliment. Profoundly questionable is a compliment coming from me." Harry's eyes moved to the Doctor's face. "I'm the Doctor," he said. "I know that doesn't mean anything to you yet. It will, eventually." The green eyes studied him. "We're going to do this differently," the Doctor told him. Not the way it was planned. But I promise you, and I don't make promises that I intend to keep to empty rooms, so pay attention, that you will see everything. Every beautiful, impossible, terrible thing that this universe has in it. You'll understand exactly what you are, and exactly what you're worth. And when the time comes that someone tells you what you have to do," he paused, "you'll be able to decide whether they're right." He reached out and put one careful finger against Harry's hand. The tiny fingers closed around it, with the automatic grip of the very young. The TARDIS hummed, differently this time, not reproach, not acknowledgement, something warmer than both. The Doctor looked at this for a while. Outside, the space between moments was very quiet and very dark and very full of stars. "Right," said the Doctor for the 4th time. He was smiling now in spite of everything. "Alan's, why?" In the morning, or what passed for morning, inside a machine that had its own relationship with time, the TARDIS quietly rearranged 3 corridors of her interior to accommodate a new permanent resident. She widened the door frames. She lowered 2 of the console room's secondary monitors to a height that would, in approximately 4 years, be exactly right for a small person to lean on while watching. She calibrated the lighting in the new room to a spectrum that was good for sleeping and also good for growing. She was not, technically, capable of anticipation. She anticipated anyway. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Everything Everywhere, roughly in order. Time, inside the TARDIS, did not work the way it worked outside. This was not a metaphor. It was engineering. The ship existed in a state of controlled temporal suspension, outside her blue wooden walls. The universe aged and turned and moved through its appointed sequence of moments. But inside, the relationship between now and then was a conversation rather than a command. The coral struts that held the ceiling up were grown, not built, and they grew at their own pace, which was not the pace of years. The rooms rearranged themselves when they felt like it. The library had a wing that the Doctor was reasonably confident hadn't existed last Thursday, containing 47 volumes on the migratory patterns of a species of bioluminescent deep sea creature that, as far as he was aware, had only been discovered in 3012, which was still several hundred years away, and yet there they were, shelved neatly under marine biology speculative, between a first-edition Chaucer and something written entirely in High Gallifreyan that glowed faintly when you held it at an angle. Harry Potter grew up in all of this. Not quickly. Not in the way that montages work, not a series of charming dissolves from small to slightly less small, with swelling music underneath. He grew up the way children actually grow up, which is to say, slowly, unevenly, in no particular order, with long stretches of ordinary days punctuated by things that would have been extraordinary to anyone who hadn't already decided that extraordinary was the default. He was 4 years old the first time he saw something die. They had landed unexpectedly, because the TARDIS had opinions about destinations and did not always share them in advance, in what appeared to be an ancient Roman market, hot and loud and smelling of fish and hot stone and the particular sweet, rot smell of fruit in July. The Doctor had taken one look at the colonnaded street and said, "Oh, wonderful, Ostya, this is the harbor district, 2nd century, marvelous," and had begun explaining things immediately, the way he always began explaining things immediately, as though the universe was a document he needed to read aloud to be sure he'd understood it properly. Harry had been for and uninterested in harbors. He had been interested in a dog. It was a street dog, thin, the color of dirty sand, lying in a patch of shade at the base of a column. It was not sleeping in the way dogs sleep when they're comfortable. Harry had looked at it for a long time, and then he had looked at the Doctor, and the Doctor had gone quiet in the middle of explaining the economic significance of Austrian grain shipments. "Is it dead?" Harry asked. "Not yet," the Doctor said. "Nearly." "Why, old, I think, and the heat, and—" He paused. "Things die, Harry. That's just the shape of the universe." Harry considered this. "Can we help it?" "No." "Can you?" "No." The Doctor said, and his voice was careful in a way Harry would learn to listen for. A careful voice meant something true was being said that felt like something else. "Some things. I can't help. Most things." Harry had sat down on the hot stone beside the dog and put his hand on its side. He could feel it breathing, or something like breathing, very slow, very light, like waves that had almost stopped being waves. He sat there for a long time, which in a 4-year-old is a very long time indeed. The Doctor sat down beside him. He did not explain anything. He just sat. When it was over, Harry said, "We should go somewhere nice next." "Yes," the Doctor said, "we should." They landed in Iceland 15 minutes later, in the middle of the Northern Lights, and Harry stood in the snow in a coat the TARDIS had produced from somewhere in a corridor, and watched the green and violet light move across the sky like something alive, and did not speak for a very long time. He did not look sad exactly. He looked like someone learning to hold two things at once. The Doctor watched him do this. He thought, "He's going to be all right," he thought. "That's not going to be enough." The library was where Harry spent most of his days. It was not a sensible library. It was not organized by alphabet or subject or date of publication or any system that a librarian of sound mind would endorse. It was organized by the Doctor's best theory, some principle of emotional adjacency, so that books that felt like each other tended to cluster together regardless of what they were actually about. A translation of Homer's Iliad sat between a technical manual on TARDIS navigation and a collection of Venusian folk tales. A first edition Darwin was shelved beside the complete works of a poet from the 42nd century, whose name, in her own language, translated approximately to "she who argues with weather." A ragged paperback copy of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy was wedged between two books in languages that had no name in any living tongue. Harry read all of it. Not systematically, he was a child, and children are not systematic unless something has gone wrong. But the way light fills a room, getting into corners without trying. He read mythology because the pictures were good, and history because it sounded like stories, and eventually the technical manuals because the mythology had led him to philosophy, and philosophy had led him to cosmology, and cosmology, it turned out, required mathematics, and mathematics, once you got past the boring bit about memorizing tables, was just another language for describing things the universe was doing anyway. He was 6 when he asked the Doctor whether magic was real. They were in the library. The Doctor was on the floor reading something in Gallifreyan, which he did when he thought Harry wasn't watching, because he got a specific look on his face when he read Gallifreyan, not sad, not nostalgic, just quiet, in a way he usually wasn't. Harry was on the sofa with a book about the properties of light, which he'd found wedged between an Arthurian romance and a manual on emergency field surgery. "Is magic real?" Harry asked. The Doctor looked up. "What do you mean by magic?" "Like spells, wands, like the stories." "Define real." The Doctor said, which was his way of saying yes, but it's complicated, and Harry had learned this, so he waited. "The things those stories describe," the Doctor said, settling back against the shelving, "happen. I've seen them happen. I've seen people move objects without touching them. I've seen emotions used as energy. I've seen love, actual love, specifically love, function as a protective barrier at the quantum level. So in the sense that these phenomena are real, yes. Magic is real." He paused. "But the word magic is interesting. Do you know what it means historically?" "Something supernatural," Harry tried. "It means something we don't have a model for yet." The Doctor gestured at the book in Harry's hands. 1,000 years ago, a man who could explain what light was, that it was a wave, that it had a speed, that it bent around mass, would have been burned for witchcraft. Not because he was lying, because the model didn't exist yet to understand that he was telling the truth. He tapped the side of his head. "The universe runs on rules, all of it. The things called magic run on rules too. We just haven't finished writing them down." Harry thought about this for a while. "Do I have it?" he asked. "Magic?" The Doctor looked at him carefully. "Yes," he said. "How do you know?" "Because when you were 3.5 and you got frightened in the secondary corridor, the one with the broken temporal dampener, you froze 63 cubic feet of TARDIS corridor in a temporal bubble that lasted for 11 days, and that the TARDIS has since incorporated as a permanent architectural feature, because she liked it." He paused. "Also, your hair has been growing at approximately 4 times the normal human rate since you were 2, and I believe you once made a mug slide across the kitchen table without noticing." Harry looked at his hands. "Can I learn it?" "I expect," the Doctor said. "You already are." The TARDIS went everywhere. This is obvious, perhaps, but it is worth saying plainly. She went everywhere. She went to the court of Kublai Khan, where Harry was 7 and sat very quietly under the Doctor's arm during a feast that lasted 4 hours and involved 7 different kinds of meat, and a great deal of argument about tax policy in Cathay. She went to a space station orbiting a gas giant somewhere in what would eventually be called the Mutter's Spiral, where 8-year-old Harry spent a long afternoon pressing his face against the observation glass and watching a storm the size of a continent move across a surface of violet and amber cloud. and thought he would tell Hermione this years later, that if the universe could make something that enormous and that beautiful and that completely unaware of being looked at, then scale was not the right measure of anything. She went to the Egyptian desert in 2450 BC, and Harry helped a man who was not a pharaoh yet to move a very large stone by pointing out that the ramp was at the wrong angle and the friction coefficient was. "I don't know that word," the man said, in a language the TARDIS translated without fuss. "Friction is how much things resist sliding," Harry said. He was 8. He drew it in the sand with a stick. "If you change the angle, less resistance, it'll go easier." The man looked at the drawing for a long time. "You're a very strange child," he said. "Yes," Harry agreed. He was used to this. She went to the Medici court in 1493, where Harry met a man with a beard and a notebook full of drawings of birds, and they spent 2 hours arguing about whether flight could be achieved by following the mechanics of the wing, or whether something else was needed. Something about the shape of the air, until the Doctor had to extract Harry before he accidentally gave the Renaissance a leg up it wasn't scheduled to receive for another 3 decades. "You can't just tell him about lift," the Doctor said, back in the TARDIS. He was almost there anyway. Harry protested. He was 9. "Almost there, and there are completely different points in the timeline, Harry. But why? If he figured it out, how is that different from, because the timeline, but why is the timeline, because—" The Doctor stopped. He looked at Harry. "Because I say so," he said, which was the least convincing thing he had ever said, and he knew it, and Harry knew it, and they both let it lie. She went to a planet that had no name in any human language, where the sky was 3 shades of green and things grew that were not quite plants and were not quite animals, and moved in the wind with a sound like distant bells. And Harry sat in the middle of them and looked at the Doctor with an expression of total, uncomplicated joy and said, "Can we live here?" "No," the Doctor said. "Why not? We live here," the Doctor said, and tapped the side of the TARDIS with one hand. "Everywhere is just visiting." Harry considered this. Then, "What if I want to visit everywhere?" "That," the Doctor said, "is an excellent ambition." The education was unconventional. This is the kindest way to put it. The TARDIS library had everything, but it had no curriculum, no sequence, no scaffolding except the one that Harry built himself by following his own curiosity from room to room. The Doctor taught him the things he thought mattered: how to look before drawing a conclusion, how to admit when you were wrong without making it a catastrophe, how to speak clearly and listen better. Arithmetic, and then algebra because Harry found them satisfying. Basic physics because physics was a language. History because the alternative was not learning from it. He did not teach Harry to fight. This was deliberate, and Harry understood it was deliberate by the time he was 8, because there had been moments, the edge of a Dalek perimeter on a planet whose name sounded like a held breath. A corridor on a space station where something that was not human had moved in the direction Harry was standing, where the Doctor had put himself between Harry and the threat without hesitation, and the thing he'd done was not fight. He talked. He reasoned. He gave things a way out. And when they didn't take it, he ran. "Why don't you fight?" Harry asked once. They were 9 years old and sitting in the kitchen after a landing that had been slightly more eventful than planned, and the Doctor was making tea with the specific energy of someone who needed something to do with their hands. "I do, sometimes," the Doctor said, "when there's genuinely no other option. But not usually. No, not usually." "Why?" The Doctor was quiet for a moment, pouring hot water with surgical precision. "Because I've seen what winning looks like when winning means someone loses. And I've seen what winning looks like when everyone walks away. And the second one is rarer and harder and takes longer, and it's worth every second of that." He handed Harry a mug of tea that was slightly too hot and slightly too sweet, which was how Harry liked it, and sat down. Fighting is the easy choice, mostly. It feels decisive, but decisive isn't the same as right. Harry turned the mug in his hands. "But sometimes you have to." "Sometimes," the Doctor agreed. "The universe doesn't give you the option you want every time. What do you do then?" "Then The doctor said, "You make sure you've tried everything else first, and you make sure you know why, and you make sure," he paused, looking at his own mug, "that you can live with it afterward." Harry nodded slowly. Then, "Is that why you don't talk about the Time War?" The kitchen was very quiet. The doctor looked at him. He was quite certain he had not mentioned the Time War, not by name, not directly. He had perhaps, over the course of 9 years, allowed certain silences to exist in certain shapes that a very observant child might eventually learn to read. "Yes," he said. "That's why." Harry nodded again. He did not ask anything else. He drank his tea. The doctor looked at the child sitting across from him, 9 years old in the kitchen of a machine that had no right to exist, with a lightning bolt scar faint on his forehead, and a mug held in both hands, and the particular quality of attention that the doctor had come to understand was just Harry. Just the way Harry was in the world, fully in it, looking at everything that mattered and not looking away. He thought, "I should have told him more." He thought, "I should have told him less." He thought, "I am doing my absolute best, and I have no idea whether my best is the right shape." He poured himself more tea. The modification of the sonic screwdriver happened over approximately 18 months, beginning when Harry was 8.5. He had found it in the way he found most things, not looking for it, following something else. He had been exploring a corridor in the TARDIS's lower levels, the ones that smelled of machine oil and old electricity, and had found a room full of things the doctor had collected and not yet organized, which was most of what the doctor collected. Spare parts. Alien artifacts. 3 different makes of temporal oscillator, one of which still worked. A hat collection that was extensive and eclectic and told a story the doctor had not yet explained. And in a battered wooden box, underneath a coat he didn't recognize, 3 sonic screwdrivers in various states of disrepair. He brought them to the doctor. He put them on the kitchen table. He said, "What are these?" The doctor looked at them for a while. "Old tools," he said. "Can I have one?" "They don't work." "I know. Can I have one?" The doctor looked at him, then at the screwdrivers. Then he said, "If you break it worse than it already is, I am not fixing it." "Okay," Harry said. He spent the next 6 months disassembling the most broken one. He read everything the TARDIS library had on sonic technology, which was quite a lot, and supplemented it with the physics textbooks he'd already worked through, and supplemented those with 3 long conversations with the doctor, in which the doctor did not help him directly, but did ask the particular kind of question that pointed somewhere useful. He built things that didn't work and took them apart. He redesigned things that were wrong in interesting ways. He broke it worse twice and did not tell the doctor. At 9.5, he had something that worked. It wasn't the same as what it had been. It was smaller. The emitter head was different, and he had added a secondary resonance coil that he'd wound himself from TARDIS coral filament. Because the filament was the most responsive material he'd found, and also the TARDIS had seemed to want him to use it, growing a small spur of it in his room overnight, and then looking, as much as a ship can look, entirely innocent about it in the morning. He pointed it at a broken tea mug. The mug vibrated, and then, not repaired exactly but organized, its fragments drawn together by resonance held in a shape. "You modified it," the doctor said from the doorway, where he had been standing for approximately 2 minutes without Harry noticing. Harry jumped. "You said you weren't going to help." "I'm not helping, I'm observing." He came in and held out his hand. Harry put the screwdriver in it. The doctor turned it over, ran his thumb along the coral filament coil, pointed it at various things, and pressed the activator. His expression moved through several stages. "This," he said finally, "should not work." "It does work." "I know it works. I'm saying it should not. The TARDIS coral doesn't conduct sonic energy at this frequency. It conducts—" He stopped, pointed it again, looked at the readings. "It's not conducting, it's resonating, it's tuned to your specific." He stopped again. "Did you do this deliberately?" "I did it because it seemed right," Harry said, which was the honest answer. "The filament is responding to your magic," the doctor said. He said this the way he said things he hadn't expected, not dismissively, but with a kind of directed attention, the full weight of his intelligence suddenly focused on the object. Your core, your magical signature, the TARDIS coral has been in proximity to that your whole life, and it seems to have. He turned it over again, calibrated to it. It knows you. Like how the wand knows the wizard, Harry said. The doctor looked at him. How do you know about that? Harry gestured at the library, which was answer enough. Yes, the doctor said. Exactly like that. He handed it back. The day you go to get a wand, I want to be there. Why? Because, the doctor said, I have a theory, and I want to find out whether I'm right, and I want to watch Ollivander's face when I find out I'm right. He was 10 years old when the letter arrived. They were in 1986, Tokyo. The doctor had landed them there on purpose. He'd wanted to show Harry the Shinjuku Gion Gardens in autumn, which he maintained were among the top 50 things in the accessible universe, and which Harry had to admit, standing among maples that were doing something with light and color that seemed to exceed what light and color were supposed to be able to do, was probably not an overstatement. The owl found them in the gardens. It was not a Japanese owl. It was clearly British. The particular dogged competence of its flight, the efficient way it landed on Harry's arm, the complete absence of visible confusion about having just crossed the better part of a planet to find a boy in a garden in 1986. All of it was unmistakably Hogwarts. The letter in its beak was sealed with red wax. It smelled, faintly, of something old and stone and lamp lit. Harry looked at it. He looked at the doctor. The doctor was looking at the owl with the expression he got when the universe confirmed a prediction. Not I told you so, something more complicated than that. Something that was partly satisfied and partly not at all satisfied and partly not ready. Open it, he said. Harry opened it. He read it twice. Then he held it out. The doctor read it once, which was enough. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry watched the doctor's face while he read. He had learned to read the doctor's face the way you learn to read weather, not always accurately, not in detail, but in terms of what was coming. There was something moving across it now that Harry hadn't seen before, not exactly. A version of the careful voice, an older version. Is it good? Harry asked. It's necessary, the doctor said, then, seeming to hear how that sounded. Yes, it's good. It's where you'll learn the specific things I can't teach you, the magical part. He gestured vaguely at the letter. Wand technique and potion theory and whatever they teach in astronomy, excellent, you already know. Do I have to go? The doctor looked at him. Yes, he said. Not because I'm sending you away, not because... He stopped and started again, with the specific care he only used when something mattered very much. You have to go because there is a world that is yours, Harry. It was there before I picked you up, and it will be there whether or not you go to it. And you need to understand it, all of it. Not just, he gestured at the maples, at the sky, at the space where the TARDIS was parked invisibly among the trees. Not just what I've shown you, the other part too. The part with Voldemort, Harry said. The doctor was very still. You know that name? I've been in the library. Harry said quietly. I know about the war, I know about my parents. He had not said any of this before. He had known for he wasn't sure exactly. 2 years, possibly. He had read it in a history of 20th century British magical society, shelved improbably between a Martian navigation chart and a complete run of a comic that appeared to be from a civilization that had not yet evolved. He had read it and then sat with it for 2 years, the way you sit with something that is true and enormous and needs time to fit correctly into the shape of who you are. The doctor sat down on a bench among the autumn maples. Harry sat beside him. I'm sorry, the doctor said. I should have. You didn't need to, Harry said. I found it, and it makes sense, and I understand why you took me. He picked a leaf off the bench, red, perfect, the size of his hand. You didn't want me to grow up thinking I had to be what they needed me to be. The doctor said nothing. But I might have to be anyway, Harry said. Not bitterly, not with fear, with the same quality he'd had since he was a baby in a basket, looking up at the TARDIS coral, just looking at the thing clearly. Mightn't I? Maybe, the doctor said. But there's a difference between choosing it and being told to. Harry turned the leaf over in his hands. Will you come to Hogwarts? For the supply run, the wand, the setup. The doctor paused. After that, I can't be there all the time. It needs to be yours, Harry, not mine. If I'm standing behind you, they'll look at me instead of you, and you'll let them, and you shouldn't. But I can call you. I'll give you something you can use to call me. He paused. I'll be there when it matters. How will you know when it matters? I always know. The doctor said, which was not entirely true, but was true enough. Harry sat with the letter on his knee and the red maple leaf in his hands and the autumn light moving through the garden around them, and he was quiet for a while, which was not something 10-year-olds were usually. Then he said, "Are there other kids like me at Hogwarts? Kids who have seen the universe? Kids who—" Harry stopped. "Kids who don't fit exactly in the wizarding world." The doctor thought about Hermione Granger, who he'd looked up, because he looked things up, because he was careful now in a way he hadn't always been. He thought about Ron Weasley, kind and loyal and underestimated. He thought about a dozen others whose files and futures he'd glimpsed in the TARDIS's temporal records, the way light through a window glimpses things without seeing them clearly. "Yes," he said. "I think so." Harry nodded. He folded the letter carefully. He put it in his jacket pocket. "Can we stay here a bit longer?" he asked. "The trees are really something." "Yes," the doctor said, "they really are." They sat in the garden in Tokyo in 1986 among maples that were doing impossible things with autumn light, and neither of them spoke for a while. The owl had gone. The letter was in Harry's pocket. The TARDIS was invisible among the trees, waiting, as she always waited, with the patience of something that had learned how. Above them, a leaf came loose from a high branch and took a long time falling, unhurried, catching light on the way down. And Harry watched it with those green eyes that still, after 10 years, had the quality of seeing everything they looked at. He was 10 years old, and he had seen the Library of Alexandria and the Northern Lights, and storms the size of continents, and the face of a dog dying in Roman shade. He had learned that magic was science without a model yet. He had built a sonic screwdriver from pieces of a broken thing and TARDIS coral that knew him. He had known for 2 years that his parents were dead and had sat with it without letting it curdle. He was 10 years old, and he was not ready, and he was more ready than anyone had any right to be. The TARDIS, in the trees, hummed very softly. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. A boy who has never needed saving. Diagon Alley smelled like possibility. That was the only word Harry could find for it. Standing at the entrance behind the leaky cauldron with the doctor's hand briefly on his shoulder before the doctor removed it. Because the doctor understood, with the specific intelligence of someone who had been watching Harry for 10 years. That Harry did not need steadying, he needed room, and taking in the street ahead of him with the full force of his attention. It was narrow, and it was loud, and it was alive in a way that London's ordinary streets were not alive, which was not a slight against ordinary London streets, because Harry found those interesting too, but this was different. This was a street that had decided the normal rules of commerce and architecture and gravity were suggestions. Owls moved between windows in broad daylight as though this were obvious. A cauldron display outside a shop to Harry's left had arranged itself into a tower that was taller than the shop it belonged to, and apparently unconcerned about this. A boy about Harry's age was pressed against a glass window, watching something writhe inside it with an expression of pure, unmediated want. 2 witches in robes so old they had gone from black to a kind of geological gray were arguing about something in voices designed to carry. And whatever they were arguing about involved a great deal of pointing at a bag that appeared to be arguing back. Harry stood in the entrance and looked at all of it. "Well," the doctor said beside him. "It's brilliant," Harry said. "Yes." The doctor sounded genuinely pleased. He had been here before. Harry knew he had been here before, could tell by the way he didn't look around the same way Harry was looking around, but instead looked at specific things. Like someone returning to a city they know and checking which restaurants are still there. "Where do you want to start?" "I want to look at everything," Harry said, "but we need the wand first." He had thought about this on the TARDIS the day before. There was an order of operations. The wand first, because the wand was the thing that would tell them the most. Ollivanders? The Doctor smiled. He had been waiting for Harry to say that. Gringotts was first, because it had to be. Harry had a vault, which had been a startling sentence when Dumbledore had confirmed it via letter 2 weeks earlier. Your parents left provisions, Mr. Potter. Gringotts will have the details. Harry had read the letter twice, and then put it in the same inside pocket as the Hogwarts acceptance letter, and not mentioned it until they were already on their way. Because it was a large thing, and large things needed time to adjust to before they needed to be said aloud. The goblins did not intimidate Harry. This surprised one of them, a senior clerk named Ragnarok, who dealt with Hogwarts accounts and had developed over several decades the specific professional exhaustion of someone who processed 11-year-olds in a state of wide-eyed terror twice a year, who had expected the usual combination of overwhelm and deference that Potter's vault account tended to produce, given the size of it, and instead found himself in a conversation. Your security system, Harry said, studying the architecture of the main hall with what appeared to be structural interest. The passage down to the vaults. Is the cart tracking system mechanical, or is there a spatial component? Because the geometry when we went down didn't match what I'd expect from a purely mechanical track. There was a dimensional element. Ragnarok looked at him. Then at the Doctor, who was reading a pamphlet about exchange rates with evident interest and studiously not intervening. We don't discuss our security systems, Ragnarok said. I'm not trying to break in, Harry said. I'm just curious. The architecture is genuinely remarkable. You've folded a considerable amount of vertical space into a horizontal footprint. The vaults shouldn't fit. He paused. They shouldn't fit considerably. No, Ragnarok said, they should not. Can I ask how you did it? No. Okay, Harry said pleasantly, but the basic principle is dimensional compression. Like you've expanded the interior relative to the exterior shell, because we use a similar approach, actually. He gestured at the Doctor, who looked up from his pamphlet. The TARDIS, the Doctor said, in the tone of a man confirming something. Ragnarok looked between them. You are not, he said carefully, typical Hogwarts students. He's not going yet, the Doctor said, folding the pamphlet. And no, we typically aren't. The vault was large and extremely full. Harry looked at it for a moment, at the coins, the golden light, the extraordinary weight of accumulated provision, and felt the particular complicated emotion that wealth produces when you encounter it, associated with people you never met, but whose absence has a specific shape in your life. He took what he needed for school supplies without counting it, which was less than he could have, which Ragnarok noted in the particular way goblins note things they intend to remember. On the way out, Harry said to Ragnarok, "Your door runes, top left of the main entrance. The third sequence from the right is a protection schema, isn't it? I've seen something similar in High Gallifreyan." Ragnarok stopped walking. "Where," he said precisely, "has an 11-year-old child encountered High Gallifreyan?" Harry looked at the Doctor. "Library?" They said at the same time. Diagon Alley unfolded around them over the course of 3 hours. Harry moved through it the way he moved through everywhere, not passively, not overwhelmed, but with a quality of active reception, as though the world were information he was choosing how to organize. He bought his books and his cauldron, and his potion supplies with the systematic efficiency he'd learned from the Doctor's approach to procurement on alien planets, which was, know what you need before you arrive, acquire it without distraction, examine everything interesting that isn't what you need on the way back. He bought his robes from Madame Malkin's, where he stood still for measurements, and had a brief conversation with a pale, blonde boy who was there at the same time, and who spoke about the school with the specific confidence of someone who has been told they will arrive important, and has no reason to doubt it. Harry listened to him with genuine interest and mild curiosity. "My father says Dumbledore is losing his grip," the boy said. He had not introduced himself, but this seemed not to concern him. "Too many Muggle-borns let in. Standards, you know." Not really, Harry said. I don't have a baseline for Hogwarts standards yet. What are the metrics you're using to define a decline? The boy blinked. I mean the type of student. Right, but what measurable outcome is worse? Harry pressed. Not aggressively, he was genuinely asking. Newt scores, practical assessment? If the complaint is about student type rather than student outcome, that's a different kind of argument. The boy stared at him. It's a cultural thing, he said with less confidence. Oh, Harry said, I see. He looked at the boy for a moment. What's your name? Draco Malfoy. He said it the way people say names they're confident matter. Harry Potter. He said it the way people say names that are just names. Draco Malfoy's expression did something complicated and fast. You're Potter? Yes, but you're... He looked at Harry, at the completely unremarkable 11-year-old in front of him, with no scar visible under the fringe, no particular aura of destiny, no evidence of the world historical weight his name was supposed to carry. You're not what I know, Harry said pleasantly. Nice to meet you. Madame Malkin declared the robes done, and Harry hopped off the stool and went to find the doctor. How was that? The doctor asked. Informative, Harry said. I think there's going to be a whole category of people who want me to be a specific thing and are going to be annoyed that I'm not. Yes, the doctor said. How do you feel about that? Curious mostly. Good, the doctor said. Stay curious. Ollivanders was the last stop. Harry had been saving it. The doctor had not said anything about this, but he had adjusted the trajectory of the afternoon with the quiet expertise of a man who understood exactly what Harry was doing and why, steering them always slightly away from Ollivanders until the rest of the list was done. Not because he wanted to delay it, because he had learned over 10 years that Harry's instinct for sequencing was almost always correct, and if Harry wanted to arrive at Ollivanders last, there was a reason. The shop was narrow and the shelves were extraordinary. Harry stood in the entrance and looked at them, thousands of long, thin boxes, floor, too, ceiling, dusty and still and full of something that was not quite sound but behaved like it, a kind of held potential, a vibration at the threshold of hearing. He had read about wands. He understood the theory. A core of magical material encased in wood chosen for its resonance with a particular kind of magical signature, the combination as individual as a fingerprint. He understood this the way he understood most things, from the outside in, accurately but without experience. He had brought the sonic screwdriver. It was in his jacket pocket. He had not told the doctor he was bringing it, but the doctor had known and had said nothing, which meant he thought it was a good idea. Garrick Ollivander appeared from between the shelves the way people appear in narrow shops when they have spent decades in them and absorbed the quality of the space. He was old and pale and had eyes like mirrors, not unkind, but reflective, turning what they looked at back on itself. He looked at Harry. He looked for rather a long time. Harry Potter, he said. He said it the way you say a word in a foreign language when you know what it means but have never had occasion to use it aloud. Yes, Harry said. Hello, I wondered when I would see you. He came forward slowly. I knew your parents, of course. Your mother had quite the talent, Willow, 10¼ inches, swishy. Lovely for charms work. He stopped. Your father, Mahogany, 11 inches, excellent for transfiguration. He tilted his head, studying Harry. And you will be... He reached past Harry and drew a box from the shelf, seemingly at random, though nothing Ollivander did was random. Here, beechwood and dragon heartstring. 8½ inches. Harry took it, waved it as instructed. Nothing. No, obviously not. Another box. Maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Nothing happened, and then something happened that was wrong in an interesting way, a faint shimmer, quickly suppressed, as though the wand had started a sentence and then thought better of it. Ollivander took it back, looked at it, looked at Harry. How unusual, he said quietly. He went further into the shelves. He came back with 3 boxes and handed them over in sequence. The second produced a small shower of red sparks that burned out almost immediately. The third did nothing. The first, Harley, it said on the box in Ollivander's careful handwriting, 11 inches, phoenix feather, produced when Harry picked it up, a wave of warm gold light, and then stopped, and then started again, and then produced something else. A sound. A hum. A frequency Harry knew. He reached into his jacket pocket and put the sonic screwdriver on the counter. The wand and the sonic screwdriver hummed at the same frequency. Ollivander stared at the device on his counter, then at the wand in Harry's hand. Then he looked at Harry, and then he looked at the doctor, who was standing at the back of the shop with his hands in his jacket pockets and the expression of a man who has been proven right and is being dignified about it. "What?" Ollivander said. "Is that?" "Sonic resonance tool," Harry said. "I modified it. The amplifier coil is TARDIS coral. It calibrated to my magical signature over time because of proximity, which means it's running at the same base frequency as my." He stopped because Ollivander's expression had moved into a region of professional astonishment that Harry didn't want to crowd. "Sorry, I'm saying they match." "I can hear that they match," Ollivander said. He reached out very slowly toward the sonic screwdriver. He stopped short of touching it. "May I?" "Yes," Harry said. Ollivander picked it up. He turned it over. He was quiet for a long time. "This material," he said, touching the coral coil, "I've never seen anything like it." "It's from a ship," Harry said, "a very old one." "It resonates with the phoenix feather," Ollivander said. He set it back on the counter. He picked up the Harley wand and held it next to the sonic screwdriver, and the sound they made together was not quite harmony and not quite unison, something between, a chord that the human ear understood as right before the brain understood why. "The feather," he said almost to himself, "came from the same phoenix as one other wand, one other only. I have always believed that wand would do great things." He looked at Harry. "It has done great and terrible things both." "I know," Harry said. Ollivander looked at him more carefully. "You know quite a lot for a child." "I've had time," Harry said. Ollivander's gaze moved to the doctor again. The doctor gave a small, precise nod. Something passed between them, not words, not exactly, and Ollivander turned back to Harry with a new quality of attention, something that had shifted from professional assessment into something more like genuine interest in a phenomenon. "I would very much like," he said, "to understand whether that device can be integrated structurally with the wand, or whether the resonance is simply sympathetic." "I've been thinking about that," Harry said. "I thought you might have." Ollivander looked at the screwdriver. "The wood cannot be modified, the core cannot be touched. But the housing, the hilt, effectively, there are theoretical grounds for an external resonance chamber that would amplify the wand's detection capabilities without altering its fundamental nature." He paused. "Theoretical." "I know how to wind a resonance coil," Harry said. "I can see that." "And the coral is responsive to—" "Yes, I suspect it would be." Ollivander set the wand carefully on the counter. "I will not do this myself. The modification of a wand's housing is not illegal precisely, but it is unprecedented, and I am not in the habit of unprecedented." He looked at Harry. "But I will not tell you not to, and I will tell you that if it works, if the resonance amplifies the wand's sensitivity to magical signatures, you would have, in theory, a detection instrument of extraordinary precision." He paused. "Not a weapon." "I don't want a weapon," Harry said. "No." Ollivander said, looking at him steadily. "I don't believe you do." He wrapped the wand in tissue. He put it in the box. He held it out. 7 galleons, and tell me in future years how it goes." Harry paid him. He picked up the box and the sonic screwdriver and put them both carefully in his jacket pocket. At the door, Ollivander said, "Mr. Potter." Harry turned. "The wand chooses the wizard. We say this because it is true, and because in 10,000 cases it is sufficient. But I have spent 60 years in this shop, and I have occasionally encountered a wizard the wand recognizes not because of what they are, but because of what they will do." He was quiet for a moment. "I believe you are one of those. I also believe—" He looked past Harry at the doctor for just a moment, "that you have been very unusually prepared for the fact." He retreated into the shelves. The door closed behind them. On the street, the doctor said, "Well, you knew," Harry said, "about the frequency. That's why you wanted to be there." "I had a theory," the doctor said. "It wasn't a theory." "It was a strongly supported hypothesis," the doctor said. "That is a technically different thing." Harry looked at the box in his pocket. Then he looked at the street around them, the noise, the owls, the cauldron tower, the argument still ongoing about the bag, and he breathed in the smell of it, which was all candle wax and spell, smoke and old stone and something green, something alive. "I like it here," he said, not with surprise. With something more settled. "I knew I would, I think, but I like it." "Yes," the doctor said, "I thought you would." Albus Dumbledore was waiting for them at the entrance to the leaky cauldron. He was sitting at a corner table with a glass of something warm, wearing robes of deep blue and looking, in the afternoon light coming through the tavern windows, both extremely old and extremely present. He did not look surprised to see them. He had not looked surprised in perhaps 70 years. Harry saw him and said quietly, "Is that Dumbledore?" "Yes," the doctor said. He knew we'd come out this way. He knew we'd go to Ollivander's last. He worked backward from there. The doctor had known this too, had known Dumbledore would be here, had chosen to let it happen rather than route around it, because Harry needed to meet Dumbledore before Hogwarts, needed to meet him when the doctor was still present, still visible, so that the shape of things was clear from the beginning. "Don't let him do the twinkle," the doctor said quietly. "What twinkle? You'll see." Dumbledore rose as they approached. He was tall, which Harry had not quite anticipated despite knowing it intellectually, and his eyes were, the doctor had warned him about this, an extraordinarily clear blue that did something shrewd beneath the warmth, something that was calculating in the way of very good chess players. Seeing 5 moves ahead and letting you see them seeing it, the twinkle, Harry noted, was genuinely hard to resist. It was the expression of a man who found everything slightly delightful and was inviting you to find it delightful with him. "Harry," Dumbledore said, warmly. "How remarkable to meet you at last." He extended his hand. Harry shook it. "And you, Doctor?" Something passed across Dumbledore's face that was not warmth exactly, but was adjacent to respect, the specific respect of one very old thing for another very old thing. "Albus," the doctor said. They sat. Tom, the barman, who had been pretending not to watch, brought things nobody had ordered and disappeared. "I trust the day has been productive," Dumbledore said. "Very," Harry said. He studied Dumbledore across the table with the same quality of attention he gave everything, which Dumbledore clearly noticed, and equally clearly found both pleasing and slightly unsettling. "You know about the TARDIS?" "A reasonable deduction." "And you know roughly where I've been and what I've learned?" "Not a question." "I know considerably less than I'd like," Dumbledore said, "which is, I suspect, intentional." He glanced at the doctor. "It's not a secret," Harry said. "I've been traveling, I've seen a lot. I've had a fairly unusual education." "Yes." Dumbledore's fingers moved against the table, not nervously, but thoughtfully, the way someone moves their hands when they are deciding how much to say. "And have you been told, has anyone discussed with you the nature of what happened on the night your parents died?" "Some of it," Harry said. "I know there's a prophecy. I know Voldemort." Dumbledore's slight reaction to the name registered was filed. "Tried to kill me, and something about my mother's sacrifice meant it didn't work, and the protection it created ended up being permanent." He paused. "And I know there's something in my scar that shouldn't be there." The table was quiet. Dumbledore looked at the doctor. The doctor said nothing. "How long have you known that last part?" Dumbledore said carefully. "Since I was old enough to read the books that explained it," Harry said. "I didn't have a word for it until fairly recently, but the TARDIS's instruments have been reading it since I was a baby." He watched Dumbledore's face. "You knew too." "I have suspected," Dumbledore said. "For some time." "Okay," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. "You are not distressed." "I'm not distressed," Harry said. "I've had time to sit with it. It's a very large thing. But it doesn't help to be distressed about large things before you understand them well enough to do anything about them." He held Dumbledore's gaze. "I'd like to understand it, properly. I'd like to know everything you know about Horcruxes and about what's in my scar and about what the prophecy actually says, rather than what people have decided it means." He paused. "When the time is right for that conversation, I understand it's not now." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment that lasted several seconds longer than silence usually lasts. Then he said, very carefully, "You are not what I expected." "I know," Harry said. "What did you expect?" "A child," Dumbledore said. "A child shaped by loss and by smallness and by a particular kind of hunger for the world that comes from being kept away from it." He was being more honest, Harry thought, than he usually was. There was something about Harry's directness that was pulling directness out of him in return, a kind of conversational reflex. "A child I could guide. Not because I wish to control, I want you to believe that, Harry, whatever else, but because I believe that child would need guidance towards something he didn't yet understand." "And instead," Harry said. "And instead," Dumbledore agreed. "You have been guided extensively and toward a great many things, and you arrive here understanding considerably more than most adults, which makes my task simultaneously easier and more complicated." "Because I can make better choices," Harry said. "But you can't rely on me making the choices you'd make." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. "Precisely." Across the table, the doctor had been entirely still, which was unusual enough that Harry registered it without looking. The doctor was still in the way of someone choosing not to speak and finding it effortful. "I'm going to go to Hogwarts," Harry said to Dumbledore. "I'm going to learn everything I can. I'm going to figure out the Horcrux problem and the prophecy problem and the Voldemort problem in a way that doesn't require, in a way that ends well for as many people as possible." He picked up the thing Tom had brought him, which turned out to be pumpkin juice, and drank some of it. "But I need you to tell me things when I ask. Not the version shaped for 11-year-olds, the actual version." "You are 11, Dumbledore said. "In years," Harry agreed pleasantly. Another silence. Then Dumbledore smiled, not the twinkle, something realer, something that reached his eyes in a different way. "I will endeavor," he said. "To be honest with you, Harry, I cannot promise I will succeed in every instance. I am a man of considerable age with a great many ingrained habits of protection, but I will endeavor." "That's all I'm asking," Harry said. They finished their drinks. Dumbledore took his leave with the particular grace of very old men who have learned that exits are as important as entrances. At the door he paused and looked back and said, mostly to Harry but partly to the space the doctor occupied, "He would have been proud of you. Your father, enormously, helplessly proud." He left. Harry looked at the table for a moment. Then he picked up the last of his pumpkin juice and finished it. The doctor said after a while, "You all right?" "Yes," Harry said. "He meant it. He's going to be complicated. Very. He thinks in long games. He's had a long time to practice." "He wants what's right," Harry said slowly. "He genuinely does. He's just decided he knows what right looks like and he's having trouble imagining it looking different." He put the empty glass down. "That's a specific kind of dangerous." The doctor looked at him. "Yes," he said, "it is." "Is that what the Time Lords were like?" The doctor was quiet for a long moment. "Sometimes," he said. Harry nodded. He reached into his pocket and put the wand box on the table and then the sonic screwdriver beside it and looked at them both. Two things tuned to the same frequency. Two things that had found each other without being directed toward each other, the way everything in the universe that resonated eventually found its resonance. "Before Hogwarts," he said. "Can we go somewhere good?" "Where?" the doctor asked. Harry thought about it. "Somewhere with a sky I haven't seen yet," he said. "I know just the place," the doctor said. He left a tip for Tom, an Aldebaranian coin that was worth, in the appropriate economy, significantly more than the drinks. And they walked out into Diagon Alley in the late afternoon, and the owls were still moving overhead. And the argument about the bag had been resolved somehow in favor of the bag. And somewhere in the middle of the crowd, a child Harry's age was laughing at something with a pure, uncomplicated delight that carried over the street noise like a bell. Harry listened to it for a moment. Then he followed the doctor into the crowd, and the TARDIS was waiting where they'd left it, invisible between Gringotts and a shop selling high-end telescope equipment. And the door opened before they reached it, because she was ready, as she was always ready. And the hum of her as they stepped inside was warm and deep, and very much like coming home. 3 weeks later, An owl arrived at the TARDIS with a second Hogwarts letter, confirming Harry's place on the Hogwarts Express on September the 1st. The Doctor pinned it to the console room wall. He looked at it for a while. Then he went and found the sonic screwdriver. His one, the working one, the current model, green, tipped and full of 21st century adjustments, and he sat down at the console and began working on a secondary device. Something smaller. Something tuned to the TARDIS's own frequency, so that wherever Harry was, Hogwarts, a train, a corridor, a graveyard, wherever the long years ahead decided to put him, the signal would reach. It took him 2 days. He gave it to Harry on August 31st, wrapped in a square of TARDIS blue fabric tied with string, the way you wrap things when you don't have a box. Harry unwrapped it and looked at it for a long moment. "For emergencies," the Doctor said. "Or boredom," Harry said. "Or boredom." The Doctor agreed. Harry put it carefully in his trunk, between 2 books on advanced transfiguration theory and the modified sonic wand. Brace he had, over the past weeks, begun constructing in the workshop room the TARDIS had quietly provided. He closed the trunk. He sat on the edge of his bed in his room in the TARDIS, which the ship had rearranged subtly over 11 years to accommodate 11 years of him. The shelves of books, the notes pinned to the wall, the star charts, the small piece of frozen TARDIS corridor in the corner that the ship had incorporated and which had, somehow, become the thing Harry most associated with home. He looked around it. "I'll come back," he said, not to the Doctor, to the ship. The ship hummed. Yes, it said, in the way she said things that were not words. "You will." End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4, The Sorted and the Unsortable. The Hogwarts Express left King's Cross at 11 o'clock on the 1st of September, and Harry Potter was on it, which was not remarkable. What was remarkable, though no one on platform 9 and 3 quarters knew it yet, because remarkable things require context to register as remarkable, was the quality of attention he brought to the act of being on it. He found a compartment near the middle of the train. He put his trunk up with the methodical efficiency of someone who had learned to stow things properly on a vessel, where improperly stowed things occasionally ended up in 1987. And he sat down. And he looked out the window at the platform thinning, and then at London thinning, and then at the green enormity of England opening up around the train, and he felt something he didn't immediately have a word for. It was, he decided after examining it carefully, something like anticipation. But quieter than that. More patient. The kind of feeling you get when something you have known was coming for a long time finally begins arriving, and the knowing and the arriving match each other, and there is something almost restful about that, even if what's arriving is large. The compartment door opened before the train had cleared the suburbs. The boy who came in was tall for 11, with a long nose and more freckles than seemed strictly necessary, trailing what appeared to be a broken wand held together at the middle with some electrical tape that was doing its best. He looked at Harry with the open, uncomplicated assessment of someone who has grown up in a large family and therefore has no particular anxiety about strangers, because strangers are just people you haven't argued with yet. "Everywhere else is full," he said, "or full of people." He said people with the specific emphasis of someone indicating a category of person they'd rather not sit with. "Can I?" "Yes," Harry said. The boy sat down. He put his own trunk up with considerably less efficiency than Harry had. It took 3 attempts and 1 alarming moment when the trunk appeared to make a decision about falling, and then reconsidered, and then dropped into the seat across from Harry and exhaled the exhale of someone who has been managing a situation for several hours and is glad to stop. "Ron Weasley," he said. "Harry Potter," Harry said. Ron Weasley absorbed this. He looked at Harry's forehead briefly with the involuntary compulsion of someone who had been told to look for the scar and who was now trying not to look for it and who was therefore looking at it quite directly and then looked away. "Right," Ron said. "So you're yeah." "Yes," Harry agreed. "I have about 12 brothers," Ron said, which was not precisely what he meant to say, but was what came out, which Harry would come to understand was fairly standard for Ron Weasley. 5. I have 5 brothers and a sister. So I grew up. There's a lot of stories about you in our family, and I just want to say I'm not going to be weird about it." "I appreciate that," Harry said. "Fred and George, my brothers, they've got a bet about whether you're brilliant or whether the stories are exaggerated. Fred says brilliant. George says probably exaggerated but interesting either way." He paused. "I'm not supposed to tell you about the bet." "I won't tell them," Harry said. "Who do you think wins?" Ron looked at him. "Too early to say," he said, which was honest, which Harry immediately liked. They talked about Quidditch for 20 minutes. Ron's passionate and detailed knowledge of it meeting Harry's genuine curiosity about the physics, which produced an unexpectedly satisfying conversation about whether the Wronski feint was more about the initial acceleration or the angle of the pull. Up, a question Ron had never been asked in quite that way, and which sent him into an animated analysis that lasted until the trolley which arrived. Harry bought a significant quantity of things from the trolley without having any cultural context for most of them. He tried a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean and got something that tasted precisely like the machine oil smell of the TARDIS's lower corridors, which was so specific and so inexplicable that he spent a moment genuinely impressed by it. He tried a chocolate frog and read the card inside. Dumbledore, naturally, because the universe had a sense of humor, and found the short biographical text considerably less complete than what he already knew, which was not a criticism of the card, just an observation. "You don't look like how I thought you'd look," Ron said, eating a cauldron cake. "What did you think I'd look like?" Ron considered this. "More," he moved his hands vaguely, indicating something. "You know, more." "I'm 11, Harry said. "Yeah, but you're yeah." Ron gave up on the sentence. "Where did you grow up then?" "Everyone thought you were with your Muggle relatives." "I was with a friend," Harry said. "We traveled." "Traveled where?" Harry looked out the window at the green English countryside moving past. He thought about Tokyo in autumn and the northern lights and a planet with 3 shades of sky. "Quite a lot of places," he said. Ron looked at him for a moment. "George was right," he said. "Interesting either way." The other person who came into the compartment was Hermione Granger, and she came in the middle of looking for a toad. She knocked first, which already distinguished her from most people, and then opened the door and said, "Have you seen a toad?" A boy named Neville's lost one, while simultaneously scanning the compartment with the efficiently cataloging gaze of someone who is doing 3 things at once, all of them properly. "No toad," Harry said. "Right." She looked at them. Her gaze went to Harry's forehead with the same involuntary compulsion Ron's had, but recovered more quickly, redirected into a more general assessment. "You're Harry Potter." "Yes. I've read about you." "Well, about the events of 1981. The primary sources are limited because there was very little documentation at the time, but Hogwarts. A history has a brief section on the Voldemort years, and there are several accounts in the—" "I know," Harry said. "I've read most of them. The Binns monograph is more comprehensive, but it has a bias toward the Ministry's interpretation that you have to account for." Hermione Granger stopped talking, which was, Ron would later tell him, not something that happened quickly or easily. She looked at Harry. She sat down. "The Binns monograph," she said carefully, "is not on the Hogwarts reading list." "No," Harry agreed. "Where did you find it?" "Library," Harry said. "The Hogwarts library doesn't have it. I checked the catalogue." "Different library," Harry said. Hermione looked at him with the expression of someone encountering a data point that doesn't fit the model and deciding, on reflection, that they'd rather update the model than discard the data point. "Hermione Granger," she said. "Harry Potter, you've deduced that. This is Ron Weasley." "Hello," Ron said from behind a cauldron cake. "Hello," Hermione said, with the brisk courtesy of someone who is being polite as efficiently as possible. She turned back to Harry. "You said the Binns monograph has a ministry interpretation bias. What specifically?" "His treatment of the pureblood legislation of the 1940s, Harry said. "He frames it as an internal ministry debate without contextualizing it within the broader pattern of blood-based discrimination going back to the 17th century. which makes Voldemort's ideology look like a sudden emergence rather than a continuation of something with a very long history. Hermione was quiet for a moment. "I hadn't thought of that," she said. She sounded slightly annoyed about not having thought of it, which Harry recognized as the specific annoyance of someone who has very high standards for their own thinking. "It's not obvious if you only read the approved texts," Harry said. "You need the comparative history to see it." "Where do you get the comparative history?" "You ask someone with a very large library and no particular allegiance to the approved curriculum," Harry said. "Who?" Harry smiled. "I'll tell you when we know each other better." Hermione looked at him with an expression that had shifted from data, cataloging to something more alert, the expression of someone who has found a problem more interesting than expected and is revising their plans accordingly. She sat back. "What do you know about transfiguration theory?" she asked. "Molecular rearrangement constrained by intent and fueled by magical energy," Harry said. "The wand as focusing and amplification apparatus rather than source. The caster's will as the actual mechanism of the transformation, which raises interesting questions about whether the change is taking place at the particle level or whether there's some kind of intermediate." "It's at the particle level," Hermione said with great certainty. "Is it? Because the conservation issues get complicated if it's at the particle level. You're converting mass to different configurations without apparent energy cost that scales correctly with the size of the conversion, which suggests either our model of conservation is incomplete in magical contexts, or the magic is drawing on an energy source we haven't correctly measured, or the rules are different," Hermione said. "In magical contexts." "Sure," Harry said, "but that's not an explanation, that's a deferral. The rules are different is a placeholder for when we don't have the model yet." Hermione stared at him. "That's," she started. "Annoying," Harry offered. "True," she said with some difficulty. "That's true." Ron Weasley looked between them with the expression of someone watching a sport they don't play but are finding unexpectedly watchable. He ate another cauldron cake. "Hogwarts arrived the way it arrives for everyone, out of darkness and across black water, enormous and lit and implausible, the kind of building that the rational mind keeps trying to reclassify as a landscape feature, because no building should reasonably be that large. The other first." Years around Harry gasped and pointed and made the particular sounds of people encountering something that exceeds expectation, which is a lovely sound, an honest sound. Harry looked at it in silence. It was not that he was unmoved. He was, in fact, moved considerably. There was something about Hogwarts, about the way it sat in its landscape, that he hadn't been able to predict from any amount of reading, a quality of presence that was nothing like the TARDIS's presence and very much like it at the same time. Both of them were buildings that were more inside than outside. Both of them had been there long enough to become something other than architecture. Both of them, he felt with a certainty he couldn't source more precisely than felt, were in some sense alive. He looked at Hogwarts across the black water. He said very quietly to no one in particular, "Hello." Something in the castle, he would not have been able to explain how he knew this, but he knew it, seemed to register the greeting. The sorting hat was old. Harry could feel this the moment it was placed on his head. Not old the way ancient things are old in museums, preserved and inert, but old the way the TARDIS was old, actively and continuously old. Having been in the business of existing for so long that existing had become very complicated and very rich. It was not a comfortable hat. It smelled of dust and old magic and something that might have been, a very long time ago, someone's particular quality of thought. It spoke inside his head in a voice that was not quite his and not quite not his. "Well," it said, "this is unusual, is it?" Harry thought back. 11 years of first years, the hat said, and none of them has been wherever you have been. What's in here is, it's quite a lot. It's a very great deal, actually. Sorry, Harry thought, don't be. There was something that might have been amusement in the hat's ancient voice. "Let me look." Harry waited. Around him, through the thick felt, he could hear the great hall being quiet in the particular way that crowds go quiet when something is taking longer than expected. Ravenclaw would take you immediately, the hat said. The intelligence is substantial. The curiosity is almost architectural. It structures everything else. Most Ravenclaws would be quite content to have you, but... Harry thought, but you don't think for the sake of thinking. You think in order to act, in order to help. There's a warmth in here that Ravenclaw's logic doesn't quite account for. It runs underneath everything else, quieter than the intelligence, but deeper, I think. Older. A pause. Hufflepuff would understand that warmth. But Hufflepuff values loyalty and constancy, and you are constitutionally a person in motion. Stillness isn't in you. Not yet. And Slytherin? Harry thought because it was honest to ask. The ambition is there. A desire to understand everything, to be at the center of things, to matter. But in Slytherin, that desire turns inward toward the self, toward the house, toward the blood. Yours turns outward. It always turns outward. That's the difference. Another pause longer, which leaves Gryffindor. Everyone's going to assume that's where I end up, Harry thought, given the history. Does that bother you? Harry thought about it honestly. No, he decided. I just want to make sure it's the right call. It is, the hat said, and there was something in its tone that was neither the mechanical execution of a sorting function nor the warmth of personal investment, but something that lived between those things. Something that was perhaps just the accumulated weight of knowing thousands of people and understanding, in the end, that the categories were approximations and the people were real. The bravery in you isn't the reckless kind. It isn't the glory-seeking kind. It's the kind that comes from having seen enough of the universe to know what's worth standing in front of. Gryffindor needs more of that kind. It's been a while. All right, Harry thought. One more thing, the hat said. Yes. Whatever is in your scar, I can feel it from here. You know what it is. Yes, Harry thought, you're not afraid of it, not yet. The hat was quiet for a moment. Good, it said finally. Fear makes it harder to think clearly. You'll need to think very clearly about that one. And then, louder, addressing the whole, Gryffindor. Harry took the hat off and handed it to Professor McGonagall, who was watching him with an expression she was working to keep neutral and not entirely succeeding. He walked to the Gryffindor table and sat down, and the table applauded. And across the hall, he could see that Hermione was watching him with the focused interest of someone running a calculation. And Ron was grinning with the open, uncomplicated pleasure of things going as hoped. Harry looked at the enchanted ceiling, the night sky above, stars visible through the simulated dark, an astronomical display of such scope and accuracy that he immediately began identifying constellations, because he couldn't not, and thought, right, here we are then. Hogwarts in those first weeks was a series of collisions, not bad ones mostly. Just the particular impact that happens when a person shaped by one set of experiences encounters a world built on a completely different set of assumptions, and both the person and the world have to adjust. Hogwarts had been educating witches and wizards for 1,000 years, and had, over that time, developed a very settled idea of what a Hogwarts student was. Harry was not quite it. He was not the worst student. He was not the best. He was uneven in a way that confused his teachers, because his unevenness didn't follow any of the usual patterns. He wasn't strong in practical and weak in theory, or strong in the memorization subjects and weak in the creative ones. He was strong in the things that interested him and distracted in the things that didn't, which sounds simple but isn't, because the things that interested him were not the things that usually interested students. Transfiguration interested him enormously, which Professor McGonagall registered within the first 2 lessons and found both gratifying and slightly disorienting. He asked questions she had not been asked in 30 years of teaching, precise, theoretical questions about the mechanism of transformation, about why the caster's intent mattered to the outcome at the molecular level, about whether the transformation persisted in the absence of continued magical attention, or whether it required some kind of ongoing input to maintain. She answered them with rigor, and found the answers led to further questions, and within 3 weeks had extended him beyond the first-year curriculum into reading material she usually reserved for newts. "You're annoying Professor McGonagall," Ron told him, cheerfully, one evening in the common room. "I don't think I'm annoying her," Harry said. He was reading a paper on the thermodynamics of transfiguration that McGonagall had given him with the expression of someone handing someone something they're not sure they should be handed. "She gets a specific face when she's working harder than she planned to," Ron said. "It's the same face she got when Fred submitted a homework assignment that was technically correct, but argued the opposite of what she'd asked for. This is less annoying but more continuous." "I'm not trying to be difficult," Harry said. "I know," Ron said. "That's what makes it interesting." Potions, which Harry had expected to be chemistry in a different vocabulary, turned out to be more interesting than chemistry precisely because it wasn't. The logic of it was not molecular in the straightforward sense. It was intentional at a level that chemistry wasn't, the outcome of a potion dependent not only on the correct ingredients and conditions, but on the quality of attention the brewer brought to the process. Snape's teaching, beneath the theatrical contempt, which Harry observed as theatrical from the first lesson, because he had seen the real thing and this was a performance, carefully calibrated, was rigorous in a way he hadn't expected. Snape noticed Harry noticing this. He did not acknowledge it. But in the second week of term, when he was walking between the work tables doing the particular kind of inspection that was part quality control and part intimidation, he paused at Harry's station for longer than elsewhere, looked at the potion in progress, said nothing, and moved on. Harry filed this under interesting data and continued. Hermione was, from the beginning, the most important academic relationship Harry had at Hogwarts. This was not because she was the most brilliant. She was certainly brilliant, probably the most technically proficient student in the year, but because she was the only person who argued with him properly. Everyone else, when Harry said something that contradicted the established model, either deferred to the established model or deferred to Harry. Hermione did neither. She had her own view, she had her own sources, and she brought both to any disagreement with a force and precision that Harry found genuinely bracing. Their first proper argument happened in the second week, over transfiguration homework. "Molecular rearrangement," Harry said. He was at the library table, writing up his thoughts on the first lesson. "That's the mechanism." "I know that's what you think," Hermione said. She was sitting across from him, surrounded by 4 reference texts, because Hermione Granger did not sit across from a research problem with fewer than 4 reference texts. "But it doesn't account for the mass discrepancy. If it's molecular, where does the excess mass go when you're converting something large into something small, or come from in the reverse?" Harry looked up. "The energy budget," he said. "It's in the magical energy expenditure. The effort of the larger conversion accounts for the mass differential through the casters. That would require an energy-to-mass conversion coefficient that we've never measured," Hermione said. "And if that coefficient existed and was consistent, we'd be able to calculate the effort required for any given transformation in advance, which we can't." "We can't yet," Harry said. "That doesn't mean the coefficient doesn't exist. You can't build an argument on unmeasured constants. Science builds arguments on unmeasured constants all the time. That's what hypotheses are." "This isn't," she stopped. "This isn't science." "Everything is science," Harry said, which he knew even as he said it was too sweeping, but it was where the logic went. "Science is just the methodology of understanding things correctly. Magic is a phenomenon. It has rules. The fact that we haven't measured all of them doesn't mean they don't exist." Hermione looked at him across the library table. Her jaw was tight in the way it went when she was doing the intellectual equivalent of deciding whether to concede or redouble. "I have never," she said finally, "met someone who makes me feel like I need to read more and read differently at the same time." "Is that a compliment?" "I'm choosing to make it one," she said. She pulled the top reference text toward her. "Show me the paper you're using for the energy expenditure argument," he showed her. She read it with the speed and thoroughness of someone for whom reading was a physical activity, leaning slightly forward, eyes moving in the particular focused pattern of genuine comprehension rather than surface processing. She finished. She said, "The methodology has a flaw. The energy measurements were taken post-transformation rather than during, which means they're missing the peak expenditure data." "Yes," Harry said, "but the conclusion still holds even with incomplete data." "It might still hold," she said. "There's a difference." "Fair," Harry admitted. She looked at him. Something settled in her face, not concession, but the particular expression of someone deciding to take something seriously, which was different and in some ways more significant. "Where did you learn to think like this?" she asked. "I told you," Harry said. "Someone with a very large library." "And no allegiance to the approved curriculum," she said, repeating his words from the train. "Who?" "His name is the Doctor," Harry said. He considered how to frame it. "He's the person who raised me. He's been in the business of understanding things for a very long time." Hermione considered this. "Is he a wizard?" "No, but he knows about the magical world." "He knows about a great many worlds," Harry said. "This one is one of them?" Hermione looked at him for a moment longer. Then she went back to her references. "Tell me more about the TARDIS coral," she said. "You mentioned it on the train, in the context of the sonic device. I've been thinking about it, and I have several questions." Year 1 resolved itself the way it had to. There was a 3-headed dog. There was a trapdoor. There was a series of obstacles that Harry worked through with a logic he had applied to harder problems in smaller spaces, always with the sense. A background sense. Not quite worry, more like heightened attention. That what he was looking for at the end of them was going to be the first genuinely unreasonable thing he had encountered at Hogwarts. He was right. Quirrell's classroom had always felt wrong. Not in a way Harry could immediately source. A quality of the air, a resonance in the wrong place. Something that the part of him calibrated by years of TARDIS instruments registered as anomalous before his conscious mind caught up. By the time he worked it out mid-year, following a constellation of small data points that no one else was collecting, he had a reasonably clear picture of the shape of the problem, even if the specifics were still resolving. He told Hermione. He did not tell Ron at the same time, which he'd done not to exclude Ron, but because Hermione's first response was always to check the reasoning, and Harry wanted the reasoning checked before he expanded the circle. Hermione's response was, "That's insane!" "Yes," Harry agreed. "You're certain?" "The resonance readings are consistent across 6 weeks of observation," Harry said. He showed her the small notebook he'd been keeping, dense with observations, measurements taken with the modified sonic, patterns mapped. "And the protection on the stone is multiple, layered, which means someone in authority designed it to protect something genuinely significant, which means it's not a theoretical exercise," Hermione finished. "Someone is actually trying to get it." "Someone with access to Quirrell," Harry said. "Which means someone with access to Hogwarts, which means—" "Voldemort," Hermione said. She said the name without flinching, which Harry had noticed before and appreciated because it was another point of consistency between them, the refusal to let a word function as a weapon by treating it as unspeakable. "Or what's left of him," Harry said. They went down through the trapdoor at the end of May, all 3 of them, because Ron had been told by then and had said, "Brilliant, let's go," with the cheerful courage of someone for whom bravery and stupidity occupied the same general postcode, which Harry was coming to understand was actually a form of strength, a willingness to act before calculation was complete, which he personally lacked and which had its uses. Hermione's logic puzzle was a genuine pleasure to watch. She moved through it with the speed of someone who'd been solving puzzles her whole life and had found, in magical puzzles, a domain that didn't bore her. Ron's chess game was extraordinary. Harry watched Ron sacrifice his own peace and did not say anything, because some things needed to happen, and some things that needed to happen were not helped by commentary. He went on alone. Quirrell was there, and Voldemort was there. What was left of Voldemort, which was not much, which was not nothing, which was the specific horror of something that had reduced itself to almost nothing and was still operational. and Harry stood in the underground chamber and felt, for the first time, the difference between understanding a thing and meeting it. He had understood, intellectually, that Voldemort was dangerous. He had understood that the scar on his forehead was connected to him in ways that ran deep and ran wrong. He had read the history, heard the doctor's careful summaries, held it in his mind as a fact. Standing in the chamber, with the face in the back of Quirrell's head turning to look at him, he felt the resonance from his scar flare, a recognition, like two things that have been apart for a long time suddenly in proximity again, and what he felt was not terror exactly, though there was something of that. What he felt was the specific chill of encountering something that did not respond to observation or reason or the careful application of curiosity and intelligence. It looked at him, and it wanted something, and what it wanted was simple and absolute and completely outside the vocabulary of everything the doctor had taught him. It wanted to use him. He reached for the mirror because he had already reasoned out the mirror, had already thought through the protection, and he did not let himself think about the thing in the scar, the recognition, the pull of it. He focused. He used the methodical precision the doctor had spent 10 years building in him. He got the stone. The magic that erupted when Quirrell grabbed him, Lily Potter's sacrifice, still burning, still active after 10 years and carrying into his skin, into his hands, into every point of contact, was not something Harry did. It was something he was. He had not known, not entirely, that the protection worked that way in physical contact. He had known in theory. The reality was different from the theory, as realities always were. Quirrell burned, and then crumbled, and then was gone, and Harry collapsed and lay on the cold stone and looked at the ceiling and breathed. Voldemort's voice came last, that thread of him, escaping, passing through Harry in a way that made the scar scream and the room tilt. And Harry lay still and felt it go, and what he felt as it left was not relief exactly. He felt it as information. He knew now what that resonance felt like from the inside. He had a data point. He lay on the cold stone and catalogued it with the methodical care of someone who knew they were going to need to understand this very precisely, much later, when the stakes were considerably higher. He passed out before he could organize the catalogue. He woke in the hospital wing to find Dumbledore sitting beside his bed. They talked for a while. Dumbledore was warm and honest in the way he had been at the Leaky Cauldron, warm genuinely, honest within his limits, those limits visible to Harry as the places where the warmth did the work, the honesty wouldn't. He asked how Harry felt. Harry told him he felt functional, which was true. He asked whether Harry had been frightened. Harry said he had been appropriately concerned, which made Dumbledore look at him with the expression of a man recalibrating something internal. "The stone has been destroyed," Dumbledore said. "Good," Harry said. "Nicholas Flamel—" He and his wife have enough elixir to set their affairs in order." "That's sad," Harry said. He meant it plainly. Dumbledore looked at him. "Yes," he said, "it is." A pause. "Most people your age would not think immediately of the human cost. I've spent a lot of time with someone who does." Harry said. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "The doctor," he said. "Yes." "How is he?" Harry thought about it. "He checks in. He's around." "Good," Dumbledore said, and something in his voice was both genuine and resigned, the voice of a man who has accepted a complication and is working with it. He stood. "Rest, Harry. You've done something rather remarkable." "I've set a precedent I was hoping to avoid," Harry said. "Oh?" "I was hoping not to be the person who solves things by running into them personally," Harry said. "I was hoping to be more peripheral. More," he looked for the word. "Structural." Dumbledore tilted his head. "What do you mean by structural?" "I mean," Harry paused. "Voldemort is going to come back. We both know that. And when he does, there's going to be pressure, a lot of pressure, for there to be a specific confrontation, because the prophecy implies one, because the narrative implies one, because people want there to be a clear moment where it's over. But that's not how problems actually end. They end when you've removed every condition that allowed them to continue." He looked at Dumbledore. "I'd rather work on the conditions." Dumbledore was very still. "You know about the Horcruxes," he said. I know the theory, Harry said. Consciousness anchoring, I know Voldemort used it. I know the stone was never the real problem. Dumbledore sat back down. They talked for a long time after that, longer than Madame Pomfrey thought was appropriate. And she said so twice, and was ignored twice, which was par for the course with Dumbledore. They talked carefully and around the edges of things, both of them aware of what the other knew and both of them negotiating in the civil way of two people who respect each other's intelligence, how much to confirm. It was not a full conversation. It was the beginning of one that would take years. When Dumbledore left, he paused at the door. I underestimated you, he said, not with embarrassment, with the directness of a man making a factual correction. I planned for a different boy. I know, Harry said. I'm not sure, Dumbledore said, whether the boy I planned for would have done better or worse tonight. Better at the confrontation, probably, Harry said. Worse at everything after. Dumbledore smiled. Perhaps, he said. He left. Harry lay back and looked at the ceiling of the hospital wing, which was ordinary stone rather than enchanted, and thought about conditions and causes and the very long work ahead. He reached under his pillow for the emergency device the doctor had given him. He didn't activate it. He'd promised emergencies or boredom, and this was neither anymore. He was safe, and he was thinking, which was the opposite of bored. But he held it for a while. The TARDIS, choral hum of it, faint against his palm. The specific warmth of something calibrated to know him. All right, he thought. Year 1. Years 2 and 3 happened in the way that things happen when you are paying attention. Swiftly in the moments, slowly in the accumulation, rich with detail in hindsight. Year 2 brought a basilisk, which Harry encountered at the end of a chain of reasoning rather than at the end of a corridor. He had worked out the mechanism of the petrifications from the symptoms, had worked out the medium, water, ghosts, reflective surfaces, from the pattern of victims, had worked out the creature from the medium before he'd gone anywhere near the pipes. When he went into the chamber, he went with a plan rather than without one. A plan that involved a very specific sequence of actions and a timeline he'd calculated to the nearest 30 seconds. And it mostly worked except for the sword, which was not in the plan. But the doctor had always said you plan for what you know and adapt to what you don't, and Harry adapted. He came out of the chamber covered in basilisk venom and phoenix tears, and the very specific exhilaration of a plan that had mostly worked, which was the best kind. Dumbledore looked at him when he was recovered and said, "The sword." "Yes," Harry said, "not in the plan." "No," Dumbledore agreed, "it rarely is." Year 3 brought Sirius Black, which was something else entirely, because Sirius Black was not a problem to be solved by observation and reasoning, not primarily. Sirius Black was the first person Harry encountered who represented a door opening onto something he had not known he was missing. A piece of the life he'd been taken out of before he could know it. A connection to James and Lily that was not textual or historical, but present, alive. Capable of sitting in a room and saying your father used to and meaning it in the present tense of memory, rather than the past tense of record. The truth about Sirius came together for Harry ahead of the moment Lupin and Sirius expected it to, because he had been building the case from context the moment he understood the map, understood what Pettigrew's name being on it meant, had the presence of mind to let it sit and accumulate rather than reaching for a conclusion before the evidence supported one. He watched Lupin's face when Sirius's name was mentioned. He watched Sirius when he was captured and the anger in him resolved by proximity to Lupin into something that was not the behavior of a guilty man. He said nothing until he was sure. The time, Turner was Hermione's, which Harry had known for weeks. He had noticed she was appearing in places she had left, overlapping with herself in small ways that only made sense one way, and when she offered it, in the hospital wing while Dumbledore winked at them in a way that was not subtle. Harry turned to her and said, "We're going to save Sirius and the Hippogriff. Walk me through the timeline. We have about 3 hours and we need to do this exactly right." Hermione looked at him with an expression he had come to love, the expression she got when something needed doing properly, and she had found someone else who understood that. "The execution is at midnight," she said. "So we have 2 turnarounds minimum," Harry said. "Maybe 3. "What's the range on the turner?" Professor McGonagall never specified. She said use it for classes. "Right," Harry said. "So we test the range as we go. First priority, Buckbeak." They went, it worked mostly. The detail that mattered, the detail Harry had calculated most carefully, was the point at which passed. Harry had seen something in the darkness outside Hagrid's hut, a shape, a movement that had given him a moment of unexplained recognition. He had filed that moment at the time. He understood it now. He had seen himself. The loop was closed. The timeline was consistent. He stood in the moonlight with Sirius on the hippogriff above him, and Sirius looked down, and the thing that passed between them was not the conversation they needed to have. That was for another time, a better time. A time that was not immediately followed by the sound of a werewolf in transformation, but it was something, a recognition, the particular recognition of 2 people who are going to matter to each other. "Go," Harry said. "I'll explain everything when there's time." "You're very calm." Sirius called down. 4, for someone who just lived 3 hours twice," Harry said. "I've had stranger days." Sirius laughed, properly, fully, the laugh of someone remembering that they can, and the hippogriff took him up, and they were gone into the dark. And Harry stood in the Hogwarts grounds in the late night and felt, for the first time, the specific emotion of having done something that mattered personally rather than strategically. It felt different. He filed that too. The train home at the end of Year 3 moved through England in summer light, and Harry sat with Ron and Hermione in their compartment, and the 3 of them were quiet in the good way that you're quiet with people you've been through things with and don't need to perform anything for. Ron was asleep within 20 minutes because Ron had the gift of the uncomplicated conscience, which Harry considered a genuine superpower. Hermione was reading, which was Hermione's version of quiet. Harry was looking out the window and thinking about Sirius, who was somewhere free and alive, and about the Doctor, who he would see tonight, and about the year coming, Year 4, the Triwizard. The thing that the Doctor's temporal instruments had flagged 18 months ago as the point where the timeline began genuinely converging, the point after which improvisation would not be sufficient. He thought about Voldemort, not the wraith in the back of Quirrell's head, not the construct of stories. The actual entity, what it had been, what it had reduced itself to, what it wanted, what it would do to get it. He had spent 3 years watching the edges of it, gathering data, building a model. The model was getting comprehensive. The model was, in some ways, the most frightening thing he had built. He turned from the window. "Hermione," he said. She looked up from her book. "Next year is going to be different," he said. She looked at him steadily. "How different?" "The kind where the preparation we've been doing stops being theoretical," he said. She was quiet for a moment. She marked her page. She put her book in her bag with the careful precision she brought to everything. "All right," she said. "What do we need to do?" Harry looked out the window again, at England bright and green and passing, at the summer lying ahead like a held breath. "We need to understand the Horcruxes," he said. "All of them, before I do." "Before you do," she repeated. Something in her voice told him she had heard the weight in the pronoun. "Yes," Harry said. She held his gaze. She did not ask the question she was building toward, because she understood, the way she had understood most things about Harry over 3 years of close observation, that some questions needed the right moment. She would ask it when the moment was right. She picked her book back up. Harry looked out the window. The train moved through the summer, and England was enormous and green, and the sky above it was the particular blue of the end of something, or possibly the beginning. End of Chapter 4. 10:12 a.m. Chapter 5. The shape of 2 wars the summer before Year 4 was the longest Harry had spent in the TARDIS in 3 years. This was not a complaint. It was an observation, and Harry had learned to hold observations carefully before deciding what they meant. The TARDIS felt different after 3 years of Hogwarts, not smaller, because the TARDIS was not capable of being made smaller by anything as ordinary as comparative experience, but more specific somehow. More detailed. The way a place you grew up looks when you return to it after time away and see it with the additional information of having been elsewhere. And the combination of the two perspectives produces something neither of them could produce alone. He spent the first week doing nothing in particular. This was also an observation. He had not, in 3 years of Hogwarts, done nothing in particular. He had always been working on something. A theory, an observation, a quiet piece of research that he kept in the notebook he carried in his jacket pocket and added to in the margins of his textbooks and in the spaces between classes. He had been building the Horcrux model for 2 years by increments, always with the sense that the building was necessary, but the using was still far enough away to not be urgent. In the first week of summer, with the TARDIS quiet around him and the Doctor elsewhere in the ship doing something involving the console and a great deal of muttering, Harry sat in the library and looked at the notebook and felt the distance between building and using getting shorter. He did not find this relaxing. "You're brooding," the Doctor said from the doorway. Harry looked up. "I'm thinking." Same posture. The Doctor came in and sat in his usual chair, the battered green armchair with the armrest that had been repaired with TARDIS coral so many times it had developed a faint bioluminescent quality in low light. He had a mug of tea and appeared to have been in the middle of something that involved engine oil, because there was engine oil on his left hand and on the lapel of his jacket. "What are you thinking about?" "Next year," Harry said. "Specifically—" "The convergence," Harry said. "Your instruments flagged it 18 months ago. Something happens in year 4 that pushes the timeline out of the range where small adjustments make large differences. After it, we're in a narrower corridor." The Doctor looked at his tea. "You've been looking at the temporal instruments," he said. He did not say this with surprise or reproach. He said it with the voice of someone acknowledging that something they expected has happened. "You left them running," Harry said. "I can read a temporal scan." "Yes," the Doctor said, "you can." He was quiet for a moment. "What did they tell you?" "That something happens at Hogwarts in my 4th year that is a hard convergence point. Not a fixed point. Fixed points have a different signature, and I know what that looks like. But close. A high probability convergence, which means something is being actively shaped toward a specific outcome rather than just tending toward it." Harry put the notebook down. "Someone is arranging something?" "Yes," the Doctor said. "Voldemort," Harry said. "And others," the Doctor said carefully. "Dumbledore knows." "Dumbledore is playing a longer game than either of them," the Doctor said. "That's not the same as knowing. It's more like he has drawn a map of the territory from certain fixed points, and he's navigating by landmarks rather than by current observation." He paused. "He's very good at it." "But maps have edges." Harry was quiet for a moment. "Tell me about the Time War," he said. The library was very still. This was the 3rd time Harry had asked, across 14 years. The first time he had been 9 and had asked obliquely, approaching it sideways through a question about why the Doctor didn't fight, and the Doctor had given him a partial answer, enough to explain the philosophy, not enough to explain the wound. The second time he had been 12 and had asked more directly, and the Doctor had looked at him for a long time and then said not yet, which was different from no, and Harry had understood this. Now he was 14, and the instruments had told him what they'd told him, and the summer was long and quiet, and the distance between building and using was getting shorter every day. The Doctor looked at his tea for a very long time. Then he put it down. He told Harry about the Time War. "Not all of it. There are things that cannot be put into language without the language breaking, and the Time War was full of those things. It was fought across time itself, which means it happened everywhere and always, which means the normal grammar of then and before and after stopped working. which means that describing it requires a syntax the universe has not yet invented. But he told Harry the shape of it, the cause, the particular horror of two civilizations so old they had forgotten how to be afraid of each other, colliding in a conflict that rewrote the history of everything it touched. The Daleks on one side, not evil in any interesting sense, just absolute, just the philosophical end point of a single idea taken without compromise to its conclusion. The Time Lords on the other, not good, not anymore, having lived so long in the architecture of power that the architecture had become the thing, and the purpose had become something they described in speeches rather than did. He told Harry what they had done. Both sides. The weapons that should not exist deployed in places that should not be touched. He told Harry about Arcadia. He told Harry about the moment. He did not tell Harry what the moment was exactly. He said, "I made a choice to end it, and I have lived with that choice every day since." He said this without the particular inflection that turns confession into a request for absolution. He said it as a fact. Harry listened to all of it. When the doctor finished, the library was quiet for a while. "The Time Lords," Harry said finally. "At the end, they were trying to make themselves the only thing left." "Yes, because they believed they deserved it." "Because they believed," the doctor said, "that what they were doing was right. That the universe would be better under their absolute control than not. They had convinced themselves, genuinely convinced themselves, that the scale of what they were doing was proportionate to the scale of what they were preventing." He looked at Harry. "That's not corruption exactly. It's something older, something more dangerous. It's righteousness without remainder." Harry turned this over. "Voldemort believes that too," he said. "In a smaller key," the doctor said. "He believes that the world arranged along his principles, blood purity, magical supremacy, the elimination of anything that contradicts the hierarchy, would be better than the world as it is. He has never examined whether that belief is true. He started with the conclusion. Dumbledore has examined it," Harry said. "That's the difference. Dumbledore has examined it and found a version of the conclusion that he can defend philosophically," the doctor said. "That is better. It is not the same as having no conclusion in advance." He paused. "I've made that mistake too. I have spent centuries deciding what the right outcome was before I fully understood the situation. And I have been wrong, Harry, in ways that cost." He stopped. "In ways that I cannot put numbers to." "What do you do with it?" Harry asked. "With being wrong? With the cost of being wrong?" The doctor looked at him. "You carry it," he said. "That's all. You don't put it down, you don't make it smaller than it is. You carry it and you let it change how carefully you think next time." He picked up his tea again, though it was cold by now. "The people who put it down are the dangerous ones, the ones who can look at the cost and then reclassify it, decide it was necessary, decide the number was acceptable." He drank the cold tea with the expression of someone who has decided it will do. "That's what happened on Gallifrey. That's what happened to people I had known for centuries. They became people who could look at any number and find it acceptable if the cause was theirs." Harry looked at the notebook on the table. The Horcrux model, the careful building of understanding toward an action he was not yet ready to name. "There's something in my scar," he said. "A fragment of Voldemort." "I know," the doctor said. "You've known since I was a baby." "Yes." "And you didn't." Harry stopped. He wasn't angry. He examined himself to be certain of this because it was important to be certain. He wasn't angry. "You didn't tell me until I'd mostly worked it out myself." "You needed to come to it," the doctor said. "That specific thing, you needed to understand it through your own reasoning, not because someone handed it to you. Because the decision about what to do about it needs to be yours, Harry, not mine, not Dumbledore's. Yours." He set the mug down. "I know how it looks. I know it looks like I withheld something that was yours to know, and you can be angry about that if you decide you should be." Harry was quiet. "I'm not angry," he said. I think you were right, actually, which is possibly a concerning thing to tell you. He picked up the notebook. What I am is, I need to understand it completely before whatever happens this year happens. I need to understand the Horcrux mechanics well enough to have a working theory about the one in the scar. I know, the doctor said. Will you help me? Yes, the doctor said, without hesitation, which was not always how he answered questions about things he'd rather not approach. Yes, whatever you need, let's understand it properly. Harry opened the notebook. They worked through the rest of the afternoon and into the evening, the doctor and Harry, in the library that was organized by emotional adjacency, surrounded by books in every language and some that weren't quite languages, the ship humming quietly around them, the temporal instruments running at low sensitivity in the next room. And outside the TARDIS, the summer continued being summer without any particular concern for the things being carefully understood inside it. The Quidditch World Cup happened first, which was a genuine pleasure. Harry went with the Weasleys, all of them, or most of them, the specific thunderous warmth of a large family at full operational capacity, and sat in seats so high they were above the low clouds, and watched something that he had understood academically for 3 years become real in the way that only watching things at full speed and full scale can make them real. The Bulgarians had a seeker who was not quite human in his relationship with gravity. Harry watched him bank and fall and recover with the focused, analytical attention he brought to things that were worth understanding, and thought several things simultaneously about airspeed and angular momentum, and the specific courage of choosing the moment to pull up after the moment. Any sensible person would have done so. The Irish won. The seeker took the snitch anyway. Why? Ron demanded afterwards, still buzzing. Why take it if you're losing? Because some things are worth doing correctly even when the outcome is already determined, Harry said. He knew the score. He took it anyway. That's not foolishness. That's, he thought about it, integrity maybe, a choice about what kind of player you're going to be independent of the outcome. Ron stared at him. That's a very complicated way to watch Quidditch. It's a very interesting sport, Harry said. The Death Eaters came in the night, which was not a surprise to Harry in the way it was a surprise to the people who had not been building a model of Voldemort's operational logic for 2 years. It was, nonetheless, awful to watch. The green mark in the sky, the fire, the scattered families, the particular human awfulness of terror in a crowd. He stood in the dark and felt the scar twinge, faintly, distantly, the way a scar twinges in cold weather. Not pain but the memory of pain, and understood it as signal. Something is closer than it was. The goblet of fire spat his name out in October, and the hall went very quiet. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and looked at the scrap of parchment being carried toward him by a shocked Professor Dumbledore. And the thing he felt was not surprise and not fear, and not the adrenaline-soaked excitement that the moment seemed designed to produce. What he felt was the particular clarity that comes when the expected thing arrives. Here we are then, he thought. The convergence point. He took the parchment. The TARDIS device in his pocket vibrated once, a pulse he'd programmed to mean I know. I'm here, and went still again. The doctor was watching. That was enough. What followed was public and unavoidable, and Harry navigated it with the quality of attention he brought to everything he was not. He told Ron and Hermione that night, frightened of the tasks, which was true. He was not interested in winning, which was also true. What he was, and what he needed them to understand, was building toward the reason for all of it, because the convergence point was not the Triwizard Tournament. The tournament was the mechanism of the convergence. The thing being converged toward was somewhere at the other end of it, and he needed to be ready when he got there. You know something, Hermione said. I know the shape of something, Harry said. Not all the details. Tell us. He told them, Not everything, not the fragment in the scar, not the full Horcrux model, not the temporal instruments read on the year, but enough. The pattern. The sense that the tournament was selected rather than coincidental. The certainty that whoever put his name in the goblet was working toward an outcome that required him to be bound by a magical contract, and therefore present at every task. Ron said, "Someone's using the tournament to get to you." "Yes, to kill you." "Possibly," Harry said, "or to use me to do something that requires me to be somewhere specific at a specific time." He paused. "I think it's the second one. If it were the first, there are considerably easier methods." Hermione was making the face she made when a calculation was resolving. "The last task," she said. "The maze, the end point. If you reach the end and there's something there—" "That's the specific moment," Harry said. "Whatever is being arranged, it happens at the end of the maze." "Then we work backward from there," Hermione said. "Yes," Harry said. "And in the meantime," Ron said, "you have to actually do the tasks." "The dragons are interesting," Harry said, which was not a complete non sequitur. "The sonic wand, Brace should be able to get a mass and flight pattern reading in the first few seconds. If I have the data, I can find the optimal." "Harry," Ron said. "Yes." "You're going to ride a dragon, aren't you?" "Probably not ride exactly," Harry said. "More borrow its trajectory briefly." Ron looked at Hermione. "Brilliant," Ron said. "Or mental. Fred owes George money either way." The Doctor arrived at Hogwarts in November. He came unannounced, because the Doctor always came unannounced, and the TARDIS materialized in the corner of the Hogwarts grounds that was technically outside the wards by approximately 11 inches, which was, the Doctor said, a purely coincidental margin, and not at all evidence of having measured the ward boundaries in advance, which no one who knew him believed. He arrived looking like someone who had been doing several things quickly, and had stopped to do one thing carefully instead, which Harry recognized as the face the Doctor wore when he had decided something. They walked in the grounds. "Tell me about Moody," the Doctor said. Harry had been expecting this. He had sent a message 2 weeks prior, not an emergency, just a data point, flagged for discussion about the specific quality of Mad Eye Moody's behavior, which was wrong in a way Harry had been unable to source precisely until the 3rd week of term, and had then sourced in a way that made several other things click into place with uncomfortable clarity. "He's not Moody," Harry said. "No," the Doctor agreed. "Polyjuice potion. The real Moody is somewhere, I suspect the castle somewhere, given the potion's range. Whoever it is has been feeding the goblet, feeding information, feeding the whole situation." Harry paused. "Do you know who?" "I have a theory," the Doctor said, "but I want yours first." "Someone who was close enough to Voldemort before his fall to know the plan," Harry said. "Someone who has spent 12 years positioning themselves for this moment. Someone who can produce a convincing enough performance of a well-known aura that no one has questioned it." He paused. "Death Eater. One of the ones who escaped Azkaban or avoided it entirely. The really loyal ones who waited." "Yes," the Doctor said. They walked for a while in the November grounds, Hogwarts behind them large and lit against the grey sky. "The task at the end of the maze. There will be a portkey." "To where?" "Somewhere specific. Somewhere Voldemort can complete what he needs to complete." The Doctor's voice was careful in the way it was careful when something was true and important and painful in sequence. "A ritual. To restore his body fully, he needs blood." Harry absorbed this. "My blood," he said. "The blood of the one who escaped," the Doctor said. "Yes, because the protection in my blood would transfer something of that protection to the restored body," the Doctor said. "He doesn't understand what he's doing, not fully. He thinks he's neutralizing the threat. He's actually—" He stopped. "He's doing something else, something more complicated, but he doesn't know that. That's consistent with him." "He doesn't know about the fragment," Harry said. In the scar? No, the doctor said. He has never fully understood the nature of what he created. He is a man of considerable intelligence and almost no capacity for self-examination. Because he's afraid of what he'd find, Harry said. Yes, the doctor said. He looked sideways at Harry. That's a precise observation. I've been thinking about him for a long time, Harry said, as a subject, as a phenomenon. He put his hands in his jacket pockets, the wand in its modified brace on the left, the TARDIS device on the right. He is the end point of a specific kind of fear, the fear of being ordinary, of being finite, of being mortal, which is just the concrete version of ordinary. He walked in silence for a moment. The Horcruxes were an attempt to solve that fear by engineering, but engineering doesn't cure fear. It just moves it. He's still afraid. He's made himself almost impossible to kill, and he is still, in every way that matters, afraid. Yes, the doctor said quietly. The Time Lords were afraid too, Harry said. At the end, is that… Yes, the doctor said. That's exactly what it was. They walked. I'm going to have to go through the portkey, Harry said. Aren't I? I think so, the doctor said. I've run it 6 ways, and the version where you don't go through the portkey has worse outcomes overall. Too many threads pulling too many other things, and if the ritual doesn't happen at all, there are contingencies. I can't predict that Voldemort's people will trigger. He paused, and I need the data, Harry said. I need to meet him, properly, to understand the resonance from the scar's side. You don't have to frame it that way, the doctor said. I know, Harry said, but it's true. I've been building the model of the fragment for 2 years, and I need the reference point. What it feels like from the inside when the source is present and conscious, and he stopped. I need to survive it. You will, the doctor said, with a certainty that was not comforting in the usual way, but was comforting in the more useful way, the way of a statement of fact rather than a statement of hope. And you can't come with me, Harry said. No, the doctor said. The portkey is a fixed trajectory. I can't follow it without knowing the destination in advance, and I won't know the destination in advance. He said this with the specific quality of someone who has checked many times whether this is true and found each time that it is. But I can be at the other end of the device. The moment you're back… I know, Harry said. The moment you're back, the doctor said again. You hold onto the portkey and you call me, and I will be there before anything else is. I promise you. Harry nodded. They stood in the November grounds, and the sky overhead was the specific gray of English November, which is not the gray of emptiness, but the gray of everything being held in suspension, waiting to become something. I'm scared, Harry said. He said this straightforwardly, without apology, the way he had learned from 10 years of watching the doctor name things precisely. Not of the pain, of what I'll feel when the resonance is at full strength, when it's not a background signal, when it's… He stopped. I'm afraid of what it will feel like from the inside. It will feel wrong, the doctor said. It will feel like belonging, which is the most insidious kind of wrong there is. He turned to look at Harry directly. And you will know, because you have spent your entire life understanding what belonging actually feels like, exactly what the difference is between the real thing and that. He paused. That is why you needed the TARDIS, not the education, not the instruments, not the theory. That, the genuine version of the feeling, so that you can recognize the counterfeit. Harry looked at him. You planned for that, Harry said. I hoped for that, the doctor said. There's a difference. He looked out at the castle. I didn't plan. I made a choice on a doorstep in 1981, and I have been adapting ever since, which is, that's what I do, Harry. I improvise toward the best outcome I can see. Sometimes I see clearly, and sometimes I see badly, and sometimes I see the wrong thing clearly, which is the worst kind. He paused. But I see you clearly, I always have. Harry was quiet for a while. Okay, he said. Okay, he looked up at the November sky. The tasks between now and the maze, I can handle those. I know, the doctor said. And after the maze, we'll have the reference data. Yes. And then we work on the Horcruxes, Harry said. All of them. Starting with the ones that aren't, starting with the external ones, work outward before we work inward. Yes, the doctor said. That's right. And somewhere in there, Harry said, I need to have a proper conversation with Dumbledore about what he actually knows and what he's planning to do with it. Also, yes, the doctor said. Harry nodded slowly. Then let's not waste the time between now and the maze, he said. The first task was the dragon. Harry had, as promised, borrowed its trajectory briefly. He had also borrowed it rather more extensively than briefly, because the Horntail had opinions about the borrowing that required negotiation. And the negotiation involved approximately 3 minutes of aerial improvisation that was, Ron said afterward, with the expression of someone who has had a religious experience, the most completely mental thing he had ever watched a person do voluntarily. Harry had gotten the egg. He had also gotten a very clear sonic reading of the Horntail's flight pattern, which he filed under interesting data and which he was fairly sure Hermione would want to examine. "Are you all right?" Hermione demanded, in the medical tent afterward, looking at the cuts on his hands with an expression that was trying to be analytical and kept sliding into something else. "Yes," Harry said. "You were flying without a plan for 45 seconds, she said. "I had a plan," Harry said. "It just evolved." "That is not the same as having a plan." "It's the doctor's definition of having a plan," Harry said. Hermione looked at him. "And is that a good definition?" "It's gotten us this far," Harry said. The second task was the lake. Harry solved the breathing problem with a speed and elegance that Cedric, who had been considerably more elegant about it, later told him was slightly depressing. "You worked it out in your sleep," Cedric said. He was smiling. Cedric smiled frequently and authentically, which Harry liked about him. "Or something like sleep. I spent 2 months on that. I have a particular kind of instrument that helps with pattern recognition," Harry said. "That's almost more depressing," Cedric said. Harry liked Cedric. He liked him with the specific warmth he felt for people who were genuinely good, not performing goodness, not strategically good, just constitutionally oriented toward fairness, toward treating people correctly, the same way Harry's compass pointed toward understanding. He liked him, and he did not know what to do with the temporal instrument's soft, consistent reading that placed Cedric at the graveyard. He checked the reading 7 times over the course of the year. It was consistent every time. He did not tell Cedric. He could not construct an argument for telling Cedric that didn't create a different problem, temporal interference, a changed decision, a different thread pulling differently. And he sat with this, and it did not get easier to sit with, and he sat with it anyway. Because sitting with things that didn't get easier was something the doctor had taught him in a different context, a long time ago, in an ancient Roman market with a dog. The third task was the maze. He will not describe the maze in detail. Some things are not improved by detail. It was dark and alive and wrong in ways that were not entirely explicable by any model of magic Harry had developed. The creatures inside it were bad enough. The other thing, the compulsion that pressed at the edges of the maze, the magical coercion that got into the thinking and turned it sideways, the specific horror of watching Cedric's face change as it worked on him, was worse. Harry pulled him back from it twice. The second time, Cedric looked at him with eyes that were almost clear and said, "What is that? What's in here?" "Something that makes you want to stop caring," Harry said. "Don't let it—" "Easy for you to say," Cedric said. "I know," Harry said. "Stay angry. Anger works better than most things against this particular mechanic. It's an engagement problem. The coercion needs you to disengage, and anger is a form of engagement. Stay in it." Cedric looked at him. "You are," he said, "remarkably strange." "I know," Harry said. "The cup is through here, come on." They reached the cup together, which was not how Harry had planned it. He had planned to reach it alone, to take the portkey alone, to spare Cedric the rest of it. But the maze had other ideas, and Cedric had matched Harry step for step in the last corridor, and they arrived together. And Harry's hand was almost on the cup handle before Cedric's was. And he thought, take it alone, and he thought, but he's right here, and then Cedric's hand was on the handle. And Harry's hand was on the handle, and the portkey activated, and the graveyard was cold. It was not a graveyard, Harry recognized. A small, neglected country churchyard, old stones listing in old grass, a yew tree large and dark at the perimeter. A manor house visible on a rise in the middle distance. England in the dark, which is its own specific country. Cedric was beside him, looking around with the alert wariness of someone who understands immediately that this is wrong. "This isn't Hogwarts," Cedric said. "No," Harry said. The figure moved from behind the largest stone. Small, robed, carrying something. Harry had his wand out before conscious thought. The wand, brace, amplifying the detection field, the sonic hum recognizable at the edge of hearing. The resonance from the scar flaring as the thing in the figure's arms registered and flared back. He had time to say, "Cedric, run!" He did not have time for anything else. He did not run himself, because running would not have helped, and because part of him, the part that had been building the model for 2 years, the part that had needed the reference data, held its ground to observe, which was perhaps the most purely him thing he had ever done in a moment of crisis. The spell hit before he could do anything useful. Cedric, the sound of it was behind him, and the cold in the graveyard became a different kind of cold. And Harry was on the ground, and the thing in the figure's arms was laughing, and the scar was on fire, and what the doctor had told him was true. It felt like belonging. It felt like something recognizing something. It felt like a door opening into a room he hadn't known existed, but which had always been in the house. No, Harry thought, with the clarity of someone who knows exactly what the real thing feels like. No, I know what belonging actually is. This is not it. He focused on that. He held on to it. The TARDIS humming, the library, the kitchen and cold tea, the northern lights, the sound of the doctor saying you'll be all right. All the texture of what he actually was, the person who had actually grown up, against the pull of the fragment's counterfeit, and the ritual began. He will not describe the ritual either. He was bound to the gravestone, which was Thomas Riddle's gravestone, and he noticed this with the part of his mind that noticed things even when the rest of him was occupied with other things, and he thought, here is the shape of it. Here is what it cost to be what he is. The man whose name he took, dead and used, and the grave used, and everything used. Voldemort rose from the cauldron. Harry looked at him across the graveyard. He had been building a model of Voldemort for 2 years from secondary sources. The model had been accurate as far as it went. It had not gone far enough, because secondary sources, however good, do not convey the specific quality of wrongness that comes from a consciousness that has been deliberately fragmented and partially reconstructed, and has lived for so long in that fragmented state that the fragmentation has become the architecture of the self. Voldemort was very tall. He was very white. He was precisely as afraid as Harry had theorized, which was to say enormously, comprehensively, absolutely afraid in every moment, and had arranged the entirety of his existence to ensure that the fear was never acknowledged, because acknowledging it would require acknowledging that he was, in the end, the same as everyone else. Uncertain, impermanent, finite. The scar blazed. The fragment in it blazed back. Harry recorded this with the part of him that recorded things. The fragment recognizes the source, he thought, full resonance at approximately 3 meters. The frequency is distinct, not quite the same as Lily's sacrifice in the scar, but close enough to be in the same spectrum. 2 different kinds of love, adjacent magic, one freely given, one taken. The difference in the resonance is The Death Eaters were arriving through the darkness. Voldemort was moving toward him. Harry concluded the observation, because there was a point at which observation had to yield to action, and that point was approaching rapidly. He did what the Doctor had told him to do a week ago in the Hogwarts grounds. He survived. He survived with the specific methodical focus of someone who has a plan and is implementing it under non-ideal conditions. He did not win. He did not overcome. He endured, and he found the moment, and he took it. Priori incantatem was something he hadn't planned for. The echo, connection between the wands, the shared feather, the frequency the Doctor had identified at Ollivander's, the same bird, produced something that Harry understood as soon as it happened and did not fully understand at all simultaneously. The shades of the dead appearing from Voldemort's wand were people, were real, were his parents, and he had known intellectually his whole life that his parents were dead and had sat with it and understood it, and none of that preparation was adequate for what it was actually like to see them. His mother's shade said, "Hold on, sweetheart, let go when you're ready." His father's shade said, "We're so proud." Harry said nothing. He could not, in that moment, say anything. He held the connection and he looked at them, and he was 14 years old, and for 30 seconds he allowed himself to be 14 years old without any of the rest of it, and then he let go. He grabbed Cedric. The portkey was the cup. He grabbed it, and he took Cedric's hand, and he activated it, and the graveyard inverted, and the cold and the blazing scar and the laughter and his parents' faces all compressed into the white noise of portkey travel, and he arrived back on the Hogwarts grounds on his back, Cedric's hand in his. He knew immediately, without looking, what he would find. He had known for a year. He lay in the grass and held Cedric's hand and did not look yet, because looking would make it the kind of true that can never be unmade, and he needed one more second of it not being that kind. Then he looked. The device in his pocket was vibrating, not the single pulse of "I know, I'm here," but the sustained pulse he'd never programmed because it had never been needed. Come back, come back, come back. He activated it. In the chaos of the grounds, the screaming, the running, Dumbledore suddenly there, and then people. And then light and noise, a blue box appeared at the perimeter. The Doctor came out of it at a run. He crossed the grounds with the specific urgency of someone who does not run toward things lightly and has decided that this is worth running toward. He reached Harry and crouched down and looked at him and looked at Cedric, and his face did something that Harry could not see from the inside of his own grief, but would remember afterward as the face of someone absorbing a cost. "Harry," he said. "I knew," Harry said. He hadn't meant to say it. It came out anyway. "I knew and I couldn't." "I know," the Doctor said. He put his hand on the back of Harry's head carefully, the way you put your hand on someone's head when there are no good words and presence is the only available substitute. "I know." Harry looked at the sky above Hogwarts. It was full of stars. The temporal instruments in the TARDIS, 40 feet away, were running at full sensitivity. And if you knew how to read them, Harry knew how to read them, you could see the timeline reconfigure around this moment, the possibilities narrowing, the corridor ahead getting cleaner and darker and more specific. The convergence point was behind them now. What was ahead was different. "He's back," Harry said. "Yes," the Doctor said. "We need to tell Dumbledore everything," Harry said. "The full model, the Horcruxes, the fragment, the temporal analysis, all of it." "Yes," the Doctor said. "And we need to start," Harry said. He sat up. He was 14 years old, and he had just been in a graveyard in which a man had died and another man had returned. And both of those things were permanent in the way that the universe makes things permanent when they matter. And he was building a model of how to end the second permanence without making the first one meaningless. He was 14 years old, and he was not done. "Okay," he said. He stood up. That night, after Dumbledore had been told and the Ministry had refused to listen, and Fudge had gone red in the face in the specific way of men who are afraid of what being wrong would cost them. And Cedric's parents had come and gone, and the sound they made was a sound Harry would carry for a very long time after all of that. The Doctor sat with Harry in a room off the hospital wing that Dumbledore had arranged, and they sat in silence for a while. Then Harry said, "He passed through me in the graveyard, the fragment. When he completed the ritual, I felt it recalibrate." "What do you mean, recalibrate?" "It knows where he is now," Harry said. "It was dormant mostly, a background signal. Now it knows where the source is." He looked at his hands. "It's going to get louder." "Yes," the Doctor said. "Probably. Is there a way to quiet it? In the meantime—" "Occlumency," the Doctor said. "It's a discipline it's a form of mental architecture, building structures in your own mind that make it harder for external influences to find purchase." He paused. "I think Dumbledore is going to suggest Snape teaches you." Harry thought about Snape, about the rigor of the potions classroom, the precise and uncomfortable quality of his observation, the way he had looked at Harry's mental architecture during certain lessons and found it strange. "Snape would be good at that," Harry said. "Yes," the Doctor said. "He would." Harry was quiet for a moment. "He was afraid," Harry said. "Voldemort, in the graveyard, underneath all of it. I could feel it through the scar. The fragment reads his emotional state at close range, and he was afraid." He paused. "Not of me specifically, of what he'd become, the fear underneath the whole structure. He built a life to prevent himself from ever feeling it, and it's always there." "Yes," the Doctor said. "That's what the Horcruxes were about," Harry said. "Not strategy, not immortality as a goal in itself. It was a response to a feeling he had when he stopped. When he was young, probably, when he was someone's age, who couldn't tolerate it, and built an entire ideology around never having to." The Doctor looked at him. "You understand him very well," he said. "I want to," Harry said. "Not because I sympathize, because understanding is how you end things without becoming them." The room was quiet. Outside, Hogwarts was settling into its nighttime version of itself. Torches low, corridors empty, the castle breathing slowly in the way that very old buildings breathe when their inhabitants are asleep. The temporal instruments in the TARDIS, parked just outside, ran their continuous quiet analysis. The timeline continued narrowing. Harry looked at the window. He looked at the dark outside it. "Year 4, he said. "Year 4, the Doctor agreed. "2 more years, Harry said. "Roughly, before we can act on any of this." "Roughly," the Doctor said. "That's enough time," Harry said. "Not with certainty, with determination, which is different and in some ways more useful." He was 14 years old. He had a model and a method, and a guardian who had lived long enough to understand that the most important thing was not the ending but the quality of thinking that produced it. He was 14 years old, and the work was beginning. End of Chapter 5, Chapter 6. Everything he was supposed to be. The summer after the graveyard was the quietest Harry had ever spent. Not peaceful quiet. Not the good kind. The kind he'd had in the TARDIS library on afternoons when the ship was drifting between coordinates, and the Doctor was somewhere in the lower corridors, and the only sound was pages and the soft hum of ancient engines. This was the quiet of something that had happened and was still happening, the specific silence that follows a loud event and persists because the loud event hasn't finished being true yet. Cedric Diggory was dead. Harry had said this aloud to himself 17 times over the course of the summer. Not because he needed to remind himself, he didn't. It was there every morning before he was fully awake, present with the clarity of anything that is both true and wrong. But because the Doctor had told him once in a different context that naming things correctly was the beginning of being able to think about them correctly. Cedric Diggory was dead. He had been killed by a man who was now restored and present and operational in a body that Harry's blood had partly built. He had died because Harry had not let go of his hand fast enough on the cup, because Harry had said, "Come on," in the corridor, and Cedric had matched him step for step, and they had arrived together. Harry had said this aloud too, once, in the TARDIS kitchen at 3 in the morning. The Doctor had appeared in the doorway 12 minutes later in his pajamas, which meant he had not been asleep either, and had sat down at the table and had not immediately said anything, which was how Harry knew the thing he'd said was being taken seriously. "It's not a calculation problem," the Doctor said eventually. "I know," Harry said. "You cannot run a retrospective analysis on a decision made in a moving maze under magical coercion and assign it a clean counterfactual." "I know," Harry said. "You would have taken the portkey alone if you could have. You know that. The maze made it." "I know," Harry said. "I know all of that. He stopped. He looked at the table. "I still held the cup handle for a fraction of a second longer than I needed to. I still said, 'Come on,' in the corridor when I didn't have to." The Doctor was quiet for a moment. "Yes," he said. "That's true." Harry had not expected that. He looked up. "Those things are true," the Doctor said, "and you will carry them, and they will change how you make decisions, which is both what they're supposed to do and deeply unfair at the same time." He looked at Harry across the kitchen table at 3 in the morning. "The question is not whether you carry it. You will. The question is whether you carry it in a way that makes you more careful or in a way that makes you more cautious. Because more careful is what you need. More cautious will kill you." "What's the difference?" Harry asked. "Careful means you think more completely," the Doctor said. "Cautious means you hesitate past the point where hesitation is useful." He paused. "I know both from the inside. The careful one is hard. The cautious one is comfortable and wrong." Harry thought about this for a long time. He tried to be careful. The summer had other qualities besides the quiet. Sirius was alive and free and living in the kind of freedom that looked, from the outside, like freedom but wasn't entirely. A man who had been in a cell for 12 years, and then spent 2 more years running, who had arrived at something like safety and was finding that safety had its own texture, its own discomforts, the specific difficulty of being stationary when you had spent so long in motion. He communicated with Harry by owl, which was inadequate, and by flew at the Weasleys, which was better. And the conversations they had were not the conversations Harry had imagined in the abstract that conversations with his godfather would be. They were less neat than that, less resolved, more like 2 people circling something they hadn't yet agreed on how to approach. The something was James Potter. Sirius wanted Harry to know James, and he did not quite know how to do this in a way that was about James rather than about what knowing James had meant to Sirius. And Harry wanted to know James in a way that was James rather than a reflection of someone else's grief. They were working toward it, in the way of people who know what they want but haven't found the angle. It was going to take time. Harry thought they probably had time, and then he thought about the temporal instruments and decided to think about something else. He spent a week with the Weasleys, which was always an experience in the particular physics of a large family. The way the house ran at a volume and warmth that was slightly more than the house could technically contain. The specific Weasley quality of simultaneous complete chaos and absolute structural safety. The table at dinner that somehow accommodated more people than chairs. The argument about Quidditch that was still the same argument it had been 3 years ago and was not going to conclude any time soon. Mrs. Weasley hugged him the first morning without saying anything, in the kitchen before anyone else was awake. Just hugged him and held on for a moment, and then released him, and turned back to the stove with the brisk efficiency of someone who has done the thing they needed to do, and is getting on with breakfast. Harry stood in the kitchen and thought about the particular way love operated in this house. Not dramatically, not at a volume commensurate with its size, just present, just continuous, just reliably there in the early mornings. He thought about Lily Potter, whom he had never met except in a graveyard. He thought, she built this. What she did, it was this, just this. Just the continuous, ordinary, everyday love of a person who meant it, he thought. No wonder it was the one thing he couldn't model. He had eggs and toast, and didn't say any of this out loud, because some things were better thought clearly and kept. The Ministry's response to Voldemort's return was denial, which Harry had predicted and which was still exhausting to watch in practice. The mechanism of the denial was familiar. Harry had read enough history, across enough civilizations, to recognize the shape of an institution choosing comfortable falsehood over inconvenient truth. The Ministry had a great deal invested in the story that Voldemort was gone. The story had been the architecture of the past 13 years. The relief, the rebuilding, the slow return of confidence, the careers built on having ended something rather than having deferred it. Admitting Voldemort was back required admitting that everything built on his absence was provisional, which was the kind of structural truth that institutions were constitutionally unable to admit without being pushed very hard. Fudge pushed back by going on the offensive, and the target of the offensive was Dumbledore and, by convenient extension, Harry. The Daily Prophet ran 17 articles across July and August. Harry read them with the forensic interest of someone studying a methodology rather than reading for content. The methodology was clear: discredit the source rather than engage the evidence, which was the choice made by people who understood that the evidence could not be engaged on its merits. He noted the specific language: fame, seeking, disturbed, unreliable witness, undue influence from questionable parties, and filed it under the category of things that would matter in a specific way later, when the truth became undeniable and the people who had denied it needed somewhere to put their embarrassment. He did not spend any emotional energy on the articles themselves. He had learned from the Doctor that attention was a resource like any other, and that spending it on things that functioned as distractions from the actual problem was a kind of passive decision to be managed rather than to act. What he did spend energy on was preparation. He rebuilt the Horcrux model from the ground up across July and August, incorporating the graveyard data. He had felt the fragment recalibrate toward the source, had noted the frequency, the intensity, the specific quality of the recognition, and the new data refined the model considerably. The fragment in his scar was not simply a passive piece of Voldemort's consciousness. It was actively tethered. It responded to the source's emotional state, which meant it was still in communication with whatever Voldemort was now, still carrying traffic in both directions. A channel that ran through Harry's own neurology like a wire through a wall. This was, he wrote in the notebook, both the most dangerous feature of his situation and potentially the most useful. He showed this section to the Doctor, who read it carefully and said nothing for a while, and then said, "You're thinking about using it as a detection mechanism." "It already is one," Harry said. "Involuntarily, the question is whether it can be made voluntary." "Occlumency closes the channel from outside," the Doctor said. "You'd need something that does the inverse. Something that closes the channel from inside controllably so you can open and close it rather than being permanently open or permanently shut." "Is there a magical discipline for that?" the Doctor thought for a moment. "Not in the materials I've read," he said. "But I suspect the mechanics are similar enough to certain Gallifreyan consciousness disciplines that the principles translate." He paused. "It would need to be developed. Iteratively, it would take time." "We have 2 years," Harry said. "Roughly," the Doctor said. "Start there," Harry said. They started there. Year 5 began badly and got worse before it leveled off. The Ministry, having committed to the story of Harry's unreliability, found it necessary to enforce the story institutionally. And the mechanism they chose was Dolores Umbridge, who arrived at Hogwarts in September as the new defense against the dark arts teacher, and almost immediately began the project of making herself comprehensively unmissable. Harry had encountered, over the course of 5 years of time, travel and alien diplomacy, and every kind of person the universe was capable of producing, a considerable range of personalities. He had encountered cruelty, which he understood as fear in a specific configuration. He had encountered malice, which he understood as cruelty with an object. He had encountered the particular kind of bureaucratic evil that was not dramatic enough to call itself evil and therefore functioned without the self, awareness that might, in some cases, produce restraint. Umbridge was that last category in its purest form. She believed entirely in the system she served. This was not hypocrisy. It was more dangerous than hypocrisy, which at least contained a gap between stated belief and actual behavior that could be leveraged. She had reduced herself to the institutions she operated within so completely that there was no remainder of her left over. No private Umbridge who suspected that some of what she did was wrong. No internal voice that needed silencing. She was ministry policy in a cardigan, and she enforced ministry policy with the specific righteous fervor of someone who had never once examined the foundations, and had therefore never found them wanting. Harry sat in her class on the first day and listened to her explain that they would be learning defense against the dark arts from a textbook, without practical application, because the ministry had determined that practical application was unnecessary under current circumstances. And he felt a pure, clean anger that he made sure to channel into note. Taking Hermione beside him was vibrating with suppressed outrage. Ron, on his other side, had the expression of someone trying to decide whether this was more or less alarming than a troll in a bathroom. The ministry, Harry said very quietly to both of them, has decided that the most effective response to the return of a Dark Lord is to ensure that the students most likely to encounter him are not equipped to defend themselves. Which is insane, Hermione said at the same volume. Which is consistent. Harry said, if you've decided the Dark Lord hasn't returned, you don't need to prepare for him. The policy follows from the premise. The problem is the premise. So what do we do? Ron asked. Harry thought about the graveyard, about Cedric, about the model he'd been building all summer, and the 2 years he'd roughly calculated between now and the end of it. He thought about 20-something students sitting in a classroom being told that preparation was unnecessary, while the temporal instruments in the TARDIS ran their quiet analysis of an increasingly narrow corridor of futures. We teach ourselves, he said. The DA was Hermione's name for it, Dumbledore's Army, which Harry thought was slightly too dramatic as a title but conceded made an effective recruitment pitch. And in a year when everything required a pitch, he was willing to compromise on the branding. He was not going to be its teacher in the conventional sense. He was not going to stand at the front of a room and explain how to cast a Patronus. He was going to share what he knew, which was considerable, and learn from what the others brought back, which turned out to be more than he'd expected. Because 20 students with the specific motivation of genuine threat and no institutional support were a more efficient learning environment than he'd given them credit for. The room of requirement, which the TARDIS would have understood, a room that produced what was needed rather than what was specified, a space with its own intelligence about use, became the place where Harry was most straightforwardly himself at Hogwarts. Not the boy who lived. Not the ministry, certified hysteric. Not Dumbledore's instrument or Voldemort's target or any of the categories that people had built around him. Just someone who had learned things and was sharing them. Neville Longbottom was the most important thing that happened in the DA. Harry had known Neville for 4 years and had liked him in the continuous, undemonstrative way he liked people who were genuine. Neville was genuine in every fiber, someone who had been told in dozens of ways, some of them cruel, that he was inadequate, and who persisted in being himself, despite this with a stubbornness that was too quiet to be recognized as courage, and was, in fact, courage of a very high order. In the DA meetings, without the constant comparison to expectations he couldn't meet, Neville Longbottom turned out to be capable of things that surprised everyone, including Neville. The Patronus was the first sign. He produced a corporeal one, a small, definite thing that solidified in the practice space with a quiet certainty that was very much Neville, and looked at it with an expression that Harry thought he might think about for a long time. Harry said afterward casually in the way of something not being made a production of. That's the third one this session. Hermione was first. You were third. Hermione's Hermione, Neville said. Yes, Harry said, and you're you. Those are both sufficient. Neville looked at him, then looked away. He was not good at receiving straightforward positive assessment without wanting to deflect it, which Harry recognized as a consequence of years of the opposite. What am I actually good at? Neville asked. It was an honest question, not self-pity, genuine inquiry, a person trying to make an accurate map of themselves. Everyone says herbology, but what else? You're good at holding things, Harry said. You don't break under pressure. You get better under pressure. Actually, I've watched. You freeze initially, and then you find something to hold onto, and then you're very steady. He paused. That's rare. Most people get less precise under pressure. You get more precise. Neville considered this. Okay, he said. I want you to think about something, Harry said. He had been building toward this for 3 weeks, had thought it through from several angles, had decided it was the right thing and the right time. The defense curriculum this year is not going to cover curses above the 2nd tier. Umbridge has specifically limited the practical application to Expelliarmus, Neville said with feeling, and minor stunners, which is fine for what the Ministry thinks we need. For what we actually need, Harry paused. The killing curse cannot be blocked, you know this. But it can be avoided, and more importantly, it can be pre-empted. If someone who is physically excellent at sustained, precise magical output were to focus their development on a very specific tactical skill set, he stopped. Do you know anything about the Sword of Gryffindor? Neville blinked. The one in Dumbledore's office? Yes, Harry said. I know it's old, Neville said, and that you pulled it out of the sorting hat in 2nd year, and he stopped. Why are we talking about the Sword of Gryffindor? Harry looked at him steadily. Call it preparation for a specific hypothetical, he said. Can you handle a blade? Neville looked at him for a long moment. My gran, he said slowly, made me learn fencing at 11. She said it was a pure-blood traditional skill. He paused. I was very bad at it. Were you? Harry said. I was bad at most things at 11, Neville said, which was not the same as yes, and both of them knew it. I'd like you to get good at it, Harry said. As a project, as a personal development thing. I'm not saying why yet, because the why is something you'll understand better later, when there's more context, and I don't want to put the whole thing on you without the context, because it wouldn't be fair. He held Neville's gaze. But I want you to trust that there's a reason. A good one. Neville looked at him for a long time. Okay, he said. Okay, Harry said. You've never steered this group wrong, Neville said. Even when it was hard, even when Umbridge was making it hard, so okay. He paused. But I get the explanation when there's more context. Absolutely. Harry said. He filed this under. Done. Cannot be undone. This is the right decision. He had been uncertain about it, had run the alternatives, had looked for a way to ensure the same outcome without putting any of the weight on Neville before Neville could understand why he was carrying it. He hadn't found one. The graveyard had taught him that you could not fully shield the people around you from the costs of being in proximity to the thing you were trying to resolve. The best you could do was prepare them correctly and trust them with the truth. He was working on the truth. Neville started fencing practice the following week, with a training sword borrowed from somewhere in the Hogwarts physical education stores that nobody had apparently used in 40 years. And within a month, the specific quality that Harry had identified, the precision under pressure, the steady hands, was extremely visible to anyone watching. Harry watched. Snape was a problem that turned out not to be a problem. The occlumency lessons began in January, at Dumbledore's instruction and Snape's visible reluctance, and Harry arrived at the first one with the reasonable expectation that they were going to be comprehensively unpleasant. This was accurate. What he had not expected was that they were going to be interesting. Snape's approach to occlumency was not the approach Harry would have designed. It was aggressive and adversarial, attempting to break the mental architecture rather than teach its construction, which was roughly analogous to teaching someone to repair structures by hitting them repeatedly, and expecting them to intuit the principles of engineering from the collapse. It was also, Harry reluctantly conceded, effective in a specific way, because being hit repeatedly did eventually teach you something about where the weak points were. The first time Snape entered Harry's mind, Legilimens, and then the specific unpleasant sensation of someone rearranging your interiority without asking. Harry felt the mental architecture from the inside and was immediately fascinated. It did not look like he had expected it to look. The Doctor had described occlumency to him over the summer in terms of mental architecture, walls, structures, rooms, the spatial metaphor that most practitioners used. Harry's mind, from the inside, did not look like rooms and walls. It looked like the TARDIS. Not literally, not the coral struts and the amber light, but structurally, in the way of a space that was larger inside than outside and was organized by a principle that was not conventional geometry. The memories and associations were not filed sequentially or categorically. They were filed the way the TARDIS library filed books, by emotional adjacency, by resonance, by the felt relationship between things rather than their surface characteristics. This was, Harry understood in the second session, why Snape was finding the legilimency so difficult. He was looking for a map that was organized the way maps were organized, and Harry's wasn't. He came to the third session with this observation half-formed and decided to do an uncharacteristic thing, which was to share it before Snape asked. "My mental architecture?" he said before Snape had said anything at all. "Doesn't seem to be conventionally organized. I think that's why you're having difficulty navigating it." Snape looked at him. The look was not quite surprised but adjusted. The look of a man recalibrating the prior probability of a student contributing something useful. "Explain," Snape said. Harry explained. He described, as precisely as he could, what the inside of his own mind looked like when Snape was in it, and what it looked like when it was just him. He described the emotional adjacency principle, the resonance-based filing. He said, "I think the standard occlumency approach assumes a more linear architecture. If the architecture is non-linear, the defense might need to be different too." Snape was quiet for an uncomfortably long time. Then, "Who taught you to think about cognition this way?" "Someone who has studied Gallifreyan consciousness theory," Harry said. "Gallifreyan," Snape repeated. "Yes." Another silence. Snape moved to his desk and sat down, which was unusual. He rarely sat during their sessions, using the standing height as a pedagogical tool. He looked at Harry across the desk with the expression of someone who is deciding, against their instincts, to take something seriously. "The architecture you're describing," he said, "is not entirely unlike certain accounts I have read of highly advanced legilimency practitioners who have developed what is sometimes called associative cognition. It is not common. It is not taught. It is occasionally produced by individuals who have had," he paused, with the precision of someone choosing a word carefully, "non-standard developmental experiences." "Yes," Harry said, "your non-standard developmental experience," Snape said, with a quality of tone that was not quite sarcasm and not quite not, "involved extensive time, travel, and a very eclectic education," Harry said, "and growing up in a spatial environment that was itself non-linearly organized." Snape looked at him. "The TARDIS," he said. Harry blinked. "You know about it. Dumbledore has been somewhat more forthcoming with me than he has perhaps been with others," Snape said. "Given the nature of my particular role." He paused. "I know the outline. I did not know it would produce this." He gestured at Harry's head, which was not a gesture Harry had previously received in reference to his cognition. "Is it a problem?" Harry asked. "For standard occlumency, yes," Snape said. "You are correct that the conventional defense is designed for a different architecture." He was quiet for a moment, in the way of someone reformulating their approach under time pressure. "The principle of occlumency is not the construction of walls. The walls are a metaphor for non-adepts. The principle is the management of access, controlling what an intruding presence can find and when and in what form." He paused. For a non-linear architecture, the question of access management becomes different, not walls, something more like selective resonance, Harry said. Snape looked at him. If the architecture is organized by resonance, Harry said, working it out as he spoke, then controlling access might mean controlling what I allow to resonate, what I let be findable by feeling. He was aware this was only half articulate. If someone enters the architecture looking for a specific memory by its emotional signature, I could dampen that signature, make the memory feel like something else. Snape was very still. That is, he said, not an approach I have encountered documented anywhere. No, Harry said. I don't think it's been developed, probably because it needs a non-linear architecture to apply to, which is rare. Yes. Snape looked at him for a long moment with the expression that Harry had learned to identify across 2 years of potions, as the expression Snape wore when he found something genuinely interesting and was annoyed about it. We will, Snape said, need to develop this from first principles. Yes, Harry said. It will be unpleasant, Snape said. More unpleasant than the conventional approach, because we will be making errors in novel territory, and the errors will be immediately legible to both of us. Understood, Harry said, and you will not. Snape said, with the specific emphasis of a man who has been in this situation before and knows exactly where it breaks down. Share the methodology with anyone until I have satisfied myself that we have actually developed something rather than theorized something. Agreed, Harry said. And you will not, Snape said, with a second and different emphasis, mention this conversation to the headmaster until I choose to. Harry looked at him. He understood, in broad terms, what Snape's role was, had understood it since year 2. When certain things about Snape's behavior in the specific context of Voldemort's return had accumulated into a clear picture. He understood that Snape operated in a complicated space where the information he shared and with whom was a matter of survival, and that Dumbledore knew this, and that the dynamic between them was one of those long game relationships where the surface and the depth were different things entirely. Agreed, Harry said. They worked for 11 more sessions. They developed something that neither of them had a precise name for. Harry eventually called it resonance masking, which Snape said was imprecise but didn't correct. The principle was this. Rather than building walls to keep legilimency out, Harry learned to manage the emotional signature of his memories, to present them in a frequency that made them feel like something they were not, or to make them feel like nothing at all. White noise, background hum. The mental equivalent of looking at something and finding your eyes slide off it. The fragment in the scar complicated this considerably, because the fragment had its own resonance, its own frequency, and it was not entirely under Harry's control, and it was getting louder by the month as Voldemort became more operational, more present, more consolidated in his restored body and his restored purpose. Harry could feel it the way you feel a sound you can't locate, directionally uncertain, present, occasionally spiking into something that was not quite pain and not quite emotion, but had the quality of both. He masked it as best he could. He built the resonance management techniques around it specifically, dedicated a significant portion of the occlumency work to understanding its specific frequency well enough to dampen it. It helped. It didn't solve it. The dreams were worse. He did not tell the doctor about the dreams for 6 weeks, which was dishonest in the specific way of things you are doing, because you know the response will be concern, and concern will translate to action, and the action will interfere with the management approach you are currently developing. When he finally told him, on a weekend visit home in February, the doctor was quiet for a long time and then said, "The fragment is using the dream state to run lower resistance." "Yes," Harry said, "I think so. Because the resonance masking requires conscious attention." "Yes." "Which you can't maintain while asleep." "No." The doctor looked at the ceiling of the kitchen for a while. "We need a passive version of the masking, something that runs without active maintenance." "I've been working on that," Harry said. He had 17 pages of notes on it. "It's harder than the active version because it needs to be responsive to his emotional state. It's not a static mask. It needs to adapt to what's coming through the channel. Which means it needs to be smart, the doctor said. It needs to be behavioral rather than structural. Yes. Give me the 17 pages, the doctor said. Harry blinked. How did you know it was 17? You write in 17-page increments when you're solving something this size, the doctor said. You've been doing it since you were 10. Harry gave him the 17 pages. In June, everything fell apart in the specific way of things that were always going to fall apart, and that Harry had been unable to prevent despite knowing they were going to. The vision was a trap. He understood this, in retrospect, within approximately 30 seconds of arriving at the Ministry of Magic through the flu. The arrangement was too specific, the details too carefully calibrated to his specific knowledge and his specific attachments. The resonance masking had failed in his sleep, which was the problem he had been working on for 4 months and had not yet solved. And what had come through the open channel was not random noise from Voldemort's consciousness, but a precise, deliberately constructed image. Sirius. The Department of Mysteries, being tortured. The trap had teeth because the attachment was real. Harry did not have a mechanism for overriding real attachment. He had thought about this, had known in principle that the channel could be weaponized, had known it would look exactly like this, and had concluded correctly that knowing it in principle was insufficient, that the actual experience of seeing Sirius being hurt, even in a vision, even in a manufactured one, would bypass the intellectual understanding the same way the graveyard had bypassed his preparation for it. He had not found a way around this. He had gone anyway, because going was the decision that at least gave him a chance to be wrong about it being a trap, and not going gave Sirius no chance at all if it wasn't. The Department of Mysteries was extraordinary, which was an inappropriate response to have in the middle of a crisis. But Harry could not entirely turn off the part of him that found things extraordinary. It was full of things the Ministry had been studying for centuries without, apparently, arriving at satisfying answers: time, death, thought, love, the deep questions of magical physics that the curriculum didn't reach. He moved through it with the specific distracted urgency of someone trying to focus on the task and failing to be entirely uninterested in the environment. There was no Sirius. Of course there was no Sirius. There was a prophecy. He stood in the Hall of Prophecy and looked at the small glowing sphere with his name on it and Voldemort's name on it. And he thought about what the doctor had said once about fixed points and their signatures. And he looked at this sphere, and it did not have the signature of a fixed point. It had the signature of a self-fulfilling loop. It was, at the causal level, something that was true primarily because the people who believed it were making it true through their choices. He picked it up. He had just enough time to read the label properly before the Death Eaters arrived. What followed was approximately 25 minutes of the most unpleasant operational environment Harry had experienced, which, given his years of experience with unpleasant operational environments, was a meaningful assessment. The DA performed extraordinarily well. Harry noted this even in the middle of it, with the observational reflex that never fully switched off. They performed with the precision of people who had been trained well, who trusted each other, who had been given the understanding of what they were doing rather than just the mechanics of doing it. Neville's ankle got broken. He kept going. Luna Lovegood, who Harry had spent 3 months thinking he couldn't fully predict, and who continued to exceed his inability to predict her, produced an effective defensive combination that she had apparently developed herself in the spaces between lessons. Based on principles Harry hadn't taught because he hadn't known them, Ginny's leg broke. She kept going, the prophecy sphere shattered in the hall. Harry watched it go with the complete absence of regret, because a prophecy you couldn't use to harm the person it was aimed at was a liability, not an asset. And then the order arrived, which was the contingency he'd been counting on, and in the chaos of the Order and the Death Eaters, something that was not part of any plan happened. Sirius went through the veil. He went through it in the specific way of things that fall, not choosing, not bracing, just the physics of it, the arc, and then the archway, and then the curtain that moved even when there was no wind, and then not there. Harry did not make a sound. He stood very still and watched Bellatrix Lestrange's face, and what he saw there was not the face of someone who had done something monstrous, which it was, but the face of someone who had done something joyful, which made it considerably worse. He looked at that face and he understood, with a clarity that came from years of building models of how certain kinds of people worked, exactly what Bellatrix was and exactly what had produced her. And the understanding did not reduce what he felt, but it located it correctly. He ran after her. This was not rational. He knew it was not rational even as he did it. He ran after her with the specific fury of a person who has held things carefully for a very long time and has encountered the thing that the careful holding was not designed to survive. And the fury was the instrument of his running rather than its object. He caught her in the atrium. He cast the Cruciatus. It didn't work. Not because he couldn't perform it, he could feel the mechanics of it, understood the structure, but because Bellatrix was right, with the horrible insight of someone who understood the curse from both ends. He didn't mean it the right way. He meant it from the fury and the grief, but the Cruciatus needed something else, something that wasn't in him and that he was, after a moment that lasted considerably longer than its clock duration, profoundly relieved was not in him. He stopped. Bellatrix laughed. Voldemort arrived. And then Dumbledore arrived, and the atrium became the site of something extraordinary. The two of them. One of the most powerful dark wizards alive and the single most formidable light wizard of the century. The air between them doing things that the air was not supposed to do. The magic at a scale and quality that Harry observed from behind a statue and thought, this is what it looks like when people who have lived a very long time and learned a very great deal stop holding back. It was educational. Voldemort attempted to possess Harry. Harry felt the fragment respond. The door opening, the recognition, the unbearable counterfeit warmth of the thing that had lived in his scar for 14 years, recognizing its source. And he did not have his occlumency walls, and he did not have his resonance masking operating at the level it needed to operate. And what he had instead was simpler, and it turned out sufficient. He had Sirius. He had the memory of Sirius in the kitchen, alive and real and difficult and funny and specific, and his father's face in a graveyard shade, and the doctor's hand on his head on the Hogwarts grounds at the end of a terrible night, and Mrs. Weasley in the kitchen before anyone was awake, and Hermione in the library arguing with him about conservation of mass, and Neville looking at his Patronus. The possession broke because the fragment couldn't hold ground in a mind that was that thoroughly occupied by its actual life. Voldemort left. The Department of Mysteries, the Ministry witnesses, the Aurors who arrived, all of that was Fudge's problem, and it was a problem that, given what Fudge had just personally witnessed in the atrium, was going to require a very significant change in the Ministry's official position. Harry sat on the atrium floor. He looked at where Sirius had been. He was 15 years old, and he was angry in a way that was different from any anger he had experienced before. Not hot, not impulsive, not the brief flare that had chased Bellatrix through the Ministry. Cold, structural. The anger of someone who has understood something correctly for a long time and has watched it be ignored by people who could have acted on it, and has paid a specific price for that ignoring. He was not angry at Dumbledore specifically. He was angry at the system of certainties that Dumbledore's style of operating produced, the information withheld for protection's sake, the choices made on behalf of other people who didn't get to consent to having choices made for them, the chess game in which the pieces did not know they were pieces. He was going to have that conversation. Very soon. He was going to have it with everything on the table. But first he sat on the floor for a while, because some things required sitting on the floor for a while before they could be moved into the place where they could be worked with. The prophecy, when Dumbledore told him the full text, was this: the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Harry listened to it in Dumbledore's office, in the late summer before Year 6, sitting in the chair across from Dumbledore's desk with the wreckage of Dumbledore's office still visible around them. He had been angrier on his last visit than had been useful, and had allowed himself a moment of spectacular magical tantrum in a room that had needed a tantrum and had therefore been an appropriate location for one. And Dumbledore had let him, which was either wisdom or a very sophisticated form of management, and Harry had decided it didn't matter which. He listened to the full text. He said, "The power the Dark Lord knows not." "Yes," Dumbledore said, "you believe it's love." "I do, specifically," Harry said, "the love that Lily Potter's sacrifice embedded in my blood, which transferred to Voldemort's body during the ritual." "Yes," Dumbledore said carefully. In part," Harry said, "because the love is also what I just used in the atrium to break the possession." "Yes. So it's not one event," Harry said. "It's a recurring mechanism. It's an active property of how I work, functionally." "That is," Dumbledore said, "a more precise way of putting it than I have managed." Harry looked at the prophecy text he'd written down. "The either must die language," he said. "It's conditional, not causal. Either must die at the hand of the other. That's a constraint on how, not on whether. The mechanism of resolution is specified. The necessity of one particular outcome is not." Dumbledore was very still. "I believe that to be correct," he said slowly. "Which means the Horcrux problem is the central problem," Harry said. "The prophecy is a description of the mechanism. The Horcruxes are the actual obstacle," he paused, "because as long as he can't die, the either must die constraint can't be satisfied, either direction." "Yes," Dumbledore said, "that is precisely correct. That is, in fact," he paused. "Harry, that is the analysis I arrived at over the course of several years. You have arrived at it in the time since I began speaking." "I've been building toward it for 3 years," Harry said. "I had most of the pieces. The prophecy text was the last one." He looked at Dumbledore steadily. "Tell me what you know about the Horcruxes, all of it. Every piece, no management, no protection, everything you have." Dumbledore looked at him across the desk. "Yes," he said. "All right, yes," he told him. "It took 3 hours." He told him about Tom Riddle, the real one, the orphan, the brilliant and frightened boy who had grown into a brilliant and frightened man and had built his entire life as a fortress against the frightened boy in the middle of it. He told him about the diary and the ring and his certainty about the locket. He told him about Hufflepuff's cup and Ravenclaw's diadem, which were less certain. He told him about Nagini. He told him. He stopped. He looked at Harry. Harry said very quietly, "Tell me the rest." "There is," Dumbledore said, "a possibility, a strong possibility. That when Voldemort's killing curse reflected in your nursery, in the process of creating the scar in the transfer of the fragment, it did not simply transfer the fragment intentionally. It is possible that the fragment in your scar is itself a Horcrux, unintentional, unplanned, a consequence of the magic going wrong." "I know," Harry said. Dumbledore was very still. "You know?" "I've known for 2 years," Harry said. "The temporal resonance readings, the way it behaves in proximity to other Horcruxes, the specific frequency of the fragment." He held Dumbledore's gaze. "I've been building the model of how to separate it from the rest of me without the separation being fatal for 2 years." He paused. "I have not yet found the solution. I'm working on it with the Doctor." "And if you do not find it," Dumbledore said, with the care of a man who has been carrying this specific weight for a very long time, "the traditional interpretation of the situation would suggest that I'd need to die for it to be destroyed," Harry said. "Yes, I know that's the traditional interpretation." He looked at Dumbledore evenly. "It is not the only possible interpretation, and it is not the one I intend to pursue." Dumbledore said nothing for a long moment. "I would not ask it of you," he said. It sounded like something he needed to say aloud to be sure he'd said it. "I know," Harry said. "But someone was going to, eventually, if we didn't find the alternative. That's why we're working on it now." He paused. 2 years is enough time to find it. I believe that." "I hope you're right." Dumbledore said. "I'm going to be right," Harry said. Not with bravado, with the specific, directed certainty of someone who has decided that a particular outcome is going to be produced and is organizing everything around that decision. "Because I have the best theoretical physicist alive working on it with me, and we have the complete model, and we have 2 years." Dumbledore looked at him across the desk with an expression that Harry thought he would not fully understand until much later. Not this year, not next year, maybe not for a long time after. It was the expression of someone who had planned for a specific ending and was encountering the possibility that the ending might be different, and was not sure whether to be relieved or frightened or simply to let himself be for the first time in many years. Not entirely certain he knew how this ended, it looked, Harry thought, like hope. The kind that came with vertigo attached. "One more thing," Harry said. "Yes, Sirius," Harry said. Dumbledore was very still. "He's gone," Harry said. "And he's gone partly because information was managed in a way that left him without the full picture. I'm not assigning blame, I'm making an observation." He held Dumbledore's gaze. "I need you to understand that I will not work within a system where the people around me are managed rather than informed. If someone is in my circle, they get the truth, not the version shaped for their protection. The truth." He paused. "If you can work within that, we'll work together. If you can't, I understand, and we'll work in parallel, but I won't take on information restrictions as a condition of the collaboration." Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. "You are," he said, "not what I planned for." "I know," Harry said. "Is that a yes?" Dumbledore said. "It is an attempt." "That's enough," Harry said. The year ground forward through winter and spring. Umbridge was gone, replaced by a defense teacher who lasted a semester. The ministry's position had reversed overnight in the way of institutions that have been proven wrong publicly and need to perform correction. Fudge was managing. Dumbledore was managing. Everyone was managing. Snape's potions class in Year 6 was advanced, which was where Harry needed to be, and the text was annotated, a previous student's hand, small and precise, scrawled in the margins with corrections and improvements, and occasionally entire alternative approaches to problems in the textbook that were considerably better than the textbook's approach. Harry read the annotations with interest. He did not show them to Hermione, because Hermione's feelings about following someone else's unauthorized notations would have been comprehensively negative, and would have required a conversation that was going to be unproductive, and he wanted the information first. The half-blood prince, whoever he was, had understood potions the way Harry understood transfiguration, from the mechanism outward, not the procedure inward. The annotations were not just improvements. They were evidence of a way of thinking. The memory of the cave, Dumbledore weakening, the inferi, the locket, was still recent when June arrived, and with June came the tower. Harry was not on the tower. He was in the corridor below when the dark mark appeared over it, and he had the specific, terrible experience of understanding what was happening, could feel the shape of it from the temporal analysis, had known this was a possible configuration of events, had hoped it was not, and running towards something that was already in a phase he could not intervene in without making it worse. The Death Eaters in the school, the fighting, and at the end of all of it, Dumbledore on the tower and Snape and the green light, and everything that had been built on Dumbledore's presence in the world becoming suddenly, irrevocably historical. He stood in the grounds afterward while the phoenix sang and the tower was lit and the world was processing what it had just become. And he looked at the TARDIS parked at the perimeter in the way it was always parked at the perimeter, slightly outside the wards, and he didn't activate the device. Not yet. He needed to be in the grounds of Hogwarts, in the specific grief of a specific loss, without any mechanism of being anywhere else. He needed to stand in the loss and let it be its actual size. Dumbledore was dead. He was not angry. The anger would come later, in a different form, directed, purposeful, aimed at the right things rather than the general shape of the situation. Right now, what he felt was simpler and larger than anger. A man who had known his parents, who had loved them, who had spent 30 years trying to fix what the worst night of their lives had broken, was dead. And everything he had known and carried was now unhoused, needing to find new form. The device in his pocket vibrated. Once. The pulse that meant I know. I'm here, Harry breathed out. He would grieve this properly. He had learned from a dog in a Roman market, from a year of carrying Cedric, that grief had to be its actual size, or it went somewhere else and became something wrong. He would grieve Dumbledore at his actual size, which was large, and he would not make it smaller to make it more manageable. But first he had to do something. He walked to the tower. He knelt in the grass where Dumbledore had fallen. He looked at the spot for a moment, just looked, with the full quality of attention he brought to things that mattered. "You were a great man," he said quietly. "Complicated and sometimes wrong and fully committed to being right, which is the best kind of wrong there is." He paused. "I know how you thought this was going to end. I don't think you were right, but I understand why you thought so, and I think you were right about the things that mattered more than the ending." He stood up. He walked to the TARDIS. The door opened before he reached it. The Doctor was inside. He didn't say anything when Harry came in. He just stood at the console with his hands on it, and Harry walked past him to the kitchen and put the kettle on, because some things needed doing while you processed other things, and making tea was one of them. The Doctor came in and sat down. Harry made the tea. He put a mug in front of the Doctor and one in front of himself and sat down. He knew, Harry said. About the scar, he always knew. "Yes," the Doctor said. "He wasn't going to tell me." "No," the Doctor said. "Not until he thought you were ready." And his definition of ready was tied to the ending he thought was coming, Harry said, "where I died." "Yes," Harry turned the mug in his hands. "He chose to sacrifice Snape for it. Snape agreed to it, which I understand that, I think. I'll understand it better when I've had more time. But Dumbledore made that choice and never told me, never told any of us, which means everyone around him has been living in a partial version of the truth." He looked at the Doctor. "That ends now." "Yes," the Doctor said. "Everything on the table," Harry said. "Every piece of the model. You, me, Hermione, Ron, everyone who's coming into the next year. Full information, no management." He paused. "We have 1 year, roughly, to find all of them and to find the solution to the fragment." He looked at the Doctor steadily. "Tell me you're close on the fragment solution." The Doctor looked at his tea. "I'm close," he said. "How close?" "Close enough," he said. I need to test a principle. A Gallifreyan consciousness principle that I think translates to the magical mechanics, but I haven't been able to test it, because testing it requires the conditions to be exactly right, and the conditions haven't been exactly right yet." "What conditions?" "The fragment needs to be at maximum resonance with the source," the Doctor said. "It needs to be active, fully active, not dormant, and you need to be at a location that has a specific temporal signature." He paused. "Hogwarts," he said. "The castle itself has a temporal resonance from 1,000 years of accumulated magic. It's unique. There's nowhere else in the world with that signature." "The battle," Harry said. "Not a question." The Doctor was quiet for a moment. "I believe so," he said. "I believe the solution can only be executed at Hogwarts in a moment of full magical activation, which a battle would provide, with the fragment at maximum resonance because Voldemort is present and active." He paused. "Which means we can't test it in advance. We can only execute it in the right conditions." Harry absorbed this. "So we have 1 year to find the Horcruxes," he said. "And the solution to the fragment executes at the battle, under the specific conditions." "Yes," the Doctor said, "and if the solution doesn't work, it will work." The Doctor said, with a certainty that was not the easy certainty of someone avoiding a difficult question, but the specific certainty of a man who has checked his working 900 times and knows where it's right and where it isn't. Harry looked at him. "You're not telling me all of it?" he said. The Doctor held his gaze. "No," he said. "Tell me," Harry said, not angrily, just directly. The way he had told Dumbledore, the Doctor looked at his tea. He looked at the kitchen around them, the TARDIS kitchen, the room where they had sat across from each other for 14 years, through every size of thing. He looked at Harry. "The bond," he said. "The temporal bond between you and the TARDIS." It formed when you were 11 weeks old, when she recognized Lily's sacrifice and something of her own resonance went into it. It's been in you your whole life. You know it. You feel it. Yes, Harry said. The solution to the fragment uses it, the doctor said. The bond is the mechanism. The TARDIS's temporal resonance is what allows the fragment to be partitioned, isolated in a closed loop, separated from the rest of you, allowed to collapse without taking you with it. He paused. And executing it dissolves the bond. It uses the bond as fuel. After it's done, you're just a passenger. The TARDIS won't know you as crew anymore. Harry was quiet. That's the cost, he said. Yes, the doctor said. The kitchen was very still. That's all, Harry said. That's the whole cost. I lose the bond. The doctor looked at him. Something moved across his face that was not the careful voice, was beyond the careful voice, was the thing underneath it. It's not nothing, the doctor said. The bond is— He stopped. I know what it is, Harry said gently. I know what it feels like. He thought about it. The hum of the TARDIS against his palm, the specific warmth of something calibrated to know him, the way the ship had rearranged her corridors for him, grown a spur of coral for him, opened her doors before he reached them for 14 years. He thought about all of that, and he held it, and he knew its size exactly. It's not nothing, he agreed, but it's not me. It's something I have. There's a difference. The doctor looked at him for a long moment. The TARDIS will still be home, Harry said. I'll still be able to go. She'll just know me differently. As someone who belongs, the doctor said, just not as someone she made herself for. Okay, Harry said. Harry, it's okay. Harry said, and he meant it in the full version, not the reduced one, not the one that was really its manageable dressed as okay, but the genuine article, the considered position of someone who has looked at the cost clearly and decided it is the right cost for the right thing. It's okay. We do it at the battle. He looked at the doctor. And then it's done. The doctor looked at him across the kitchen table. He looked at the 14 years of this kitchen, this table, this face across from him in different configurations as the years had gone by. He looked at the boy who had been 11 weeks old in a basket on a doorstep in Surrey and had grown up into this, into someone who could look at the cost of saving themselves and say, okay, it's okay, let's do it right. He did not say any of the things he could have said. He picked up his tea. 1 year, he said. 1 year, Harry agreed. They sat in the TARDIS kitchen as the night moved over Hogwarts outside, and the Phoenix sang its grief into the dark. And somewhere in the castle, 100 people who had loved Albus Dumbledore were finding new configurations for the weight of that love. And the temporal instruments in the next room ran their quiet, continuous analysis of a future that was almost visible now, close enough to see its shape if not its detail, close enough to work with. End of Chapter 6, Chapter 7. The Horcrux Inside the Scar. The year they spent hunting Horcruxes was not the year Harry had planned. This was consistent with most years. Harry had learned, across 6 years of Hogwarts, and a childhood spent in a machine that regularly disagreed with its own navigation system, that plans were not the point. Plans were the skeleton of a thing, necessary, load, bearing, not sufficient. The actual year was what grew around the skeleton, and what grew around the skeleton of find the Horcruxes, destroy them. Prepare for the battle was considerably more complicated and considerably more human than any plan he'd made in the TARDIS kitchen the night Dumbledore died. It was the 3 of them, mostly, Harry and Ron and Hermione, in a tent that was larger inside than outside. The doctor had modified it, without being asked, adding a small workspace off the main area that smelled of the TARDIS's lower corridors and contained instruments Harry needed, moving through an England that felt like a different country from the one they'd grown up in. Voldemort's control of the Ministry had taken hold by September with the specific efficiency of an organization whose institutions were designed to serve whoever controlled them. The Daily Prophet ran a photograph of Harry on its front page most weeks. The wanted posters had started appearing in October. Harry read them with the forensic interest he brought to everything. The description is wrong, he said, looking at one they'd found pasted to the inside of a bus shelter in rural Shropshire. I don't have a mustache. "I think that's a shadow," Hermione said from over his shoulder. "I think the artist has never met me," Harry said. "I think we should not be standing in a bus shelter looking at a wanted poster of you," Ron said, from the doorway, where he was keeping watch with the expression of someone who has been keeping watch for 4 months and has developed opinions about it. They moved on. The Horcrux hunt had a shape to it, and the shape was this. Hermione's research, Harry's detection, Ron's operational clarity. It was not equal work. Nothing is equal in a field operation, because the field imposes its own allocation of labor according to what each moment requires. But it was balanced in the way of 3 people who had learned each other completely, and no longer needed to negotiate what they each brought to a problem. Hermione researched with the systematic ferocity of someone who had turned the entire Black family library, and every text she'd accumulated over 6 years, into a weapon. Harry's modified wand, Brace read magical resonance at a sensitivity that could distinguish Horcrux's signature from background magical noise at approximately 40 meters, which in the right conditions was enough to work with. Ron had the ability, which Harry had come to understand was considerably rarer and more valuable than it looked, to look at a complicated situation and identify the single most important thing to do right now, which in field conditions was frequently the difference between operational and catastrophic. The locket came first because they had the best information on it. The cave, the lake, the basin. Harry had Dumbledore's memories of the last visit, and the Doctor had done temporal analysis on the location, and Hermione had 3 separate historical sources on Voldemort's use of the cave in childhood. They went in October, on a night with no moon, and the Inferi were exactly as bad as Dumbledore's account had suggested, and the locket was exactly where it was supposed to be, and getting out was a matter of Harry's fire, manipulation, not standard, not taught, developed in the TARDIS workshop over the summer from first principles, and Hermione's shield work and Ron's absolutely unhesitating physical courage, which was a different thing from magical courage, and which Harry had always thought was undervalued. They destroyed it with the sword, which Ron had retrieved, and the thing that came out of it when the metal broke was ugly and specific. It showed them the shapes of their fears, wore their faces, said the things that fears said when they had access to the right vocabulary. And Hermione had her wand raised, and Harry had his hand on Ron's shoulder, and Ron destroyed it. He put the sword down afterward and stood very still for a moment. Harry said, "You all right?" "Yes," Ron said. "It wasn't real," Hermione said. "I know it wasn't real," Ron said. He looked at the broken locket on the ground. "I know." He picked up the sword again and put it through his belt. Next, they moved on. The cup was Gringotts, which was extremely inadvisable, and which Hermione planned with the precise, slightly terrifying efficiency she brought to things she had decided were necessary regardless of being inadvisable. Harry did not enjoy the dragon, not because of the dragon itself, which was remarkable in the way that all large, terrified things were remarkable, but because of the sound it made when they released it, and it went up into the sky over London. And he thought about what it meant to be a large, terrified thing whose whole life had been a small, dark space, and then suddenly the open air with no map for it. He let himself think about this for approximately 30 seconds, and then focused on the vault. The cup was there. The cup resonated at the Horcrux frequency with the specific intensity of something that had been sitting in a dark vault being a Horcrux for decades. They took it. They got out on the dragon. The dragon went north. Harry, clinging to scales at several hundred feet over England, thought, 2 external Horcruxes destroyed. 2 remaining external, 1 in the snake. 1 still unlocated, he thought, and 1 in the scar, he thought. 1 year, give or take, he was not afraid. He was many things. Tired, specifically, the cumulative tiredness of months of field work and insufficient sleep, and the constant low-level presence of the fragment flaring and subsiding as Voldemort's attention moved around the country, but not afraid. Fear required a degree of uncertainty about the outcome, and Harry had spent 2 years building certainty about the outcome in the only way certainty was actually built. By understanding the problem completely enough to have genuine confidence in the solution. He had the solution. He was not entirely certain it would work. These two things were not contradictory. The diadem was Hogwarts. He had known this since the summer, when the Doctor's temporal analysis had flagged the castle as the location of the final Horcrux retrieval. He had not told Hermione and Ron the specific reason they needed to go to Hogwarts, which was not because he was managing them. He had committed, in Dumbledore's office, to not managing the people in his circle, but because the specific reason was part of a larger thing. And the larger thing needed its own moment. He needed to tell them about the fragment. He had been building toward this for the entirety of the year. He had found, over the course of 9 months in a tent in rural England, that the building had been less about gathering courage. Harry did not, on reflection, experience it as courage he needed, and more about finding the right moment, which was a different kind of preparation. The right moment had to be one where there was enough time to be honest completely, not in pieces, and enough stillness for what was said to be heard at its actual size. These conditions were not frequently available in a field operation. They became available in February. They were in the Forest of Dean, which the TARDIS had visited once briefly when Harry was 6. He remembered it differently now, through adult eyes, or something closer to adult eyes than he'd had at 6. The tent was set up in a clearing. The instruments in the workspace were running their continuous analysis. The fire was contained and useful, and the night was cold in the specific Forest of Dean Winter Way, which was mostly damp. Ron had gone to bed early. Hermione was at the workspace table with 3 books and a piece of parchment covered in her handwriting, which was what Hermione doing her best thinking looked like from the outside. Harry put the kettle on. "Hermione," he said. She looked up. "I need to tell you something," he said. "About the Horcrux situation. The full version." She put her quill down. He made the tea. He brought it to the table. He sat down across from her and told her. He started with the graveyard, the resonance reading, the fragment recalibrating toward its source. He worked forward through the occlumency work with Snape, through the model he'd been building across 3 years, through the Doctor's analysis of the fragment's specific temporal signature and what it meant. He told her about Dumbledore's office, what Dumbledore had said, what he'd already known by that point. He told her about the bond and the solution, and what the solution cost, and where it had to be executed and why. He told her, plainly and without softening, that there was a Horcrux in his scar. Hermione listened to all of it. She was one of the best listeners Harry knew, which was not a quality that was widely credited to her because it existed alongside her talking, which was frequent and excellent. And talking and listening looked like a zero-sum relationship when they weren't. She listened the way she read, with the full capacity of her intelligence receiving the thing, not in preparation for responding to it, not in search of the place where her existing model disagreed, just receiving it. When he finished, she was quiet for a while, which with Hermione was unusual and significant. "The Doctor's solution," she said. "The temporal partitioning?" "Yes, walk me through the mechanics." He walked her through it. She asked questions, precise, technical, the questions of someone who understood the framework and was testing it. He answered all of them. Some of the answers were "we don't fully know yet," which he said plainly, and she received plainly, because Hermione had spent enough time in the TARDIS workspace over the summers to understand that "we don't fully know yet" was not the same as "it doesn't work." "The bond dissolution," she said. "It's the mechanism of the partitioning." "Yes, the temporal resonance that the TARDIS embedded in the bond, it's what makes the partitioning stable. Without it, isolating the fragment would just move it," Harry said, "not contain it. The stability requires the specific resonance that's been calibrated to me since I was a baby." He paused. "The TARDIS is the only source of that resonance. The bond is the delivery mechanism." Hermione was quiet. "You've known this for a year," she said. "Yes. Since before we left on the hunt." "Yes." She looked at him across the table. Her expression was not the expression Harry had sometimes feared he'd see, not grief, not the specific anguish of someone encountering information they find unbearable. It was the expression she wore when she was doing two things simultaneously, thinking clearly and feeling something real. "Okay," she said. "Okay," he said. "I want the full technical documentation," she said. "Everything the doctor has, every calculation, I want to review the methodology myself." "Yes," Harry said, "absolutely." "And I want to have a conversation with him," she said, "directly, not mediated through you. I want to ask my own questions. Also, yes. And I want—" She stopped. She looked at her hands for a moment, and Harry waited, because the pause had a quality he recognized, the quality of someone deciding whether to say the thing they actually needed to say. "I want you to know," she said finally, "that I am not all right with this. Not in the sense of finding it acceptable. I think the situation is," she chose her words carefully, "I think the situation you have been placed in is unjust. That you've been carrying this for 3 years alone is unjust. That the solution requires a specific cost to you is unjust." She looked at him. "I can work within an unjust situation when it's the best available option. I've been doing that all year, but I want to say it clearly, at least once, rather than just proceeding as though the injustice is invisible." Harry looked at her. "Thank you," he said. He meant it completely. "Right," Hermione said. She picked up her quill. "Now tell me why the fragment's resonance at maximum intensity is a necessary condition for the partitioning rather than just an optimal one." Harry told her. They worked until 3 in the morning. Ron, in the morning, received the same information over breakfast. His response was different from Hermione's, which was consistent with Ron being different from Hermione in ways that Harry had spent 6 years appreciating. Ron listened and was quiet and did not ask technical questions. He drank his tea. He looked at Harry for a while, then he said, "You've been carrying this for a year." "Yes," Harry said. "While we were out here," Ron said, gesturing at the tent, the winter forest, the general situation. "The whole time?" "Yes. And you didn't say anything because—" "Because the right moment took a while to arrive," Harry said. Ron was quiet. "I'm not angry," he said, which was the clarification he apparently felt was needed. "I'm just—" He stopped. He turned his mug in his hands. He had a specific quality that Harry had come to understand very precisely, a quality that was easy to miss if you were looking for intelligence in its most visible forms. Ron understood people, not in the analytical way Harry understood them, not in the theoretical way Hermione understood them, but in the immediate, instinctive, empathetic way of someone who had grown up in a large family and learned to read emotional environments the way other people learn to read rooms. He understood Harry in that moment completely. "I just want you to know that if there had been a right moment earlier, I would have wanted to know earlier. That's all." "I know," Harry said. "I'll remember that." Ron nodded. He ate his toast. "What do you need from me?" "What you've been doing," Harry said. "The operational clarity. Knowing what the most important thing is right now and doing it." "What's the most important thing right now?" "Finding the diadem," Harry said. "Hogwarts," Ron said. "Yes." "Then we go to Hogwarts," Ron said. He poured more tea. "Seems straightforward." "It's really not," Harry said. "I know." Ron said. "But it helps to say it's straightforward. Gets you out of the tent." They were not alone in the tent, in the way that mattered. The doctor was not present physically. He had made this choice deliberately, early, understanding as he had understood with Hogwarts that the year needed to be theirs. Presence had a weight that changed what happened around it, and the doctor's presence was particularly weighted, particularly gravitational. He had stayed out. He checked in through the device. Not frequently, not in a way that managed or monitored or made itself felt as oversight. Occasionally, specifically, when Harry activated it because there was something that needed the doctor. 3 times in 9 months, Harry had activated it for reasons other than logistics, and each time the doctor had appeared within the day. The first time was October, when they had just destroyed the locket, and Ron had put the sword back in his belt, and Harry had felt something shift in the operational picture, not a new danger, just a new clarity about the shape of what remained, and had needed, in a way he didn't often need things, to say it aloud to someone who had seen the whole picture from the beginning. "The fragment," he'd said when the doctor arrived, in the clearing where they'd destroyed the locket. "I can feel the difference. With one of the external ones gone, the network it's shifted. The fragment is carrying more of the load." He looked at the doctor. "Is that possible? Can they communicate?" "In a limited sense," the doctor said. "They're all fragments of the same consciousness. There's not communication exactly, more like distributed weight. Each one carries some of the anchoring. When one is destroyed, the others compensate. So as we destroy more, the fragment will be under increasing pressure," the doctor said. "And Voldemort will feel each destruction. He might not know the mechanism, but he'll feel the anchors coming loose." He paused. "He'll come for you sooner as a result. He'll feel the losses and he'll want to act. Accelerate the timeline," Harry said. "Yes. Does that affect the solution?" "No," the doctor said. "The solution is robust to timeline changes. The conditions need to be right, not early or late." "Okay," Harry said. "Then it's fine." The second time was December, when the forest had been cold for 6 weeks, and Ron had been gone for 3 and had come back. And Harry was sitting in the tent with the empty workspace and the instruments running their quiet analysis, and Hermione was asleep. And Harry was looking at the temporal display and seeing something he needed to talk about. "The corridor's getting narrower," he said when the doctor arrived. "Yes," the doctor said. "Not in a bad way," Harry said. He looked at the display. "Just more specific. The futures that branch off from here have fewer branches. We're in the convergence now." "Yes," the doctor said. "I can see the shape of the battle," Harry said. "Not the detail, but the shape." "What do you see?" "Hogwarts," Harry said. Full castle. Full magical activation, defense, offense, the whole school mobilized." He paused. "It's big, bigger than I thought." "Yes," the doctor said. "People are going to die," Harry said. "Yes," the doctor said. "Fixed points?" Harry asked. He asked this carefully because the question had a weight that went in both directions. Knowing it was a fixed point was worse than uncertainty in some ways and better in others, and the difference depended on who the point was. "Some," the doctor said. He would not say which ones. Harry did not push. He understood this time the specific restraint involved, the calculation of what knowing in advance would cost versus protect. "Enough," Harry said. "Yes," the doctor said. They sat in silence for a while. "How do you do it?" Harry asked. "The fixed points?" "Knowing and not intervening." "Badly," the doctor said. "I do it badly. I do it because the alternative is worse, and I know the alternative is worse from very long experience, and knowing it is worse doesn't make not doing it any easier." He looked at his hands. "I have stood at the edges of more fixed points than I can count, Harry, and every time the not intervening is the same. It doesn't get easier because you've done it before. The doing it before just makes you more certain it's the right choice, which is a different thing from it being a less terrible one." Harry thought about Cedric. He thought about Sirius. He looked at the temporal display. "Okay," he said. The third time was March. He had worked out the fragment was a Horcrux through a sequence of reasoning that had been building for weeks. A sequence that had begun with a closer analysis of the distributed weight shift after each Horcrux destruction, had moved through a examination of the temporal resonance data from the graveyard, had arrived at a conclusion that was not new exactly, but had become more precise, more sourced, more evidence than any previous version of it. He knew what he was. He had known it in some form for years. The knowing had been getting more specific all year as each external Horcrux was destroyed, and the fragment became louder and more distinct and more legible. By March, it was not a model, not a theory, not even a strongly supported hypothesis. It was a reading. It was data. He told the doctor this when he activated the device. The doctor arrived in 3 hours, which was the fastest he had ever arrived, which was information in itself. He came into the tent and sat down at the workspace table and looked at the instruments, which Harry had already oriented toward the scar readings. He read the data for 4 minutes, which was a long time for the doctor to read anything without speaking. Then he looked up. "It's complete," he said. "Yes," Harry said. "The partitioning was always possible," the doctor said. In theory, I want you to understand that. The solution was always there. But now that the fragment is fully isolated in the resonance picture, now that the network has shed enough external anchors that it's carrying the weight on its own. He looked at the display again. The partitioning is not just possible. It's precise. I can see exactly where the boundary is. Between you and it. Where is it? Harry asked. Just inside the scar tissue, the doctor said, which makes sense. The scar was the point of transfer. The fragment anchored itself to the tissue of the original wound. He paused. It's not in you, Harry, in the way of something distributed or embedded. It's attached. Like a piece of code running in a contained space. It has access to you, but it's not woven into you. Meaning the partitioning cuts the access without cutting me, Harry said. Yes. The partition creates a sealed loop, a closed temporal bubble of the TARDIS resonance drawn from the bond just large enough to contain the fragment. The fragment inside the loop still thinks it's connected, still thinks it's part of the network, but it's not. It's isolated. And when the source is destroyed, Voldemort dies, the network collapses, the doctor said. And the fragment in the loop collapses with it because it thinks it's part of the network, and I've calculated. He reached into his jacket and produced a page covered in his notation, which Harry had long since learned to read. That the collapse of the loop itself is clean. The bubble dissipates, the fragment is gone, and you are structurally unchanged. Harry looked at the page. He looked at the notation for a long time. He had been reading the doctor's notation since he was 8. He understood it well enough to follow the calculation, if not well enough to have produced it. "This is right," he said. "Yes," the doctor said. "You're certain?" "I am certain about the mechanics," the doctor said. "I am certain about the calculation. I am certain about the temporal behavior of isolated loops under these conditions because I have extensive empirical experience with that behavior." He paused. "What I cannot guarantee is the execution. The execution happens in conditions I cannot fully control, at a moment I cannot fully predict to the second, with a fragment that will be at maximum resonance and therefore maximum agitation." He looked at Harry. "You will need to hold the partition active while the fragment is agitated. The bond will be doing the heavy lifting, but you'll need to hold it. You'll feel it." "How will I know when it's time?" Harry asked. "The fragment will know," the doctor said. "When the last external Horcrux is destroyed, when the network has only the fragment and Voldemort's own consciousness left, it will feel the collapse approaching. It will do something. Something directed at Voldemort or at you, some communication, some recognition. And in that moment the loop closes. And the bond goes," Harry said. "Yes," the doctor said. They were quiet. "There's something you haven't told me," Harry said, "about what it will feel like." The doctor was very still. "When the loop closes," Harry said, "when the fragment isolates. What does it feel like from inside?" The doctor looked at him. "I don't know exactly," he said. "I know the theoretical model. I know what isolated temporal loops feel like from outside. From inside," he paused, "there will be a moment. Just a moment before the loop seals, when the partition is forming but not yet closed. In that moment, you'll feel the fragment the way you've never felt it, not as background noise, not as a signal, but as something present. Something in the room with you, that has always been in the room with you, making itself known before it goes." Harry considered this. "Like saying goodbye," he said. "In a sense," the doctor said, "though it is not conscious, it's not choosing anything. It's just the last moment of the resonance before it's closed off. The last time the channel is open in both directions. And then it's closed," the doctor said, "and it's done, and the bond dissolves, and he stopped. "And it's done," Harry said. "Yes," the doctor said. The doctor sat with the instruments for 6 hours after that conversation. Harry slept. He had developed, over 9 months of field work, the ability to sleep at will in short intervals. A skill the doctor had confirmed was one of the most underrated combat survival skills that existed, and which Harry suspected was one of the things the doctor wished he were better at himself. He slept for 4 hours and woke to find the doctor still at the workspace, the instruments reconfigured into an arrangement Harry didn't recognize, running a new analysis. He came and stood at the doctor's shoulder. The analysis was of the bond itself, not the fragment, not the partitioning solution, not the Horcrux network. The bond, the TARDIS's resonance in Harry's biological profile, the thread of temporal calibration that had been there since 11 weeks old, that had grown with him, that had changed as he changed, that had become in the literal physical sense a part of his specific frequency, mapped out in the doctor's notation with the particular care of something being documented for the first time rather than analyzed for the purpose of solving a problem. Harry understood immediately that this was not problem-solving. "You're archiving it," Harry said quietly. The doctor did not look up. "Yes," he said. "Why?" A pause, a long one for the doctor. "Because," he said, "the things that end should be recorded so that the ending doesn't also erase the existence." He looked at the notation. "She has been part of you for 14 years. The specific configuration of that resonance, what she put into you, what you put back, what grew between you, is not something that's ever existed before and won't exist again." He traced one hand along the edge of the analysis, not touching it. "It deserves to be written down." Harry stood at the doctor's shoulder and looked at the notation. He saw, in the doctor's careful documentation, what he already knew in his bones, the specific frequency, the harmonic between his magical signature and the TARDIS's temporal resonance, the places where they had grown into each other over 14 years of proximity and mutual familiarity. He saw it laid out in the precise language of someone who understood it completely and was writing it for someone else to understand someday. He saw that the someone else was himself. The doctor was writing it for Harry to have, when the bond was gone, so he could read what it had been and know it had been exactly what he'd known it to be. Harry stood there for a while. Then he put his hand briefly on the doctor's shoulder, just briefly, and went to put the kettle on. The diadem was in the room of requirement, and the room of requirement was full of a century's accumulated student contraband, and the diadem was on a perch in the middle of it, and Harry found it in 12 minutes with the wand, Brace's resonance detection. He picked it up. It hummed at the Horcrux frequency, and something in his scar hummed back, the recognition between anchors in a network that was now almost entirely reduced to these two, the diadem and the fragment. One external, one internal, one about to be destroyed. "This is the last one," Harry said. "Before Nagini," Hermione beside him. "Yes, and Nagini is a fixed point," Harry said. "The solution accounts for it." "Neville," Hermione said. "Yes." He looked at the diadem. "When this goes, the network pressure on the fragment is going to spike. It'll be the last external anchor gone. Everything will be on the fragment." He paused. "It's going to get loud." "Loud how?" Ron said. Harry looked at the diadem. "I won't know until it happens," he said, "but I'll manage it." He held it out to Ron. "The sword is going to need to be very accurate. The Fiendfire is the other option, but I'll be accurate," Ron said. He took the diadem. "I know," Harry said. Ron raised the sword. The diadem shattered. What came out of it was brief and ugly and exactly as bad as every other one. The darkness finding voices and shapes from the specific catalogue of fears it had access to. And Hermione's shield held it at distance, and Ron destroyed it with the focused, unhesitating competence of someone who has made a decision and is implementing it, and then it was done and the room of requirement was very quiet. Harry felt the spike. It was not pain, precisely. It was the fragment recalibrating again, not toward a distributed network now, because there was no network left, just the fragment and its source, pulling tight against the resonance of its origin. The channel between them suddenly very clear, and very direct, and very loud in the specific way of a signal running on fewer nodes. He felt Voldemort's anger, sharp and clear, the first unmediated emotional transmission he'd received through the scar in months, because the masking that the network's distributed weight had provided was gone. He felt Voldemort's fear. Underneath the anger, as it had always been, as Harry had known it was, the fear, cold and structural, the fear of the boy who had grown up terrified of ordinary and had built an extraordinary prison to keep from feeling it, and who was now feeling the walls of the prison begin to crack. "You can feel it," Harry thought, at the fragment, which was not a conscious communication but was the closest thing to addressing directly the thing that had lived in him for 16 years. You can feel it. It's almost done. The fragment pulsed. It pulsed in the specific way that the doctor had described, not communication, not consciousness, just the resonance of an isolated system feeling the edge of its containment approaching. The last moment of the channel being open in both directions. Harry held it. He stood in the room of requirement with the dust of a destroyed Horcrux settling around him and held the fragment's pulse, and felt the TARDIS resonance in the bond respond. The warmth of it, the specific calibrated warmth of 14 years of existing together. The thing the doctor had archived so Harry would know what it had been, and he understood standing there that the doctor had been right. He would know when it was time. The battle was coming. The fragment was almost contained. Nagini was the last external anchor. He looked at Ron and Hermione. "It's time," he said. What he did not tell them, what he had not told anyone, not even the doctor, because some things needed to be held privately before they could be spoken, was what it had felt like in the room of requirement when the fragment pulsed, not the technical version. Not the resonance data, the frequency reading, the mapping of the scar tissue boundary that the wand, brace had been running continuously. The felt version. 16 years of something in his head. 16 years of the background presence of it, not always loud, not always legible, but there, the way a sound is there even when you're not listening to it, in the structure of the room rather than the foreground of it. He had lived his whole life with it. He had studied it and modeled it and built a solution for it, and he had, for 16 years, without ever quite articulating this to himself, simply known it was there, it was going to end. This was the right outcome. This was the necessary outcome, the outcome he had spent 3 years working toward with everything he had, and the doctor had spent 3 years calculating toward, and Hermione had spent 4 months pressure, testing from every angle she could find. The outcome was right. The cost was right. Everything was right. He stood in the room of requirement and breathed, and the fragment pulsed once more, low and subsiding, and Harry breathed. All right, he thought, not to Voldemort, not to the fragment, to himself, all right, here we go. The battle began at midnight. Harry did not go to it in the way the story wanted him to go to it, not through the front doors, not dramatically, not with the castle at his back and the field ahead of him. He went through a side entrance that Neville Longbottom had told him about in October, via a message passed through the portrait network, and he moved through the first corridor without being seen because he had learned, in 9 months of field work, that being seen was a choice, and not being seen was also a choice, and the choice between them depended entirely on what you needed to accomplish in the next 30 seconds. What he needed to accomplish was reaching the Great Hall. He needed to reach it at the specific temporal coordinate, not the clock time, but the magical time, the moment the doctor's calculation had identified as the point at which the castle's accumulated resonance reached its operational peak, and he needed to be there when Nagini died, because the death of the last external Horcrux was the trigger for the fragment's maximum agitation, and maximum agitation was the condition for the partition. The castle was alive in a way it had never been alive in his experience of it, not the ordinary aliveness of a 1,000-year-old magical institution that breathed and shifted and maintained, but something beyond that, every ward and every protection and every enchantment at full activation. The castle using everything it had, which was vast, which was deep, which was old in a way that matched the TARDIS's old in the way that very different kinds of ancients sometimes matched each other. Harry moved through it. He passed teachers fighting in corridors, McGonagall at full operational power, which was something he filed under extraordinary revisit when there is time. He passed students, some of them DA members who had grown into people he did not fully recognize from his Year 5 self who had started the meetings in the room of requirement. They were better than he'd taught them, which was exactly what it was supposed to mean that he'd taught them at all. He passed things that were not people, that were Voldemort's army, and he did not engage with them because engagement was not his function tonight. His function tonight was the fragment. He found Hermione and Ron in the corridor outside the entrance to the Great Hall, which is where they had agreed to meet, which meant they had made it this far intact, which was the first thing that went right tonight in a way that was not small. "Neville," Harry said. "The courtyard," Ron said. "He's ready." "The sword! He has it," Hermione said. Harry nodded. He looked at both of them. He wanted to say something. Something adequate to what they had been to each other across 7 years and 9 months of field work, and the specific weight of everything they were carrying into the next hour. He did not find adequate language and did not pretend he had. "Thank you," he said. "Both of you, for everything?" "Don't make it sound like a goodbye," Ron said. "It's not," Harry said. "Good," Ron said, "because I'm very bad at goodbyes, and if you die, I'm going to be very annoyed." "I'm not going to die," Harry said. "I know," Ron said. "I was pointing it out for the record." Hermione looked at Harry with the specific clear-eyed steadiness she had had since February, when he'd told her everything and she had received it and asked her questions and done her technical review and arrived at the same conclusion he'd arrived at. The solution was right. The cost was manageable. The outcome was possible. "The doctor is outside," she said. "Perimeter, the TARDIS is in the grounds." "Yes," Harry said. "He's been there since midnight." "Yes," Harry said. She held his gaze. "Go," she said. "We'll hold the hall." The TARDIS was in the far corner of the Hogwarts grounds, in the dark outside the fighting, her light pulsing slowly. Not the emergency pulse, not the distress pulse, just the ordinary resting pulse of a ship that is waiting, has always been waiting, will wait as long as necessary. The doctor was standing outside her with his hands in his jacket pockets, looking at the castle. Harry came across the grounds at a run and stopped beside him. "The temporal coordinate?" Harry said. 12 minutes, the doctor said. He did not look away from the castle. "Give or take. When you feel the network fully reduced to the fragment, when you feel Nagini's destruction." "I'll know," Harry said. "Yes," the doctor said. They stood in the dark and looked at the castle together. It blazed with its own specific fire, not literal, not entirely, but with the activation of everything in it, every ward alive, every protection deployed, the castle being as completely itself as it was possible for it to be. "It's remarkable," Harry said. "Yes," the doctor said. "It really is." They were quiet for a moment. After, Harry said, "Yes, the bond goes." "Yes. And the TARDIS, she'll still know you," the doctor said. "She'll just know me differently," Harry said. "Yes." He looked at the castle. "I grew up in there," he said. "Not the TARDIS, the castle. I grew up in both of them, in completely different ways." "Yes," the doctor said. "They're both home," Harry said. "Yes," the doctor said. "They are." Harry felt it. The spike, sharp and sudden, not pain, not quite, but close enough. And then the absence where the network had been. The sudden clean silence where before there had been distributed noise, and the fragment blazing at full intensity, pulling tight against its source. Every resonance it had channeling directly into the channel between itself and Voldemort, because there was nothing else left, no other anchor, no other distributed weight. Nagini was dead. "Now," the doctor said. Harry turned to look at him. There was a moment, just a moment, the specific moment the doctor had described. The last moment before the partition closed, when the channel was open in both directions and the fragment was fully present and fully legible, making itself known before it went. Harry felt it. 16 years. The background presence of it, all of it at once, not ugly, not malevolent, just there, just a piece of something that had lived in the same space as him for his entire existence, and was now, finally, going to stop. He felt it the way you feel the end of a sound you've stopped noticing, not the sound itself, but the silence that follows it, which is how you know the sound was there. All right, he thought. Not to it, not to anyone, just to the moment. The TARDIS hummed. Not the hum of the engine, not the hum of the choral, not the ship's ordinary operational voice. Something deeper than that. Something that had been in Harry's specific frequency since he was 11 weeks old. Something calibrated and warm and entirely his, rising from the bond the partition formed. He felt it as the doctor had described it, the closing, the sealing, the fragment isolated in a loop of TARDIS resonance that was drawn from the bond, and that contained the fragment completely, held it in the specific warmth of 14 years of temporal calibration, held it the way the TARDIS had always held the things in her that needed holding, and then the bond went. It did not go painfully. It did not go dramatically. It went the way a held breath goes when you finally exhale, with the specific release of something that has been maintained, that has always required maintenance, that stops requiring it and leaves behind only the oxygen already in the blood, the warmth already in the tissues, the calibration already in the frequency. Harry stood in the Hogwarts grounds in the dark. He was himself. He was entirely himself, not augmented by the fragment, not diminished by it, not structured around it or against it, just himself, in the specific fullness of being someone who has always known who they are and is now in the additional clarity of having removed the one thing that had always been adjacent to that knowing. He looked at the TARDIS. She was still there, still warm, still herself. She looked at him with the different kind of knowing, not the knowing of something made for him, the knowing of something that had been present for his whole life and understood him through that presence. Not crew, something else. Something that did not have a clean category, something between crew and passenger, something that was perhaps just known. He looked at the doctor. The doctor was watching him with an expression that Harry was going to need time to fully understand. It was the expression of someone who has been afraid of a moment for a very long time and has arrived at it and found it different from the fear. Not better, not worse. Just different, specific, real in the way that actual things are real in contrast to the anticipated version. Done. The doctor said. Done, Harry said. He turned to look at the castle. Voldemort's in there, he said. Yes, the doctor said. The fragment is contained. The Horcrux network is gone. All that's left is a mortal man with a wand, the doctor said. Harry nodded slowly. Right, he said. He started walking toward the castle. The doctor fell into step beside him, which was not the plan. The plan had the doctor at the TARDIS, at the perimeter. But Harry did not say anything about the plan, because the doctor walking beside him across the Hogwarts grounds in the dark, toward the end of the thing they had been working toward for 3 years, felt more right than the plan had felt when he'd made it. They walked. The castle blazed ahead of them. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. The Boy Who Chose. The Great Hall was everything and nothing like what Harry had imagined. He had imagined it in the abstract, the scale of it, the magical activation, the specific convergence of 1,000 years of accumulated castle resonance with a battle that was using everything the castle had. He had mapped it in the temporal analysis, had seen the shape of it in the instrument's predictions, had held it in his mind as the location of the final coordinate for 3 years. The imagining had been accurate in its facts and inadequate in its reality, which was consistent with the relationship between preparation and experience, which Harry understood well and continued to be surprised by. The hall was full of the living and the dead. Not the dead in the way of the Department of Mysteries, not the dead in the way of shades in a graveyard, the dead in the way of people who had been alive very recently and were now on the floor of the great hall with their families around them, which was the specific, unbearable reality of what a battle was underneath, its strategic description. Fred Weasley was there, with George beside him, and Harry saw this from across the hall and held it in the same way he had learned to hold the things that were fixed and therefore could not be changed and had to be true, not without feeling it, not with the detachment of someone who had intellectualized grief into non-existence, but with the full weight of it and the full necessity of continuing to move. He had known. He had not told George. He would spend a long time later with the question of whether that had been right. He was certain it had been right, and he was not at peace with it. And he understood now in the whole that certainty and peace were not the same thing, and that you could have one without the other, and that this was simply the texture of decisions made in the space between what was possible and what was good. He looked at the hall. Ron was there, Across the room with Hermione, they had come in through the main doors, which Harry had not, and they were both intact and operational, which was the second thing that had gone right tonight. Ron met his eyes across the room and gave a single, minimal nod, which was Ron's vocabulary for "we're here." "We're ready. What's next?" compressed into a gesture, which was the kind of thing you learned to read after 7 years. Neville was not in the hall. Neville was in the courtyard, which was where Harry had placed him, had been placing him for 3 years, had been building toward without explaining the building for the duration. He was in the courtyard with the sword, which was the sword of Gryffindor, which Harry had carried out of the Chamber of Secrets in second year, and which Neville had been working with for 8 months, and which was, in the right hands at the right moment, precisely the instrument required. Harry had told Neville the full truth in March. He had gone to Neville in March, because March had felt like the right moment. Late enough that they were close enough to the end that the specific weight of what Harry was going to say would feel like information rather than overwhelming abstraction. Early enough that there was still time to prepare for it without the preparation feeling like a countdown. He had told Neville about Nagini, about the Horcrux network, about the specific mechanics of why Nagini had to die before Voldemort could die, and why the moment of Nagini's death would be the moment when every chain of events they'd been building toward converged, and why it had to be him. Neville had listened. He had not asked Harry why him specifically, which was the question Harry had expected, the question anyone would have been entitled to ask. He had asked, "When?" "I don't know the exact moment," Harry had said. "I know the conditions. You'll know them when you're in them. Everything will narrow down to Nagini, and you'll have the sword and you'll know." "How will I know?" Neville had asked. "Because you've been knowing what to do under pressure for 8 months, Harry had said, and you've been getting more accurate about it every week. And because the sword will be in your hand, which it wouldn't be if you weren't the right person to be holding it." Neville had looked at him steadily. "That's a very mystical justification for a very practical decision." "Yes," Harry had said. "Sometimes those are the same thing." Neville had accepted this, which was very Neville, not credulous, not passive, but willing to hold a thing that wasn't fully articulable and trust the person who was asking him to hold it, which required a specific kind of courage that Harry had never learned to name exactly and had always admired. "Okay," Neville had said, "I'll be there." And he was. Harry moved through the hall. He moved the way he had learned to move in environments where being seen was a choice. Present enough to be known to the people who needed to know where he was. Present enough to see what needed seeing. Not present enough to become a target before the target. Becoming served a purpose. He saw McGonagall organizing the evacuation of students who could not fight with the specific logistical authority of someone who had been running an institution for 40 years, and had translated that skill set seamlessly into emergency operational management. He saw Kingsley Shacklebolt at the main entrance, which meant the order had arrived, which meant the perimeter was more solid than it had been. He saw Seamus Finnegan doing something with a structural ward on the far wall that Harry hadn't known Seamus could do, and that was, on reflection, elegant. He saw Voldemort's army through the windows. He stopped at a window for a moment and looked. The temporal instruments were not with him, they were in the TARDIS, at the perimeter, because carrying them into the battle would have been impractical and also unnecessary. He did not need the instruments. He had the fragments readings, which were the most accurate Horcrux resonance detector he'd ever had access to, running continuously and involuntarily from inside his own head. And the fragment was, since the partition formed, inside its loop, which meant its readings were passing through the partition's membrane rather than directly into his awareness, attenuated, filtered, clear. The last anchor outside the loop. He could feel it moving. Nagini was somewhere in the castle. Not the grounds, not the outer perimeter, inside, which meant Voldemort had brought her in, which meant he was using her as both protection and weapon, which was consistent with the model Harry had built of how Voldemort operated in a state of increasing desperation. You used what you had. When what you had was diminishing, you held it closer. He turned from the window. He needed to reach the courtyard. The corridor that led to the courtyard ran along the eastern side of the castle, past classrooms that were dark, and past one classroom that was not dark, because it was on fire in a contained, deliberate way that suggested it had been set on fire as a tactical measure rather than an accident. Harry moved past it without investigating, because the fire was under control in the specific way that told him it was someone's strategy. And someone's strategy that was under control was not his problem to solve. He heard the fighting before he saw it, the specific acoustic signature of combat magic, which was different from training magic and different again from the accidental magic of children, a quality of intent in the sound of it that changed the character of the light. He turned a corner and stopped. Voldemort was in the corridor, not at the end of it, not glimpsed at a distance, not mediated by instruments or analysis or the attenuated signal of the fragment through its partition. Present, tall and white and wrong in the specific way Harry had felt him in the graveyard. The consciousness that had been fragmented and partially reconstructed looking out of eyes that were no longer quite the right color. Wearing a face that had abandoned the ordinary camouflage of human expression some time ago. Beside him, coiled in the mobile architecture of a large snake accustomed to being weaponized. Nagini. Harry felt the partition shudder. Not failing, not even close to failing, the Doctor's mathematics had been very clear on this, but responding to the proximity of the source. The fragment in the loop feeling the thing it was tethered to, the resonance between them strong enough to press against the partition's membrane even at this distance. Hold, Harry thought, not to himself exactly, to the partition, to the TARDIS resonance that was maintaining the loop. Hold. The loop held. Voldemort looked at him. The looking was not the looking of one person seeing another. It was the looking of something that had reduced itself to a single purpose encountering the object of that purpose. And the object turned out to be an 11-year-old, no, 17. But something in the quality of Voldemort's regard had always located Harry at 11. At the moment of the nursery, at the moment of the first failure, as though that were the only frame in which Harry was legible to him. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. His voice had always surprised people. It was smooth, controlled. The voice of someone who had worked extensively on the voice, which was one of the minor revelatory details of spending years building a model of someone, the specific choices they had made in their self-construction, the places where the work was visible. Voldemort, Harry said, not Lord. Not he who must not be named. Just the name, the taken name, the name that was not the original name and was not the face and was not anything except a choice made by a frightened 17-year-old in a school library who had decided that if he named himself, no one else could name him. Voldemort's eyes moved fractionally. The use of the name without the title was the kind of small thing that produced visible response in people who had built elaborate structures to prevent feeling small. You've come to surrender, Voldemort said. No, Harry said. You've come to bargain? Voldemort said. No, Harry said. Then you've come to die, Voldemort said, which at least shows the appropriate understanding of the situation. I've come to end it, Harry said, which is different from all three. He was watching Nagini, the snake was watching him. Large eyes, large and vertical, pupilled, the specific quality of attention that things develop when they have been used as weapons for a long time, and have learned to read the difference between threat and non-threat with the accuracy of something whose continued existence depends on the distinction. He needed to get Voldemort away from Nagini without making it obvious that this was the objective, because the moment the objective was obvious, the snake would be moved, would be protected, would be placed behind wards that would make Neville's approach impossible. He needed Voldemort's attention entirely on himself. This was not difficult to arrange. This had never been difficult to arrange. Voldemort had been trying to give Harry his entire attention since 1981. The Horcruxes are gone, Harry said. The corridor was very quiet. All of them, Harry said. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, all gone. He watched Voldemort's face, the specific, controlled quality of the way Voldemort processed information he hadn't anticipated, the way the smoothness stretched tight over something else. "You felt them go. I know you felt them go. I know what that felt like because I felt it from this end, the network collapsing, the weight redistributing, the fragment." He stopped, because the fragment was not to be discussed. The fragment was the last information he was going to give. The anchors failing one after another. "Lies," Voldemort said. "No," Harry said. "You know they're not. You felt it. You've been feeling it all year. That's why you're here instead of directing from outside, because you can feel the walls of the fortress coming down and you need to be close to the thing you think is still holding." He was not looking at Nagini. He was being very careful not to look at Nagini. "The snake," Voldemort said, and his voice had changed, something that was fear. That was the fear Harry had felt in the graveyard, and the fear he had understood all year, and the fear that was the engine of everything Voldemort had ever done, expressing itself as something colder than anger and more dangerous than it. The fear become threat, that was what it became in people who had never learned to name it. "The snake is what remains, and you will not." "I'm not going to try to kill the snake," Harry said. "I can't kill the snake. You know I can't kill the snake." This was true. Voldemort looked at him. The smoothness was still there, still operational, the self, control of someone who had built the self, control as deliberately as he had built the name and the face. But underneath it, Harry could feel, through the partition's membrane, attenuated but present, the fear, bright and specific and very old. He was afraid of Harry, not of what Harry could do, of what Harry represented, of what it meant that Harry was standing in this corridor looking at him without hatred, without the anger Voldemort had always understood and had always known how to use, without the desperate courage of someone who was here because they had no choice. Voldemort had spent 16 years constructing a frame for Harry Potter, the boy chosen by prophecy, the symbol of resistance, the weapon the other side was building against him, and the person standing in the corridor did not fit the frame, had never fit the frame, and the not fitting was more frightening than anything Harry might actually do. "You've been afraid," Harry said, "for your whole life. I know this. I've known it for 3 years, and I've known it more clearly for the last year, and standing here I can feel it with a specificity I couldn't have managed even 6 months ago." He was not being cruel. He was not performing. He was doing the thing that the Doctor had done with him across 14 years, the thing of naming things correctly because correctly named things could be correctly addressed. "That's not weakness. Fear isn't weakness. The fear isn't what's wrong with you." "Don't," Voldemort began. "What's wrong," Harry said, "is that you spent your entire life building a structure to avoid ever feeling it. The Horcruxes weren't immortality. They were the architecture of avoidance. Every piece of yourself you put outside yourself was a piece you didn't have to risk. And now they're gone." He held Voldemort's eyes. "And you're just here, and so am I, and the thing you've been avoiding is just what it always was, just a feeling, just the feeling that everyone has. I am not." Voldemort's voice had changed completely now, the smoothness gone, something underneath it that was rawer and more real than anything Harry had heard from him. "I am not like everyone." "No," Harry agreed. "You're not. You're someone who took that feeling and built a war out of it, which is not what everyone does with it." He paused. "But the feeling itself, the fear of being ordinary and finite and uncertain, that's not special. That's just what it is to be alive." The corridor was completely silent. Something moved at the far end of it, a shape, quiet, not running, not magical, just a large and steady person moving with the deliberate care of someone who has made a decision and is implementing it. And Voldemort did not see it because Voldemort was entirely focused on Harry, which was exactly the objective. Neville Longbottom moved through the shadow at the far end of the corridor. He had the sword. Harry kept his eyes on Voldemort's face. He kept talking, not to distract, not strategically, but because the things he was saying were true and needed to be said. And this was the moment available for saying them, which was not the ideal moment, but was the actual one. "You could have been extraordinary," Harry said. You were extraordinary. The things you could do, what you were capable of at 17, at 20, before all of it, you were genuinely remarkable, and you spent it on this, on being afraid of dying." He paused. "It's the most ordinary tragedy in the world." Neville reached Nagini. The sword came up. Voldemort's attention snapped sideways. A fraction of a second too late, the sword came down. Nagini's death was instantaneous and total. The Horcrux destruction simultaneous with the physical destruction, because a snake that was also a Horcrux destroyed in a single decisive blow destroyed both things at once. The corridor filled with the specific quality of magical energy that Horcrux destruction produced. The darkness, the violence of a split consciousness collapsing. The last moment of the network's existence before it was simply not a network anymore. And in Harry's scar in the loop, the fragment felt it. He felt the loop contract, not painfully, not precisely painfully. The partition tightening, the TARDIS resonance pulling close, the sealed space of the loop becoming smaller and more defined as the fragment responded to the network's collapse, reaching for the connection that was no longer there, reaching for the source that had been the source for 16 years, and finding instead the membrane of the partition, warm and absolute and made of something that had known Harry since he was 11 weeks old. The fragment pressed against the membrane. It pressed with the specific quality of something that is not conscious and is not choosing, and is therefore not responsible for what it does in its last moment, which is the only honest frame for it. It pressed because it was tethered, and the tether had been severed, and the pressing was physics, was resonance. Was 16 years of existing in the same space as Harry looking for the frequency it was calibrated to, and finding instead the loop's closure. Harry felt it. The last moment of the channel open in both directions. He did not speak to it. There was nothing to say to something that was not a thing in the way that required saying. But he felt it, and he let himself feel it, because the doctor had said it deserves to be written down, and Harry thought, this deserves to be acknowledged at least. 16 years. Whatever else it was, all right, he thought, for the last time, the loop closed. It was quiet. Not the quiet of the corridor. The corridor was full of sound suddenly. Voldemort making a sound that was not language. Neville somewhere behind Harry having done something, and now standing with the sword at his side and breathing hard. The distant sounds of the battle still ongoing in other parts of the castle. All of that was present. But inside Harry's head, where there had always been a background, a hum, a signal, a frequency that was not his own quiet. Absolute, clean, specific quiet. He did not have time to feel this fully. He would feel it fully later, in a different room, with the doctor and the archived notation, and a mug of tea that was slightly too hot and slightly too sweet. Right now there was a corridor, and a man in it who had just watched the last anchor of his constructed immortality die, who was standing in the aftermath of that with the specific exposure of someone whose fortress walls have come down and who has never in their life stood in the open air. Harry looked at Voldemort. Voldemort looked back. What had been in his eyes before, the controlled smoothness, the deliberate performance of power and certainty, was gone. What was in them now was something Harry had modeled and described and understood theoretically, and was seeing in actual fact for the first time. The fear at its full size, without any of the architecture around it, just the fear. Just a person who had spent 70 years building walls against an ordinary human feeling and had run out of walls. He looked, Harry thought, very old. "It's done," Harry said. "They're all gone. He stopped. "You're mortal. You've been mortal this whole time. You just couldn't feel it." Voldemort raised his wand. His hand was not entirely steady, which was the first time in Harry's direct experience that this had been true, and which was not triumph to observe, but was data, was the physical evidence of a consciousness that had been distributed across a network of 7 anchors, and was now fully compressed into a single point, fully present, fully mortal. Experiencing the experience of being fully mortal with the specific violence of someone who had been trying to avoid it for 50 years. "Avada Kedavra," Voldemort said. "Expelliarmus," Harry said. The spells met in the air between them. This had happened once before. Not like this, not in a corridor, not in these conditions, but the principle was the same. The elder wand in Voldemort's hand and the Holly wand in Harry's hand, and the specific relationship between them that had been established in a graveyard and had not been resolved since. The twin cores finding each other. The resonance. The difference, this time, was that Voldemort was mortal. Not weakened in the dramatic sense, not diminished, not visibly lesser than he had been, but mortal in the mechanical sense. No anchors outside himself, no distributed network of consciousness that would persist if this body ended. No prepared fragment waiting in any object or any person to be the next instantiation of the thing he had spent 50 years trying to become. Just this. Just now. Just one body with one consciousness in it, the way it had always been meant to be, the way it was for everyone. The spells held for 3 seconds. Then the Elder Wand flew, then Voldemort's own curse struck him. There was a moment, just a moment at the physical level before the mechanics resolved, where Harry saw Voldemort's face. The face of Tom Riddle, which was always underneath the other face. The face of a brilliant and frightened boy who had turned into a brilliant and frightened man who had turned into this thing in a corridor. This end point of a specific long journey that had begun with a feeling everyone had and had become a war. The fear was in his face at the end. It was not the fear of dying, exactly. Harry thought it was something more specific than that. The fear of being ordinary in the end, after all of it, of having the whole extraordinary architecture of avoidance come down to the same moment everyone came down to, the same last moment. The same plain, ordinary fact of being a consciousness that stops. He had made himself extraordinary to avoid that fact, and there it was anyway, exactly as ordinary as he'd always feared. Harry looked at it. He did not look away. Tom Marvolo Riddle died in a corridor of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the early morning of the 2nd of May. With no ceremony and no drama and no final speech, the way most things end when they are actually ending rather than being performed, which was simply, and then he was gone. The silence after was the loudest thing Harry had ever heard. Not silence in the corridor, Neville was breathing somewhere behind him. And in the distance, the sounds of fighting were present but different. The kind of different that propagates outward from a central event, the acoustic version of ripples. The news was moving through the castle the way news moves in battles, faster than any individual communication, arriving in people before they consciously processed the source. Something has changed. Something is different. Something that was holding is not holding anymore. The fighting was stopping. Harry stood in the corridor and looked at the place where Voldemort had been and breathed, which was sufficient, which was the whole thing required of him in this specific moment. Breathing. Being present, being intact, he looked at Neville. Neville was standing 6 feet away with the sword at his side, and the expression of someone who has done the thing they were built to do, and is now in the immediate aftermath of having done it, which is a specific combination of relief and exhaustion and something that will not be fully felt for hours or days. "You did it," Harry said. "We did it," Neville said. His voice was steady, which was the most Neville thing he had ever said. Harry looked at him. "No," he said. "Specifically you." "That specific thing, that was entirely you." Neville was quiet for a moment. "You told me about it in March," Neville said. "Yes, you could have told me earlier." "Yes," Harry said. "I've thought about that. I think earlier would have been worse. I think you needed. I think the months between the telling and the doing needed to be the months they were, where you were building the skill and the certainty, not the months where you were also carrying the weight of knowing what the skill and the certainty were for." Neville considered this. "You could have told me and let me decide," he said, not with bitterness, with accuracy, which was different. "Yes," Harry said. "That's true, and I should have." He held Neville's gaze. "I'm sorry I didn't. I made the same mistake I've been watching other people make. Deciding what someone could carry and managing accordingly." He paused. "You deserved the choice." Neville looked at him for a long moment. "All right," he said. He put the sword through his belt. He wore it the way he'd been wearing it for 8 months, with the specific ease of something that had become simply a part of how he moved through the world. "Are we done? Here, I mean, this specific bit." "I think so," Harry said. "Good," Neville said. "Because I need to find my Gran." He walked past Harry down the corridor, not running, just walking, with the solid, unremarkable competence of someone going to find a person they love after something difficult, which was the most human thing Harry had seen in hours, and which he watched until Neville turned the corner. Then he turned back. He looked at the corridor. He was 17 years old, and the Horcrux network was destroyed, and the fragment was contained, and Voldemort was dead, and the quiet inside his head was enormous and absolute and entirely new, and he was not sure yet what to do with it, which was fine, which was the appropriate response, which was something he would sort out by living in the quiet until it became familiar, and then by making it his own. He reached into his jacket pocket. He activated the device. The Doctor came through the main doors 12 minutes later. 12 minutes was fast, which told Harry that the Doctor had not in fact been at the TARDIS for the last hour, but had been considerably closer, which was consistent with the Doctor's definition of at the perimeter being somewhat holistic when the situation called for it. He came through the doors and stopped. He looked at the corridor. At where Voldemort had been, he looked at Harry. Harry looked back. They stood in the corridor of Hogwarts in the early morning, with the sounds of the aftermath beginning around them, the specific sounds of a building that has survived something large and is now in the process of discovering what it has lost and what remains. And neither of them said anything for a while. "Done," the Doctor said. "Done," Harry said. "All of it. The fragment, gone," Harry said. "The loop closed, the partition held." "And the bond," the Doctor said very carefully. Harry was quiet for a moment. He thought about what the quiet felt like. The internal quiet, the absence of the fragment. And underneath that absence, the absence of something else, subtler, warmer, older. The hum he had never consciously heard because it had always been there, present since 11 weeks old, the specific frequency of something calibrated to know him. "Gone," Harry said. "Yes." The Doctor nodded. He did not say anything. He did not offer comfort or analysis, or the particular quality of eloquence that he had for large moments. He just nodded once and stood in the corridor with Harry, which was what the moment needed and which the Doctor understood without being told, because the Doctor had known Harry for 17 years, and understood, with a precision that had nothing to do with instruments, exactly what Harry needed in any given moment. They stood there for a while. Then Harry said, "I want to go to the grounds." "Yes," the Doctor said. They went to the grounds. The grounds of Hogwarts in the early morning of the 2nd of May were the grounds of something enormous that had just ended. The sky was the specific pre-dawn color that happens before the light arrives. Not dark and not light, the color of potential of the moment before. The castle behind them was lit in ways that were only partly torchlight. The wards, settling after their long night of activation, producing a kind of luminescence in the stone itself. The castle returning to its ordinary condition from its extraordinary one, which was a process that would take hours and left the building briefly visible as its own deep self. There were people in the grounds. Not many, some of the living, doing the things the living did in the aftermath of a battle, the practical and the grief, adjacent and the simply necessary. Harry moved through them without being stopped, which he attributed to either the specific quality of the early morning or the fact that people understood, in the immediate aftermath, that Harry Potter was someone who needed to move through the grounds without being stopped. The Doctor walked beside him. They walked to the far corner where the TARDIS was. She was there. Her light pulsed slowly in the pre-dawn, the ordinary resting pulse, the waiting pulse, the same pulse she had had every time Harry had come to her across 17 years. He stood in front of her and looked at her. She looked different. Not externally, she was the same blue box, the same dimensions, the same improbable lightness on the ground for something that contained an infinite interior. But the quality of how she looked at him was different. He had known it was going to be different and had prepared for it being different. But the preparation had been for a concept, and the reality was specific, particular. The felt difference between being known as crew and being known as someone who had always been around. Someone who belonged, without the bond that had made the belonging a specific and mutual thing. She still knew him. She knew him the way you know someone who has been in your life from the beginning, whose face you have seen in every configuration, whose weight and presence you have learned completely. She knew him without the calibration, without the resonance that had been built between them across 17 years of close proximity and mutual growth. She knew him as a person rather than as the person she had specifically made herself for. It was different. He stood in front of her and let it be different. He put his hand on her side, the wood, which was not warm the way it had been warm with the resonance of the bond, but which was wood, which was real, which was something he had touched 10,000 times. "Hello," he said. The TARDIS hummed. Not the calibrated hum, not the specific frequency of the bond, just the hum of a very old machine that was glad to see someone, which was its own kind of warmth and was not nothing and would not be mistaken for nothing by someone who understood the difference. "Thank you," he said, "for everything. For the room and the library and the choral and the first night and," he stopped, "for all of it." The TARDIS hummed again. He stood with his hand on her side for a while. Then the doctor said from behind him, "She wants to show you something." Harry turned. The doctor was looking at the TARDIS with the expression of someone receiving information he hadn't asked for and was finding unexpectedly affecting. "She's been." The doctor stopped. "She's been building something since," he looked at Harry, "since last night while you were in the castle. Something in the secondary library. Something she wants you to have." Harry looked at the TARDIS door. It was open. He went inside. The secondary library was not a room Harry had spent much time in. The primary library was his, had been his since childhood, the emotional adjacency and the Chaucer and the marine biology and the books that knew him. The secondary library was the doctor's, technically, housing the Gallifreyan texts and the navigation materials and the temporal records, and the things that were too old or too specific for the general collection. There was something new in it. On a reading stand that had not been there before, open to the first page, was a book. Not a book from the collection, not old, not gathered, not translated. New. The TARDIS coral binding, which Harry had only ever seen in the coral struts, and the small spur she'd grown for him when he was 9, fashioned into a cover for a book that had the specific weight of something made rather than compiled. He looked at the first page. He saw the doctor's notation. The archive, the full archive, the resonance of the bond, the specific configuration of it, the frequency that had been in Harry's biological profile since he was 11 weeks old. Documented in the doctor's careful notation with the precision of someone writing something down so that the ending didn't erase the existence. He turned the pages. It was all there. Every configuration the bond had taken across 17 years, mapped and notated and described in the doctor's precise language, and also, Harry saw in something else in the margins, in a different hand, in a language that was not notation and not text, but was something between. Was the TARDIS's own record of the bond, the ship's perspective, which he had not expected, and which was, he sat down on the floor of the secondary library, because standing was not what the moment required. He sat on the floor and read. The TARDIS had recorded the bond the way the doctor had recorded it, precisely, completely, with the care of something that understands that the things that end deserve to be written down. But where the doctor's notation was the notation of an observer, someone documenting from outside the bond looking in, the TARDIS's marginalia was the record of a participant. The ship's experience of 17 years of carrying a person who was, for the duration of that carrying, more specifically known to her than anyone she had carried before or since. It was not, Harry thought, the kind of document anyone would ever have occasion to read except him. He read it for a long time. When he came out of the secondary library, the sky outside the TARDIS was lighter. Not fully light, not yet, but the pre-dawn was ending and the dawn was beginning, the light coming in the specific way of May dawns in England, which was gradually and then suddenly, and then completely. The doctor was in the console room, not doing anything with the console, just standing beside it with his hands in his jacket pockets. Harry stopped in the doorway between the console room and the corridor. "She wrote it down too," Harry said. "Yes," the doctor said. "Did you ask her to?" "No." The doctor said. "She chose to." A pause. "She's been choosing a lot of things lately. She's been—" He looked at the console with the expression of someone observing a familiar thing that is doing a new thing. "She's been different since last night, since the bond dissolved. I think carrying the bond for 17 years, and then releasing it to the partition, and then the partition resolving, I think it changed something in how she relates to." He stopped. "I don't have the vocabulary for exactly what she's done, but it looks like grief a little. And also like relief, and also like something I haven't seen before." Harry looked at the console. The TARDIS hummed. "She'll be all right?" Harry asked. "She always is," the doctor said. Harry nodded. He came into the console room fully and stood beside the doctor at the console, looking at the instruments and the coral struts and the amber light that was the light he had grown up in, as fundamental to his sense of the world as sunlight and colder temperatures and the sound of Hogwarts at night. He looked at all of it and let it be familiar and different simultaneously, which was what it was. "I need to go back," he said. "To the castle. There are people I need to be with." "Yes," the doctor said. "Ron and Hermione, the Weasleys." He thought about George, specifically, and the shape of what George was going to need to carry, and how Harry might, in the particular way of someone who understood something about carrying, be useful in that. He thought about Neville and his Gran. He thought about Hagrid, who he hadn't seen since before the battle. He thought about McGonagall, who was going to be rebuilding an institution, and who would do it with the thoroughness and competence of someone who had spent 40 years building it the first time and had not enjoyed watching it require rebuilding. "There's a lot that needs to happen." "Yes," the doctor said. "And I need—" Harry stopped. He thought about what he needed, which was a question he had not spent much time on across 17 years, because the needing had always been in service of the doing, and the doing had always been specific and immediate and clear. "I think I need some time," he said. "Not a lot. Some." "Yes," the doctor said, "and then I need to—" He stopped again. He looked at the TARDIS around him. He thought about the world outside it, which was England in May and a school with a hole in it, and people who had survived, and people who hadn't, and a whole enormous complicated life that was, for the first time, not oriented around the thing in his scar. He thought about what it was to not be oriented around it. He thought about the question that the doctor had asked him on the first night, in a room off the hospital wing after the Philosopher's Stone, which he hadn't known was the question yet. What do you want? He had been spending 7 years finding out. "I want to go to Diagon Alley," he said, which was not the whole answer but was the beginning of the shape of it. "Not today, not this week, but sometime. And I want to walk down it without anyone having any opinions about me except that I'm someone walking down an alley. And I want to get a coffee, or whatever they have that functions like coffee, and sit outside somewhere and look at the street." He paused. "And I want to do that without it being significant, without it being a thing." The doctor looked at him. "I can arrange that," he said. "I know you can," Harry said. "I know you can take me somewhere and someone where nobody knows who I am and I can just be somewhere." "Everywhere is just visiting," the doctor said, which was something he had said before, which meant something different now. "I know," Harry said, "but I want to visit a lot of places." He looked at the TARDIS. "Can I still—" "Yes," the doctor said. "The door is always open." "I'm a passenger now." Harry said. "You were never just a passenger," the doctor said. "That was crew. The bond made the distinction formal. The distinction being informal doesn't change the substance." Harry looked at him. "You're telling me I'm still crew," he said. "I'm telling you," the doctor said carefully, "that the TARDIS has 17 years of opinion about what you are, and that opinion has not changed. The paperwork has changed. The opinion has not." The TARDIS hummed. Harry looked at the console. He put both hands on it, not operating anything, not navigating anywhere, just putting his hands on the coral, warm surface of the thing that had been his home longer than anywhere else had been his home, and feeling it, and letting it feel him in the different knowing. In the knowing that remained, the TARDIS hummed in a way that had no translation in any language but which Harry understood entirely. He took his hands off the console. "I need to go back," he said. "I know," the doctor said. "I'll come back," Harry said. "I know," the doctor said. He walked to the door. He opened it. The morning was outside, the castle, the grounds, the sky that was now properly light, properly May, properly the morning of the day after the night when the thing they had been working toward for 17 years had resolved in the specific way Harry had spent 3 years building toward, and the doctor had spent 3 years calculating toward, and which was, in the end, exactly what they had said it would be, not an ending, a resolution. He stood in the doorway. "Doctor," he said. "Yes, thank you," he said. "Not for the education or the TARDIS or the instruments or any of the specific things, for the doorstep, for choosing the doorstep." The doctor was quiet for a moment. "I always choose the doorstep," he said. "In the end—" "I know," Harry said. "That's why I'm thanking you." He stepped out into the morning. He went first to the great hall, which was where most of the living had gathered in the hours after, drawn by the specific gravity of communal space in the aftermath of something shared. The great hall had been both a command center and a hospital during the battle, and was now becoming neither of those things and something else. Something that did not yet have a name, because the thing it was becoming was still being arrived at by the people arriving. He stood at the entrance for a moment. He saw Ron, across the hall, sitting with his family, all of the Weasleys who remained, gathered in the specific tight formation of a family that has lost one of its members and is unconsciously closing ranks around the space where that member was. George was in the middle, not speaking, not needing to speak, just present, which was the right thing for everyone around him to understand about grief in its first hours, which the Weasleys, who were constitutionally oriented toward understanding each other, did understand. Harry crossed the hall. Ron saw him coming and said nothing, which was the right thing. He just moved over on the bench, creating space, and Harry sat down, and the Weasley family rearranged itself slightly to include him in the close formation, which it had always done, which was something Harry had never fully named as the remarkable thing it was. He sat with them. He did not say anything about Fred. There was nothing that needed saying, not yet, not today. He sat with them and was present in the specific way that presence was useful, which was simply being there, being warm, being someone who understood what it meant to lose someone and therefore did not try to reduce or resolve or make smaller the size of the thing. Mrs. Weasley, after a while, put her hand over Harry's. She didn't say anything. Harry didn't say anything. They sat in the great hall as the morning moved through its ordinary business of becoming later, and the light changed in the enchanted ceiling above them, and somewhere in the castle rebuilding had already begun because McGonagall had been up since 6, and somewhere in the grounds the Aurors were doing the things Aurors did after events of this kind, and somewhere in the world the news was moving outward from this place like ripples from a stone. And all of that was happening and would keep happening and was not Harry's specific responsibility at this specific moment. His specific responsibility at this specific moment was sitting here. He sat here. Hermione found him at midday in the library. Of course, she found him in the library. She knew where he went when he needed to think clearly and had not been told where he was. She came in and sat across from him and put 3 books on the table, because Hermione Granger sat down at a library table without books the way Harry sat down without his wand. Technically possible, constitutionally wrong. She looked at him. "The fragment," she said. "Gone," Harry said. "Gone." She repeated. She absorbed this, not the word which she'd known was the expected outcome, but the reality of it, the thing the word pointed to. "How does it feel?" "Quiet," Harry said. He stopped. "You know when you've been somewhere loud for a long time and then you leave and you don't realize until you're outside how loud it was. Because inside you'd adjusted to it, and then you're outside and the quiet is enormous. Yes, she said. Like that, he said. Except the loud thing was inside rather than outside, so the quiet is inside. He paused. I'll need time to understand it properly, what I actually am with just me in it. Hermione looked at him with the clear-eyed steadiness she had had since February, when he'd told her, and she'd received it, and asked her questions and reviewed the methodology, and arrived at the conclusion that it was right, and had been carrying that alongside him ever since. You know what you are, she said. Yes, Harry agreed. I know, I've always known, there was always the other thing alongside it, now there isn't. He looked at his hands. It's going to take getting used to, that's all. That's a reasonable thing to say, Hermione said. Thank you. He said. She opened one of her books, which Harry expected, and then did not read it, which Harry did not expect. She sat with it open in front of her and looked at him instead. What do you want to do? She asked. Not this week, not this month, eventually, when there's room for eventually. Harry thought about the answer he'd given the doctor, in the TARDIS, about Diagon Alley and sitting somewhere and looking at a street. He thought about the question more broadly. What did he want, with the space that was opening up ahead of him, with the thing he'd been oriented around resolved and the orientation itself now available for something else? I want to understand things, he said. Still, that part hasn't changed. I want to go places and understand them. I want to work out things that haven't been worked out yet. He paused. The magical world has a lot of things that haven't been worked out yet. The mechanisms, the relationships between things, the physics of it. He looked at Hermione. I want to spend some time doing that. Not heroically, not significantly, just because the universe is genuinely interesting and I have a slightly unusual set of tools for looking at it. Hermione was quiet for a moment. I want to change how Muggle-born students are prepared for Hogwarts. She said, not revolutionize, just the first year is very hard if you have no context. I want to build context for them. She paused. And I want to do something about the Ministry's approach to magical law, which is a disaster, Harry said. A fascinating and completely unnecessary disaster. Hermione agreed. Which can be made significantly less disastrous with the right combination of legal reform and institutional pressure. You'd be terrifying at that, Harry said. Yes, she agreed, with the complete absence of false modesty that Harry had always liked about her. Ron, Harry said. Hermione smiled, which was the specific smile she used for Ron, which was distinguishable from her other smiles by a quality of warmth that was slightly warmer than everything else. He wants to play Quidditch, she said, professionally. He says not. He says he wants to play it without anyone watching. She paused. I think what he means is he wants to play it without it meaning anything except playing it, and I think that's exactly what he should do for a while. Harry nodded. Good, he said. They sat in the library for a while. Not reading, not researching, not preparing for anything specific. Just sitting in a library that was familiar and quiet and full of books that did not have opinions about them, which was a more useful quality than it sounded. In June, 2 weeks after the battle, Kingsley Shacklebolt called Harry into the Ministry. This was not the first time Harry had been called into the Ministry and had not wanted to go, but it was the first time he had not wanted to go and had gone anyway, because the wanting was not the relevant criterion. He went. He sat across from Kingsley in an office that smelled of old wood and fresh paint, and the specific quality of an institution in the process of attempting to reconstitute itself after having comprehensively failed. Kingsley said, The Wisengamot wants to give you an Order of Merlin. That's kind of them, Harry said. They want to hold a ceremony, Kingsley said. I'd rather they didn't, Harry said. Kingsley looked at him. He had the quality that good leaders had of looking at the person in front of them rather than the role they'd assigned the person, which made him easier to talk to than most people in positions like his. I'm not going to be a symbol, Harry said. I'm not. That's not what I'm available for. If there's something specific and useful I can do, I'll do it. If there's testimony that's needed, or information, or expertise in a specific area, yes. But the ceremony, the statue, the portrait, whatever it is they want to do with my face to make themselves feel like the story has a satisfying ending, he stopped. It's not what I'm for. "What are you for?" Kingsley asked, not challengingly, genuinely. "I'm still working that out," Harry said. "Which is the appropriate thing to be doing at 17? Kingsley nodded slowly. "The ministry needs people," he said. "The Aura department specifically. People who understand, who have the specific combination of theoretical and practical that—" "Not yet," Harry said. "Maybe later. Give me some time to be 17, and then I'll think about what I'm for." Kingsley looked at him. "All right," he said. "The Order of Merlin is still being awarded." "Fine," Harry said. "I just won't attend the ceremony." "I'll tell them you send your regards," Kingsley said. "Tell them," Harry said, "that I recommend they spend the ceremony money on improving Azkaban's treatment conditions, which are comprehensively inhumane and have been for 100 years, and which someone is eventually going to have to fix." Kingsley looked at him for a moment. Then he made a note. The last week of June, Harry packed a bag, not much, a change of clothes, the notebook, the modified wand, Brace, the wand, the Sonic, a book he hadn't finished. The bag was one the TARDIS had produced at some point in the last 10 years from one of her corridors, made of something that was not leather and was not canvas, but had the qualities of both and was, more relevantly, dimensionally stable in the way that TARDIS adjacent materials sometimes became when they had spent long enough in proximity. He said goodbye to Ron and Hermione at King's Cross, which felt appropriate. The beginning of things had been at King's Cross. The train and the first trip to Hogwarts, and the first time Harry had walked through a wall into a world he didn't know. And it felt right to mark the beginning of the next thing in the same place. Ron hugged him, which was the Ron Weasley version of an extensive and sincere expression of affection, which was brief, firm, without talking. Hermione hugged him for longer and then stepped back and looked at him and said, "You're right." "Yes," Harry said, "and you'll come back." "Yes," Harry said, "of course. And if you find anything interesting, I'll send it to you immediately," Harry said. "Good," she said. She stepped back. She had the look she'd had at the beginning of term every year, standing on the platform, the look of someone for whom the beginning of a new thing was a resource rather than a loss. "Go on, then." He went. The TARDIS was parked in a side street near King's Cross. The Doctor had landed it there the evening before, with the specific nonchalance of someone who had been parking a blue box in London for decades and had stopped expecting it to cause problems. Harry walked to it. He stood in front of it. He put his hand on the door. It opened. He went inside. The console room was lit in amber, which it always was. The coral struts were doing what they always did. The hum was the hum it always was, not the calibrated hum, not the frequency of the bond, just the hum of an engine that had been running since before Harry was born and intended to keep running for a very long time after. The Doctor was at the console. He looked up when Harry came in. He said nothing. He just looked at Harry with the expression he'd had on a November night at King's Cross in 1981 when he'd looked down into a basket and said hello. Harry, which was the expression of someone arriving at something they hadn't planned for and finding it more than they'd expected. Harry set his bag down. He came to the console. He stood beside the Doctor and looked at the instruments, the temporal display, the navigation, the coordinates cycling through the Doctor's preferences as he tapped the controls with the specific casual expertise of someone who had been operating this machine for 900 years and had not run out of places to go. "Where are we going?" Harry asked. "Wherever we want," the Doctor said. Harry thought about this. He thought about a planet with 3 shades of green sky. He thought about a library in a civilization that had not yet evolved. He thought about the northern lights and a Roman market and a garden in Tokyo in autumn. He thought about the entire enormous, improbable universe, which was still there, which was still full of things he hadn't seen and things he hadn't understood, and things that would be worth the time of someone who approached them with the right quality of attention. He looked at the console. He put his hands on it, not as crew, not with the resonance of the bond, just as someone who had been doing this his whole life and was continuing to do it, as a person rather than as a frequency, as himself rather than as an extension of something else. The TARDIS hummed. "Right," Harry said. He was 17 years old, and the thing in his scar was gone, and the war was over, and the universe was open, which was the state it had always been in and which he had always understood, but which felt today for the first time like it was specifically available to him. "Right," he said again. "Let's go." The doctor grinned. It was the grin that Harry had seen in the Scottish Highlands and in Tokyo and in a Hogwarts corridor and in a graveyard and in a ministry atrium and in a kitchen at 3 in the morning and in the Hogwarts grounds after a terrible night. It was the grin that the universe had not yet managed to fully suppress, despite 900 years of trying, which was, Harry had decided a long time ago, one of the best arguments for the universe being worth the trouble. The TARDIS engines began. The familiar sound filled the console room, V-warp, V-warp, V-warp. The sound Harry had grown up with, had always known, would know until he was very old or until the universe had one of its periodically interesting ideas about what old meant. The light on the console brightened and then steadied, and then the whole room moved in the particular way it moved when the TARDIS was doing what she was built to do, which was going somewhere, which was always going somewhere, which was the only state she had ever been fully comfortable in. Harry held the console. The TARDIS leapt into the vortex, outside. Everything. Time and space and the whole improbable, beautiful, terrible structure of the universe, which was enormous and specific and full of things that were worth understanding and worth protecting and worth seeing clearly. Inside. A boy with a scar and an old man in a bow tie and a ship that was very glad to have them both. The light on top of the TARDIS pulsed once, twice, 3 times, and then they were gone. In the years that followed, and there were many years, because the universe was not short on years for people who moved through it correctly, Harry Potter became several things. He became someone Hermione corresponded with extensively. The letters arriving from coordinates she was not always able to locate on any star chart she had access to, full of observations and questions, and the occasional discovery that she would spend 3 weeks integrating into her existing model of magical physics, and which would produce revisions that her colleagues found startling and which she found simply correct. He became someone Ron played Quidditch with on holidays and Christmases, and the occasional weekend when the TARDIS happened to be in the right postcode. Always the same game they had always played, which was Quidditch without it meaning anything except playing it. He became someone Neville called, periodically, when Neville needed to talk through something complicated, which Neville did because Neville had learned from 8 months of sword practice and 1 conversation in March and the night in the courtyard. That talking things through with someone who listened without managing was useful, and Harry was good at listening without managing. He became someone Diagon Alley occasionally saw, passing through without fanfare, buying a coffee at a small place near the South End that did not care who he was, sitting at a table outside and looking at the street with the quality of attention that had always been simply how he was in the world. He became, eventually, someone who understood the magical world from the inside and the outside simultaneously, which turned out to be a rarer and more useful quality than anyone had planned for, and which produced a body of work that Hermione called groundbreaking and that Harry called simply interesting. He became someone who had a room in the TARDIS, a different room, not the one he'd grown up in, a room the ship had arranged when the old one needed to be something else, and which was slightly different from the old one in ways that mapped to the difference between the person Harry had been and the person Harry was, which was not a large difference in the things that mattered and a significant difference in the things that needed room to grow. He became, in the specific language of the universe that the Doctor had been trying to teach him since he could understand language, a traveler, not a savior, not a symbol, not a weapon or an instrument or a consequence or a fixed point, a traveler. Which was, it turned out, exactly what he had always been. The TARDIS, in her secondary library, kept the book. It sat on its reading stand in the TARDIS coral binding, open to the page with the Doctor's notation, accessible to anyone who knew to look for it, which was one person who looked at it sometimes, not often, not to grieve. just to remember the shape of a thing that had been exactly what it was and was now complete. The TARDIS hummed around it. She always hummed around it. Some things deserve to be written down so that the ending doesn't also erase the existence. Everything else continues. End of Chapter 8.